Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noah. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Wanna sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving fast, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your Madika, Yabika Kokwanam Noah. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
And there, it always catches me off guard. So one of these days is going to catch me off guard, and then you'll see what I do when they're playing the holy song is playing. I'm doing some silly dance. I must be the only black man on the planet that doesn't know how to dance. They say black men know how to dance, but I never go on the dance floor because I dance like an Oyibo person. So how is that even possible as an Oyo man? Good day, by the way. I'm not going to say good afternoon or good morning because good day covers all of that. because, of course, you are spread all over the world. So good day to you all, my friends. Welcome, and thank you for joining me again. As ever, we're looking forward to an explosive session. Never not the case. I hope you've noticed my new glasses, by the way. My prescription changed, so I'm trialing these new glasses now. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't, then I'll just revert to the one that I had previously. It wasn't that so much that my prescription changed, but the old one is so chewed up, I just thought it's time for a change. So there it is. Enough of my nonsense. Welcome, one and all. So the session again, however long it lasts, is all in the hands of you guys. So however long the session lasts is all in the hands of you guys. So hopefully we have another banking session, as is always the tradition here. I do not ever recall a session that has not been banking, and it's entirely down to you guys. Your interactions on the comment section, your interactions on the screen. You say something, then I pick it up that, oh, I agree, let me add my thoughts, oh, I disagree. So the way I see this platform is sort of like grown-up adults having sort of like a chin wag in a wine bar. You'll notice the logo is two brandy glasses. It just sat next to each other. So that's how I see the platform, like grown-up adults in a wood-padded, upmarket wine bar, putting the walls to right over a glass or two of brandy. So that's how I see it. So I wonder how you see it, but that's how I see it. So thank you, one and all. Thank you for joining me. The usual protocol: click on the like, but you should, as a matter of habit, just that if that's the littlest support you can give to the platform, then you click on the like button, and then that at least you've done something to support the platform. If you're not already subscribed, of course, you do that as well. So click on like and subscribe, and make the like a habit as you're coming in. And of course, make sure you're subscribed already. Yeah, all YouTube platforms tell you that, and they tell you that for a reason. It's only because it enhances the YouTube algorithm. So click on like and subscribe, and then if you want to come join me on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you click on this, we don't have a session if there's nobody on the screen, because I don't have it within me just to stay on there and just be rabbiting on witlessly like some tireless toddler. So we necessarily need the interaction of participants, and we need new and fresh voices to keep the place constantly just constantly energized. So we don't want we do want voices that are traditionally established, of course, but then we want also voices that enhances the conversation and brings a new perspective. So that's why we're always canvassing that you should click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then come join us in the studio. So that way it's a richer mix and a more rounded conversation. A richer mix and a more rounded conversation. And of course, if you spend more than a minute on this space, we are pushing quite firmly this buy a coffee thing. So we've maintained, since we started this initiative, we've had 100% on it, but that 100% has been held in situation likely due to one of the subscribers, which is Ayo. But then, of course, we need more than Ayo, or otherwise we're just taxing his wallet if there's nobody else joining him. So click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. So you'll notice it doesn't say a cup of coffee. It doesn't say a cup of coffee. It says cups of coffee. So go there and do that, and go as wild as you can be. So be as liberal and as generous as you can be. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me in the studio. And if you feel like tipping towards the platform, click on that link that says buy your host cups of coffee, and go there and go wild. So go there and go wild. So to the headlines that we are contending with today, the headlines that we are contending with today are no surprises. Peter Obi never far from the headlines. 2023 presidency, Peter Obi speaks on federal borrowing, reveals how it should be spent. So Peter Obi now, because the one criticism that has been levied so heavily against Peter Obi is the lack of cohesion in his action plan, telling us that everything that he plans for Nigeria is in his head. So we can't unpick his head. We're not brain surgeons. We can't unpick his head to find out what he's planning. So he has to regurgitate what is in that head via the portal of his mouth and give expression to his thoughts. So it looks as though giving expression to the thoughts is now something that Peter Obi has now been finally dragged to do. 2023 presidency, Peter Obi speaks on federal borrowing, reveals how it should be spent. So hopefully that gives us an insight into Peter Obi's policy positioning somewhat. So now this one, I will, if anybody has watched the Game of Thrones, which I'm sure a lot of you would have watched, Game of Thrones, the one thing, the King of the North, he always brings you to your knees. Anybody that's watched Game of Thrones, they know what that means. The king of, I think, what's his name? The Lannister. It's not Lannister, it's the other guy. So the King of the North always brings you to your knees. So the King of Cross Rivers, it looks as though he has brought the Adamawa man to his knees. We made mistakes. PDP will beg Wike. Governor Udom opens up. So now they are seeing the reality now, and they're seeing through just act of obstinance and, agidi, they're seeing the presidency slowly slipping out of their hands. And we're 3 months away, and they're now seeing the impact. So now they're thinking, oh, we better go beg this guy, but is Wike still for the begging? Is the question. So they are willing to beg, but is Wike still for the begging? We have made mistakes. PDP will beg Wike. Governor Udom opens up. So quite on what authority is saying that, we'll find out shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. Seyi Tinubu meets Odumeje, Yul Odochie, white money others. So now, let me see. There's actually a video clip for this. Hopefully, I've copied it and I've uploaded it onto the platform. If I haven't done, then I will do, but I suspect I may have done. So it looks as though, because if you saw Tinubu's rally in Ebonyi, it was well attended, and it's the largest rally in Ebonyi so far. And it looks as though now, and by the way, it is his son, Seyi, that is making all these underground moves. And it looks as though now they're not even willing to surrender the Southeast to Peter Obi. This is what they were reading from the tea leaves. At least this is what this headline is suggesting, because all of the seniors of that space now, they want to ensure that they wrapped them up to get as much from the Southeast as they can. Seyi Tinubu meets Odumeje, Yul Edochie, white money, others. So there it is right there. Politics in practical terms, grown-up politics versus noise-making. So this is what we have in Nigeria now. This is exactly the chasm in the political space. Grown-up politics versus noise-making. So which one wins out? We find out just as early as February. Afenifere endorses Ambode's ally for Lagos governor race. I'm not going to read you this. I'll just give you that headline just to tell you then that the Afenifere, they're doubling down on that anti-Tinubu stance that they have been somewhat packed in by Pa Adebanjo. Afenifere endorses Ambode's ally for Lagos governor race. So quite what's in play there, we'll find out shortly. This we'll find out shortly as well. Finally, I might abandon this actually. I will give you this just to fulfill all righteousness. It's a bit of a nonsense story. So a lot of you would have come across, of course, the side battle that is going on between the Tinubu camp and no less odd a figure than Donald Duke. And the only reason why there's that fight going on between Donald Duke and the Tinubu campaign office is because they have gone to find a black and white picture of Donald Duke, and they are trying to pass it off as Tinubu. So that's the thing. They are trying to, because Tinubu's background, of course, it remains so mysterious. For somebody so prominent and carrying such a premium name within the Nigerian space, his history is so Spartan as to elicit suspicion. So they've gone and found this black and white photo that looks somewhat broadly similar to Tinubu, but unfortunately for them, the person in that photo is actually a senior politician, Donald Duke. So they've had to apologize for that. But have they learned the lesson from it? So this headline, finally, APC clears air on picture of Tinubu meeting Biden. reveals strong position. So it looks as though they've now gone and photoshopped Tinubu into a Biden photo as well. So a lot of people will say that if APC loses that election, it's a matter of self-sabotage, a matter of self-sabotage. So the self-sabotaging APC, Buhari's daughter joins Tinubu Shettima women campaign in Katsina. So a lot of people are saying, oh, Buhari doesn't essentially support the Tinubu campaign. As Chief Zebudaya would say, fa foul. So fa foul. To do Buhari wholehearted. Buhari is campaigning aggressively. If you go on Buhari's daughter's social media spaces, she's never stopped talking about Tinubu. She's come out frontally to put herself in actual action to support the ticket. Buhari himself, he has mounted the rostrum to raise Tinubu's hands up. So quite if you expect him to abandon the presiding over the country, to be hopping from state to state with Tinubu, then I don't know what other expectations you have regarding the support that you're expecting the Malam from the north to give the Luther from the southwest. So there it is right there. The daughter of your so-called president, she's jumped on board with the guy that is next to be your next tormentor. Buhari's daughters, not daughter, but daughters, which is to say more than one. Buhari's daughters joined Tinubu Shettima women campaign in Katsina. So there it is right there. The empire strikes back. The empire strikes back, but the person keeping them honest, of course, Peter Obi. Nigerians besiege Labour Party presidential candidate as he arrives Atlanta. So he's back on that plane again. The last time Peter Obi went abroad, of course, a lot of brouhaha and hoo-ha about that. He was canvassing for money and did that flout electoral laws because, of course, the Nigerian electoral system, it's completely against foreign monies being invested in a presidential campaign for reasons of not having foreign influence the politics of Nigeria. So against, of course, all of the rules of INEC for foreign monies to go into a party's campaign. So Peter Obi had to negotiate that the last time he went abroad. So he's back abroad again, this time in Atlanta. But what is his mission there is the question. Nigerians besiege Labour Party presidential candidate as he arrives Atlanta. So there it is right there. Fashola advocates use of geospatial. I have to look up that word. It's not what I'm familiar with. Now, Fashola advocates use of geospatial intelligence to fight insurgency. So geospatial intelligence to fight insurgency. I wonder if we have more than too much. Not more than two. There's no such thing as more than too much. Too much is too much, isn't it? So Alexander Gomez will be shaking his head like all that education you got from a prime school. So I wonder if we have too much headlines, but let me just bring you all that I have. I may not read out all that there is. 2023 presidential election, my husband is not Fulani. Oh, no, my husband is Fulani. 2023 presidential election, my husband is Fulani, but not a killer, says Atiku's wife, Tutu. So that question now, they have to address it frontally, of course, and it's not necessarily whether it's a killer or not, but really what he represents. Nigerians need a break from the Fulanis. It's just as simple as that. Nigerians need a break from the Fulanis. So it's nothing personal. It's just what Buhari has taken us through. Presidential elections, 2023 presidential elections, my husband is Fulani, but not a killer. The bleach-skinned wife of the pot-bellied man from Adamawa State, Atiku's wife, Titi, making the headlines there. So as ever, how can you go anywhere else? The menu is so rich. The menu is so rich. So lean back, kick back, take it easy. Just do like this, hands up and surrender yourself completely to the space for however long the session lasts. It's a lap of the gods, and at the behest of the conversation. If the conversation is engaging, I let it run for as long as I can. If it's not engaging, if I get bored of it, then I just leave. So that's usually how it works. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, make sure you have clicked on the like button. Click on the subscribe button, as I always advocate. And then, of course, the buy the coffee thing. We need at least 3 people this time around just to give Ayo some company. And kicking it off, of course, Des, as he always does, as soon as he logs in his super chats or super stickers to the platform. So we welcome all of that as well, especially encouraging the buy the coffee thing. So do all that. So let me just take a little bit of a mini breather with another intro music, and then when we come back, we delve straight into it. So this time around, we're staying this time still, not this time around, but this time still, we're staying in the East still. Or should we even go to Yemsen Wiki? No, let's go to the East and just do the Sunday thing. Or Sunday, or Wendy, or Sunday, or Wendy, or Sunday, or Wendy, or
Sunday, or Wendy, Sunday, or Wendy, if there's someone, Sunday, or Wendy, I can sell it, Sunday, or Wendy, and maybe when I'm going, Sunday, or Wendy, it's a Sunday, or Wendy, it's a Sunday, or Wendy,
Pardon me. And there it is right there, the Osunday Owende song. So Osunday Owende, as guys, I bring you this. 2023 presidency, Peter Obi speaks on federal borrowing, reveals how it should be spent. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has explained his consumption to production theory, which is the punchline of his presidential campaign. On Wednesday, November the 30th, Obi said federal borrowings for consumption must stop and be channeled into regenerative projects, adding that if elected, his administration will reduce the cost of governance in the country. So nothing substantial so far. I'm not sure that has any meaning. He further added that the country must look beyond oil and look forward to growth-enabling entrepreneurship by expanding fiscal infrastructure through market-driven reforms. So that sounds a bit more substantial. So the country necessarily must look beyond oil, because oil, of course, fast losing its potency as a resource. The world is going off oil, and if you're still investing your economy, the Saudis, they are investing quite aggressively in real estate, not properties, but actual physical companies all over the world, and in China, all over the spaces. They are buying up seaports and everything, airports in America, China, all over the place. So they are now using what they have as a resource, which is money, to secure their future. So if we are still wrapping our economy around oil, then woe betide. He further added that the country must look beyond oil and look forward to growth-enabling entrepreneurship by expanding physical infrastructure through market-driven reforms. So physical infrastructure says, but what's the market-driven reforms? I don't understand. So, but let's listen to his words. So these are what he said. Obi said, we therefore intend to leapfrog Nigeria from oil to the fourth industrial revolution by expanding physical infrastructure through market-driven reforms that will unleash growth-enabling entrepreneurship and market-creating innovations. We shall pursue a drastic reduction in the cost of governance and corruption, improve ease of doing business to attract foreign direct investment, to jumpstart industrialization, and when borrowing is unavoidable, it will be strictly for production. So that is a philosophical and an ideological thrust right there. So that is the shaping of a policy positioning by the man from Anambra. So it's just peppy little from consumption to production, and we turn the vast wastelands in the north to farmlands. Those are just soundbite things. But now he's digging now deep into the framing of a policy stance and an ideological stance. So market-driven economy is essentially what he's saying, and of course putting his own inflection onto that. The statement further explains that the consumption to production theory, stating that the concept entails that the country ensures sustainability and resilience and stop borrowing for consumption and channel all loans to be invested in regenerative projects. The thrust of the Obi-Dati presidency, if hired by Nigerians, will be on agriculture and production-centered growth for food security and export, with more emphasis on exporting finished products instead of commodities and raw materials, the statement says. So there it is right there. So there is absolutely nothing to disagree with that. And that, by the way, is the central space that the Nigerian economy necessarily must focus. So I've always advocated that no raw material should leave a country, especially Nigeria, without going through at least two processes of a cycle. So if it's either washing or cutting or whatever, so two of the production processes must be undergone within that country. And I think that is just where Peter Obi seems to be pointing to there. Or maybe I'm giving him more credit than he deserves. We have made mistakes. PDP will beg Wike. So this is Governor Udom speaking this time around. The governor of Akwa Ibom State, Udom Emmanuel, has stated that the People's Democratic Party PDP has made mistakes in its approach to the 2023 presidential elections. Emmanuel, in a recent interview with correspondents, revealed that the party was resolving its internal crisis. Speaking on the rift between the party and the G5 led by, Speaking on the rift between the party and the G5 led by Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike, Udom stated that small men in the PDP will go and prostrate before the big men who are unhappy in the party in order for PDP to win the 2023 elections. Udom, who is also the chairman of the party's presidential campaign council, so he's speaking then from the topmost of the party. So he's the chairman of the campaign council, which is to say that he's speaking out with the authority of the campaign. So they are going to have to go and beg Wike is what he's saying. But is it too late is the question. Udom, who is also the chairman of the party's presidential campaign council, said, "We are trying to take the right steps. That is why you are asking about a few issues in our party." And I said, "Of course, we are making progress. We will resolve all issues. You can't let anybody go in an election. Every vote matters. Every single person is important in elections. Not to talk of when you are talking about very big men. Small men like us will go and prostrate ourselves before them. Please, oh big men, don't let us down. I am into this game to win. I don't think anybody will get to this point and be doing permutation." What kind of permutation? But they are not unhappy with me as Udom Emmanuel. Did they tell you that they are unhappy with the party? 4 of them are candidates of the party. They hold tickets of the party. They are members of the party. You are getting it wrong. So it looks as though begging now seems to be even spoons and plates hit themselves and create a lot of noise. That doesn't mean they are broken. It doesn't mean they are broken. I think that is what the situation is here. For the fact that people are unhappy, it is inevitable, definitely inevitable, with a large party like the PDP. It is the largest party in the whole of Africa. So certainly we all make mistakes. I must also confess, as a party, we've made mistakes, and as individuals, we have made mistakes. But these mistakes, I can assure you, will not break us. We are trying to come back, review and reappraise, and see how we can move forward. And I can assure you, we will do that. So there's just one thing that needs to necessarily happen as a matter of first. There's something that needs to necessarily happen as a matter of first. So the thing that must necessarily happen as a matter of first is that your chair has to step down. There's no giving in that space, because that has been the one thing that has been the sticking point in that space. So he has to step down. But is it even too late for him to do that? Because if he can't step down after the elections, because if they lose the elections, it doesn't really matter. But if they win the elections, then they have the power of the state to just disregard Wike and the rest of them. So he must act now. And it's that action of, what is it called? The funny guy from Benue. It is his action that is the first step to reconciliation. But they've both doubled down on their positions regarding that. Atiku has doubled down that this guy is not leaving, and Wike has doubled down that this guy must leave. So if that doesn't happen, you can prostrate all you like, and Wike will step on your head and use you to do photo opportunities, but it's not going to change his position. Your chair, you must leave, and that is the first step to any reconciliation in that space. There is just no getting around that. No getting around that. Another quick sip of water, and then we go on to the next one. Seyi Makinde meets Odumeje Yul Edochie white money, others. So to that, so just give me one quick second. I just must do something. Just bear with me. Just hold on. Don't go anywhere. Just stay steady. Hold firm. Hold firm. Hold on. I'm coming. You know, you really must stop me from singing. The only person allowed to sing on this platform, as you know, is Ajanle Koko. Just bear with me 1 second. I just need to do a little quick something. Just un momento, barely a second, almost there. Oh, where is it? Oh, goodness me. Hold on. Just bear with me. Just stay there. All right. Okay, so there it is. All right. Hold on. All right. So sorry about that. So where were we? So let's come to this. Seyi Tinubu meets Odumeje Yul Edochie, white money, others. So here it is. This is the politics as it is now. Son of the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Seyi, has met with some prominent Southeast personalities. Correspondents report that APC sources said Seyi is consolidating on his father's presidential bid in respect of the forthcoming 2023 election. In a video cited by correspondents on Wednesday, Seyi, who donned a face cap of his father's campaign, could be seen in the midst of persons like actor Kanayo, Hazel Yeze Onua, popularly known as White Money, Thespian Yul Edochie, Prophet Chukwuemeka Ohanemere, commonly known as Odumeje, and others. It is not immediately clear where and when exactly the event was when Seyi met them in the Southeast. Ahmed Tinubu is a two-term governor of Lagos State who led the state from 1999 to 2007. He was the senator for Lagos West during the brief Third Republic. So it then goes on to give us, but this is it now. It's just that campaigning, you see. It's just that campaigning. So that's Seyi Tinubu right there now in the Southeast. Pardon me. Seyi Tinubu right there now in the Southeast, campaigning fervently, just to help out his father. So just bear with me 1 second. Bear with me 1 second. So that's Seyi Makinde doing his run-ins for Daddy. Okay, so let's go on. Actually, give me 1 second. I'm going to play you a 30-second musical note. It's just so I need 30 seconds to do something. All right, one more. Sorry about that echo. And that's it. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. I just needed to do something. So that's Seyi Tinubu then meeting with our top functionaries. Actually, let me play you a clip of it. So you see Seyi meeting now with the big. On the heels of news, Asiwaju will embark on a foreign trip this weekend. Although America was listed amongst his destination, according to an unofficial report that was widely shared, we can confirm that the APC presidential candidate was in Abuja all through Tuesday. So it's the mischief-making still of that, what they've made their attribution to the obedience space, and the obedience space, they are notorious for that, for all of that anyway. Okay, so I'll share the screen for this next readout, because the pictures necessarily a crucial part of the storyline. So the pictures necessarily a crucial part of the storyline. So let's share the screen then for this. We share the screen for this. So that's the screen right there. Buhari's daughters joined Tinubu Shettima women campaign in Katsina. So there they are right there, unmistakably. I think one of them is called Zara and the other one called whatever. So there they are, the daughters of the Aboki from Daura. Two daughters of President Mohamed Buhari, Zara and Hanan, were amongst other notable figures. I wonder what makes them notable figures. These people are barely at a university and they're already prominent Nigerians. I wonder why. Two daughters of President Mohamed Buhari, Zara and Hanan, were amongst other notable figures who joined women from Nigeria's northwest to flag off Shettima Tinubu presidential campaign in Katsina on Wednesday. Nevertheless, their mother, Nigeria's First Lady Aisha Buhari, who is the grand patron of the Tinubu Shettima Women Campaign, was represented at the occasion by the wife of the APC presidential candidate, Senator Remi Tinubu, whilst addressing the Northwestern women at the Katsina's People's Square, where the flag off held. Senator Remi thanked the Katsina governor, Aminu Bello Masari, and the good people of Katsina for the years of friendship and support shown for her husband over the years, assuring that they will not forsake the North if the party wins in 2023. So there it is. There's really not anything to read other than just to really capture the presence of Buhari's daughters, which is to counter that narrative that Buhari doesn't give his full backing to the candidature. At least in action and body language, he seems to be. But then, of course, is it tequila? Only the results in February will tell us one way or the other. Still talking about travels and campaigns, Peter Obi is on the plane again, off to America. Peter Obi, Nigerians besiege Labour Party presidential candidate as he arrives in Atlanta. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, has arrived in Atlanta, United States of America for personal engagement. So I'm not quite sure what personal engagements mean in the throes of a heavily contested presidential campaign. The former Anambra State governor landed at the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport on Wednesday morning, November the 30th. Nigerians who saw Obi at the airport besieged him and took photos with him as he was all smiles after the long trip. Obi had earlier visited Atlanta on Friday, September the 2nd, where he spoke at the Afro Economics and Government Policy with Columbia's Colombia's Africa Business Club. The Labour Party presidential candidate is noted for traveling alone or with a few associates and always have a light bag he carries. So there it is. I'm not quite sure if that adds or removes anything from the politics. Let's go to Fashola as we continue to cascade through the readouts to then come into the room. Hopefully there are people there to take it on. Otherwise, the session just ends there. Hopefully it doesn't. But hopefully there are people there to take it on. So we can all but hope. So hopefully there are. Okay, so let's go on to Fashola. Fashola advocates use of geospatial intelligence to fight insurgency. The Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, SAN, has called for the use of geospatial data by the military and other security agencies in the fight against insurgency in the country. The Surveyor General of the Federation, Mr. Adebomihi, also tasked the military to fight. Let me do that all over again. The Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, SAN, has called for the use of geospatial data by the military and other security agencies in the fight against insurgency in the country. The Surveyor General of the Federation, Mr. Adebomihi, also tasked the military to fully deploy the already collated data by his office to track and monitor criminals from the position of strength of his operatives. The duo made this charge during the 2022 Survey Coordination Conference and meeting of the Advisory Board on Survey Training tagged Geospatial Intelligence for National Security held in Ile-Ife. Fashola, who was represented by the head of department, Nigerian Cadastral Coca Robert, noted that the office of the Surveyor General of the Federation is assigned to provide data of geospatial intelligence. So we leave that there, but it looks as though necessarily they already have collated data on these people, but they are not really positioned to, or they are not coordinated. There's no synergizing amongst the intelligence agencies to action any of these things. So we make this one now the last readout, and then we come into the room. 2023 presidential election, my husband is Fulani but not a killer, says Atiku's wife, Titi Atiku Abubakar, wife of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, says her husband is Fulani but not a killer. Atiku is the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Many Nigerians have accused President Muhammad Buhari, who is also Fulani, of not doing enough to stop killings by suspected nomadic Fulani herders across the country, including targeted attacks on farmers. The activities of suspected Fulani herdsmen have become a security challenge. According to media reports, killings associated with herdsmen are estimated to have caused more than 1,000 deaths, and at the moment, there is no consensus regarding the actual motive for these killings. Speaking during a PDP presidential rally in Akure, Ondo State on Wednesday, Mrs. Atiku promised the people that her husband will defeat Boko Haram terrorists and provide scholarships for students. My people, I, your daughter, that should be I am, of course. My people, I, your daughter, standing in your presence to tell you that my husband had done it before. The last election was won by my husband, but we were robbed. My husband is indeed a Fulani, but he's not a killer, and we have been together. I taught him our culture and tradition, and he's part of us. During Obasanjo, it was Atiku that brought the likes of El Rufai, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, and others who did well for Nigeria. No Yoruba has ever been a first lady, and if we vote for Atiku, it is a vote. You look at the angle that this woman is coming from. Unbelievable. No Yoruba has ever been a first lady, and if we vote for Atiku, it is a vote for Yoruba. but there are Yoruba people on the ticket already. There's Prince Adewale, there's Omoyele Sowore, although we don't know where he really is from, and then, of course, Tinubu himself. There is hunger in the land. Don't let the opposition deceive you. Vote all PDP candidates during the election. So that is Titi Atiku doing necessarily what Titi Atiku necessarily must do. So we have Ajanle Koko and we have Des. So we have these two gentlemen joining us. So we might, I suspect, have a very, very short session. So to it then, and to the conversation. Let's kick it off with Des if he's ready to go. Des, are you ready to go? All right, we might even have a shorter session than I anticipated. Let's see if we have Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you ready to go?
Yeah, what's up, man?
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. Good to have you. So to it then, let's kick it off with Titi Atiku then, who who is telling us that because she's a Yoruba woman married to a Fulani man, therefore a vote for Atiku is a vote for the Yorubas.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Well, Titi Atiku is a Yoruba woman. She's a Lagosian, and I think what she was doing in Akure is just to sell the candidacy of her husband to the Akurians and Yoruba people. She's just doing what a real wife will do, to sell her husband, to the people, for the people to vote for her husband. And she's well known. They know her very well in PDP because this is not her first time for her to go around with her husband to complain around Yoruba land. So she's doing the right thing that she's expected of her as a mother. As a wife that have so many children for him, and she's just doing that job that she want to be first lady, and where she's not doing what she got to do. Working for Atiku is working for the family and working for the party that she belongs to as well. So nothing wrong in what she's doing.
It struck me that she was saying that she's going to be the first Yoruba first lady if the husband ever became the president. I never knew that, and I never even knew that was a thing, that there was competition in that space. But is that a thing?
Well, I think that is true. If Atiku wins, she will be the Yoruba first lady.
Is Obasanjo's wife not Yoruba?
No, she was Stella Obasanjo, the one that died. She's not a Yoruba. She's from Edo State, I think so. So maybe Edo or Delta, I'm not so sure. I think the Edo or Delta, I think it's Edo. So definitely she's going to be the first Yoruba woman to occupy that first lady position. And she's saying that to energize, she was saying that to energize the women, because as a woman, she's saying something like that you women will be closer to power, because I, as a first lady, will influence a lot of, will bring home a lot of opportunity for you Yoruba women. So I think that is what she's trying to, that is the message she's trying to pass on to the women in PDP, particularly women leaders. So she's the leader of all women in the party as the wife of the lady. So if she becomes the first lady, yeah, she will be in a very strong position to help a lot of women as well to appointment position and so many other position of influence. So
all right, and her reference to the fact that her husband is not a killer, so she necessarily had to acknowledge that the country has an issue with Fulani people.
oh yes, that's a very good campaign point there. I think she recognizes the fact that a lot of people are bitter with Fulani right now, particularly for Fulani to be the next president when we have the current president as Fulani, who's under his control. A lot of things have gone wrong in the areas of security, economy, and other things. So she's trying to let them know that Abubakar Atiku is a Fulani of difference, and that's why she's reminding them that she's the one that he was the one that was responsible to the appointment of Enweke Wela. What's the name of that woman?
Okonje Wela.
Okonje Wela. She was. Her campaign point was targeting at women because she knows well that women play a very important role in political campaign, and they be all out there singing, and they have a lot of followers as well. So she particularly mentioned Okonje Wela just to tell them that, look, a woman of a world-class woman, a position of power.
Ajanle Koko, you're breaking somewhat.
Can you?
No.
Can you hear?
It's dipping in and out.
Okay, it's
yeah, that's better.
It's better now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So she was just trying to convince people to vote for her husband, not to look at him that as a Fulani man, we will not vote for Fulani. She's trying to tell them it's a Fulani of different. It's a Fulani that it's a Fulani that is closer to Yoruba people, and he will do better for Nigeria and Yoruba people as well. So that was what she was trying to do. Just trying to package her husband well and convince Yoruba people not to see him as a Fulani man and then reject him. She's trying to convince them that he's a man that loves Yoruba people. He's a man that loves women, and he will perform well to the advantage and the advantage of the country. So she's been in politics for a long time as well. Since 1992 that the husband has been doing this thing. She's just been involved, following her husband around, particularly anytime that they campaign in Yoruba land. He's always around the husband to king palaces and to campaign and a lot of places. So she knows how politics works, and she knows to speak to the women. Yeah.
All right. Let me pause you for a moment to hear from Alexander Gomez, who joins us. So, Alexander, good to have you. Your usual cameo appearance.
Yeah, I was coming in because I didn't want you to log out because you weren't having contributors on the show. So
we have Ajanle Koko, so there's a conversation.
Yeah, but Ajanle Koko was dipping. Yeah. I was dipping in and out. So anyway, good day, good evening from Houston. How are you today, well, man?
I'm good.
Mama. I don't know the talking points. That shows you that I just popped in just to say hello and say that I'm here watching you. Okay.
All right, brilliant. All right. Let me get back to Ajanle Kogan. Maybe in the course of the conversation, you pick
I'll
up.
come back in.
All right.
Can you? Okay.
Yeah, he's left. So let me take you to this space then, Ajanle Koko. So no, let me not actually take you to Peter Obi's trip to Atlanta just yet. Let me take you then to Governor Udom Emmanuel, telling us that if it requires begging, then he will beg. But this wicked situation now, they're now the language is suddenly the language of contrition. But are they too late to be contrite? Governor Emmanuel saying the little men will prostrate to the big men to get Wike back in the party.
Remember, one man, I've said it several times on this platform that it will get to a time when the leadership in the party will say enough is enough, and they will tell what do you call this Ayu that Ayu must go because he brought no electoral value to this to give Atiku, So it is they are getting there. It's a matter of time. They are the ones that will back down to these 5 governors. They have nowhere to go. There's no way they can be in the race at all, be a threat to APC if they are divided the way they are. APCs will be at the advantage point. So they are getting there. They are moving closer. It's a statement to tell the wicked side that we are coming. We are definitely going to work things out with you guys. We don't want you guys because these guys could they could if they don't act quick, they could lose these 5 guys to another candidate. So they are watching the space and they know what is happening in the field. They know that the wicked guys are making some move. They are negotiating their way out of PDP. So, and they will not let it happen. So they would rather let Ayu go than to let these 5 governors than to allow them to lose these 5 governors. So another party. So they are getting there. It's a matter of time. One man, they will surely go back to Wike and his group and go and beg them and work things out with them that will satisfy them and bring them back into the fold. That's where I see.
All right. But is it too late? Is the question though? Because so heavily into the politics, positions so entrenched already. No signs that anybody is willing to give way because somebody has to give way, and ultimately should if your chair Ayu really feels that he means well for the party, should he not just do the honorable thing and say, okay, I will sacrifice myself for this if I'm the offending one that is holding people against each other?
They will put pressure on Ayeta Ayu to leave, and Ayala Ayu will have no choice but to step down because he has said we surely want the party to win. The only thing that they will have him compensated. I mean, they will promise him to compensate him with ministerial appointment when the Atiku Abubakar gets there. But for Ayeta Ayu to remain there, while it looks like the Wikes and the group are going to move away from the party, they're not going to let it happen. They're not going to let it happen, and it's not too late. They still have time. Everything is still they still have plenty of time, and I believe they will still work things out. It's not too late at all. That's the way I see it, man.
All right. I certainly I think it may well be too late. As you may well hear, Ajande Koko is having that conversation with us whilst making his way home. So I think he's just getting himself home there. So yeah, I feel that it may well already be too late for that space. Even if Iocha Ayo steps down, I feel necessarily it is already too late for that space. But we'll see how that space plays out because we're 3 months from the elections. So I cannot see that anything can significantly move to change the already set trajectory of that election. So I think the elections will follow through, as seems to be the journey of it already. But I think they should just double down and just tell Wike to get lost. But those are just my thoughts. But Adale Koko, let me take you to another space. Actually, let me play oh yes, I did play the clip. Let me play this clip again just to give you a feel of what this next move is. So this is Seyi Makinde, the son of obvious, not Seyi Makinde, Seyi Tinubu. This is Seyi Tinubu. So this is Seyi Tinubu, the son of Bola Tinubu, who is interacting with Odumeje and senior functionaries in the Southeast. So what does this mean, and what are we reading into this? Let me give you a quick feel. So what you saw in that clip was Seyi Makinde meeting with a lot of the big names in the Southeast. All of the contemporaneous names in the Southeast, they are in play there. So you saw
one man. I got to take care of a business right now. You can go to somebody else.
All right, all right, brilliant. All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. Let's come to me for a moment. So that was Yul Edochie in that space, and that was Seyi Tinubu in that space as well. So Yul Edochie, Seyi Tinubu, and a few other names, Kanayo or Kanayo. So he was there as well. Who else was there? And there's a character, Odumeje was there, of course. Another character known as White Money, he was there as well. So the question, of course, then, what does this mean for the Southeast? Let's see if Charlie Boy knows anything about that. So Charlie Boy, do you know anything about all that?
No, but I think what Tinubu's son is doing is political. He wants to get Tinubu to win the Southeast. And that's a good move, in my opinion. It's a good move.
All right, it's a good move.
And that's funny, P.O.B is also in US at the same time Tinubu in USA. That's strange.
No, Tinubu is not in the USA, Charles.
Oh, he's not?
No, he's not. He's scheduled to be there, but he's not actually physically there.
Okay. Oh, that's P.O.B in the US. I don't know what P.O.B doing in the US. It's weird. Or them traveling to different countries abroad just to be president. That's sad.
It's clearly there to canvass for money. So I'm not quite sure. But that flouts the rules, though. That flouts the rules. That's just the fate. That flouts the rules of the because the Nigerian electoral space, they don't necessarily encourage foreign money, which Obi necessarily seems to be canvassing aggressively for.
Yeah, I think that should disqualify P.O.B. You're right about that. You shouldn't be doing that. I think that's illegal what he's doing.
It's illegal only if he is doing it, but we don't know if he's doing it for fact. So that's the thing.
For the guy who says rich, he's not really rich if he actually pay for money. That's strange to me.
No, it doesn't have sufficient to carry a presidential campaign.
No.
He is a rich man, but he doesn't have the sort of money that would carry a presidential campaign.
No. Tinubu got this in the bag. He got his election in the bag.
Well, no, because the elections, the ebb and flow of elections, they are cyclical. So you will find that somebody seems to be on top for a period, and then you find that another person seems to be on top for another period. But whoever is ultimately on top at the date of the ballot, that's really who usually takes the spoils. So that's usually how it works.
Yeah. Oh, now I got it.
All right.
You got another topic you want me to talk about?
Hold on. Let's hear from Lexi. Lexi, are you there?
Hello, one man.
Oh, good. Is that you, Alexander?
Yeah, it's me, Alex. I'm just a bit tired. Sorry.
What have you been up to?
It's my final day of my current job, so I have a lot to do.
All right. Wow. So the winding off, the rounding down, and
yeah. Good stories, speeches and all that.
All right. So are you going on from there to something new, or?
Yeah, I want to start working in the corporate banking. So.
Wow.
We'll see how
all
it
right.
goes.
Well, in corporate banking, look at that. Look at how casually you've just said that.
Nah, it's we'll see how it goes, one man. We'll see how it goes.
All right. Have you been following the conversation?
Not really, but I think I saw the video with Tinubu's son that was canvassing for support in the youth eastern quarters.
Right.
Yeah, what I have to say about this, I will just talk about this and I'll leave. To me, that's a strategic move because it's showing that Tinubu is not only talking to the elite, he's also talking to the youth elite in the eastern quarters. And one thing I noticed in that video is that the son seems calm and calculated like the father. If you notice, he was very observative. It's not really his element, you can see, but it's all part of the politics. Tinubu wants to come across as a total victor in the eyes of the voting populace. He wants to make sure he's known in the youth people recognize him, the poor recognize him. He's strategically winning this election slowly but surely. You cannot deny his political sagacity, and it's really impressive.
What are you making of this sort of alliance that that these senior elements in the Southeast are signaling? What are you making of that? Because they have their son in play, and when you're talking about Yul Edochie, and you're talking about Odumeje, and you're talking about E-Money, so those are the names that are contemporaneous within the Southeast, but they are forming an association with Tinubu. What does that signal to the political space?
It signals that the Southeast is sort of divided between the elite and the non-elite voters. If you notice, a lot of elite are putting their money on Tinubu, especially those ones from those APCs. A lot of youths now are seeing the handwriting on the wall, basically. So it's either you're with the moving vehicle or you get run over, basically. So there's some people from the eastern quarters who are already seeing the writing on the wall, already slowly and quickly moving to that space.
All right. That's sort of my reading of it as well. That they are seeing that the winners are emerging, and of course everybody wants to be on the winning side.
Yeah, because let's not act like we're the only one who reads the political scene in Nigeria. Other people also observe it, especially people of those calibers like E-Money, Yul Edochie. They have the money and they have the political and also social connections to read what is happening between the lines, So those people like that do quickly make strategic moves because a lot of them businesses is as closely associated with people in power at the moment. So a lot of them do make those moves as soon as possible,
But would that not be seen? Would that not be seen as treachery within their space? Because I thought it was a clan narrative.
But I thought the Easterners always pride themselves with a republic mentality. Isn't that republic to do? Everybody votes for what they believe in.
Well, that's true. That's true, and that's being demonstrated right here now.
Exactly.
But will there be repercussions for them from the southeast? Do you think?
It depends. It depends. I feel what's going to happen if what will happen, some cars, properties, of course, will be destroyed. 1 week, 2 weeks, maybe a month of a bit of unrest in the east, and sooner or later people come to reality. That's how it always happens.
Yeah, that is how it always happens. You know, they get beaten down, and then of course they settle in.
Yeah, because you have to settle in. You have to sell your business. You have to sell your cars. You have to do your business. So you have no choice.
Life goes on.
Life goes on.
Yeah.
That's how it is. But of course, the uproar at this moment is just, the euphoria. Everybody wants to be part of something new, and it's gonna be like this until February. After February, maybe a bit of noise in March, maybe you will come and report some scenes in Owerri, Maybe in June, July, everybody's back to beginning, and we start analyzing what Tinubu is doing wrong or what he's doing right. That's just the sad reality.
And you, of course, an Atiku man, but who is your pick for this race? Where do you see going?
Man, I'm going with Atiku ship now.
Yeah, but in realistic terms, who do you think the front runner is? Because Titi Atiku she's been trying to Yorubify Atiku and tone down his Fulaniness somewhat.
We all know Atiku is the front runner. We all know it. We may not accept it. We may try to deny it, but we all know it. He's the man to beat. We all know it wouldn't have been like this if the Wike group wasn't causing so much ruckus. Wike group is taking the media time that Atiku would have gotten on his own, because we don't mention Atiku except we're talking about what Wike threatened Atiku in the news and something of that nature. So right now it's Tinubu. His politics is perfect. He's in the incumbent party. They have the most governors, most senators, most House of Reps, the connection, the ability for him to be able to build people, the talent here at his disposal, the media managing, the soundbite he gives, his manifesto, the ability for him to penetrate even in places which people never thought he could penetrate politically. What else do you want the man to do? He works harder.
You say he works harder, but that actually is the case. He's the hardest working of the field. Out of all of the people that are presently in the election, the only person actually indicating that he was to be president seems to be Tinubu. Yes,
because I think Tinubu, he's somebody. He strikes me as somebody who likes to be a perfectionist. He wants to, when he wins, he wants to win 110%, no argument. He could rely on the connection and take it slow, but he wants to prove that he won the election. And he's a proud man. You can even hear it when he was saying, "How can I speak about Obi? He's not even the same level for me to talk about that one." So
and if he does succeed in winning that election, what would that mean? What would it mean?
He will be easily the top 5 greatest politician ever lived in Nigeria. Maybe top 3.
Do you think if he wins, do you think he will be beholden to anybody? Because they didn't want him there, but he cannot win without their support. So do you think he'll be as Fulani stooge if he does win?
I think knowing Tinubu the way I think I know him, from what I see from his body language, I don't think he'll easily be swayed the way people think he will be, because Tinubu on his own has sort of his own kind of cabal, so he has his own people which he knows, but of course he has to play ball. So I think he will be somebody who has to, like, maybe the first 2-3 years he'll be more calm and on taking it easy, try to play ball with the people who put him in power. And once he feels more in control of the what do you call the Asovila. I think he will make a lot of decisions which will not only affect his own tenure, but the next president. You know, the way he did it in Lagos, basically. He's gonna lay a roadmap. I just feel like that. That's what I think. But I may be wrong.
Do you think it's a Yoruba project, this Tinubu thing? Because I don't feel that he's running alone. I feel that he's running with a team, with Fashola being central to that. Aregbesola surrendered to it, and some backburner Yorubas really pushing it.
I don't think it's a Yoruba project. The Yoruba not a lot of Yorubas don't really like Tinubu like that. You know, I don't think it's a Yoruba project. I think Tinubu is a bit of an elite project. You know, probably most of the people who are backboning Tinubu are from the elite, the governors and people who he invested in over the years, who became prominent politicians. You know, that's what I think that give him such backing. You know, and also you have to realize that Tinubu is on his own a godfather in Nigerian politics, whether we like it or not. So he's in the kind of level, not almost as Buhari, not 100% like Buhari, but he can be put in that kind of level. You know, we have few politicians that have that political clout like Tinubu. So, but I think it's a bit more of an elite than a Yoruba project, because you can see the Yoruba are divided, but they just accept him because there's no other better Yoruba who has a political ability to win the election.
Do you think Oshibanjo would have had the momentum that Tinubu has had?
That's tricky. Osibanjo may have had the momentum, but I think if it was Osibanjo, Peter Obi, and Atiku, I think Atiku would have won.
I think so too. And the Peter Obi space, what are you making of the noise from that space versus the reality of politics? What do you think is going on there? The noise from that space versus the reality of politics?
I think the Peter Obi and obedience, I think it's more than just, I think it's a way of life, you know. It's a belief that cuts deep, you know. They truly believe in the man, you know. I never dreamt I would witness a moment of a politician in some people's eye, will become God, you know, with a small letter G, of course. But it is becoming, I don't know what to do now. People take it too serious, and the reality is that he's not going to win. And I feel so sad, you know. I go to some Nigerian get together and we're arguing politics, and all they just talk about is how Peter Obi is the savior of the universe, you know. So it's a really...
Is it worrisome, the level of hope that they've built in this guy? Because when he doesn't win, it'll be a struggle for them to believe that he lost fair and square.
Even if he loses fair and square, they already putting rigging out there. They're already even saying it slowly, you know. So people get used to it, you know. They're gonna rig the election, or Tinubu is gonna rig the election, and I just feel like worried for people, especially people who live in the East, you know. The pushback that they may get after the election may not be something people will wish for, but I hope cooler heads will prevail, you know. Oh, man.
And the attempt by Titi Atiku to Yorubafy Atiku Abubakar, her headline saying that Atiku is a Fulani man, but it's not a killer. So is that an acknowledgement then, all the concerns around Atiku Abubakar, that just that their ethnicity that is shares with Buhari, given the experience that the Nigerian political landscape has had with Buhari, Nigerians want a break from the Fulanis, and I think that, do you think Atiku may suspect that?
No, I think what they're trying to do is, how do you call it, one man? They're trying to diet cook.
Yes.
You know, diet cook Fulani.
Fulani light.
Exactly.
Can I come in there?
Yeah, please do.
I'm sorry. Good evening, every one of you. Good evening, followers, and those who are not scraps, who are not scraps, subscribe. Those who not marked like should put like. So what I'm trying to tell you this in the East or in Igbo, when we talk of Igbo nation, there's a way they normally vote. Like what he said about Tunumbu. If you know the history there, I think if you know Ekweme or heard about Mbadiwe and many of them, they are prominent, popular Nigerians. We call them like that. But you see, when they follow the wrong party, as far as the East is concerned or the Igbo people is concerned, if you like, you can bring in all big, big, whatever you talk about, bring all the whole big people from other places to come in East and campaign and do all these things. At the end, they will not win. Tinubu will not win there because Tinubu will not win the East. All the people you see, Igbo's politics, once they love somebody, they've loved somebody. Obi is going to, I'm telling you, I come from Imo State. And I even I have a hand in the government in Imo State, but I don't like to say it. I don't like, to participate, mostly with them. I don't like the way they do, but I have people that I don't even associate myself with them. I even hide myself because I don't want problem. In Imo State, even when they can do anything they like, but Tinubu will not win there. Maybe you could get 20% or less than that. Maybe if they could buy, they cannot win. In the East, and whatever I want to tell you, politics in the East is not politics they play in the Yoruba. Because in Yoruba, they play kind of politics of one way, like communist system here, when the communist system, whenever they always follow the other side. The East don't do that. But once they love somebody, Obi is going to clear the whole East. And when you talk of Igbo votes, when you talk not only the East, the Igbos, I have said it before, across the country, they got almost more than 30 million votes. If actually they're going to conduct the election, regularly, that they're going to conduct this election with ease, without problem. The Igbos in mass vote for one candidate. You're going to have.
Sir Obodo, how many million do you think Obi will get? 25 million from the Eastern vote?
You are talking from the East. The Igbos does not.
How many million? You think
when you talk of Igbos, you talk the Igbos, not the East.
Okay, how many people from Igbo? How many Igbo votes will he get?
Obi is going to get more than 15 million votes.
Wow, I thought more.
Yeah, more. I'm saying more of that.
So where is he getting that from?
Where is he getting it from?
Yes.
Where is he getting it from? What do you think is the population of the Igbos all across the country, who live every corner? Don't you know that Igbos, this is the opportunity. They're going to vote in mass for Obi. Let me just tell you. Not only Igbos from the East. Even that Rivers are saying we can. Let me just tell you, even if we can say declare today for Tinubu, I'm telling you, Obi will still win Rivers State. Because even the Rivers State, 60% are Igbos. So what? Sometimes I don't know how you people talk about all these things. So you are looking at.
Can you answer?
Hold on, Obodo. Let Enigmatic come in.
Yeah, I know he will come.
Lexi, I think I'm hearing your voice for the first time.
That's Alexander Akashe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the secretary of the platform.
Oh, how you doing, bro? How is everything?
I did Enigmatic Alpha.
I did fine, man, bro. Nothing there happened. So, first of all, let me clear about the one thing that probably he's not aware of, or probably is quite oblivious of, and probably he just want to play the high end. APC, I think for the opening time, you guys should understand that APC is not playing a dominance game in the Southeast. They are not playing to win Southeast. I think whoever can read politics very well should understand that already. If you want to know that, you know from 2015 and 2019. Go and check Buhari's number. Check his. Give me a second.
Is that your son? All right. Back to you. Whoever had the floor.
All right, I'm back. Just a second.
Yeah. All right. Carry on.
So I would need whoever is the political mathematics for them to understand the fact that they shouldn't count APC within the equation of the numbers in Southeast, because APC, if you see from their body language, from their campaign, from what they are doing, even pre-primary elections, you will see what they did. All they need is just few the constitutional numbers. They don't really they care less a hilt about what is happening in the Southeast. Not even when Obi is there now. And we've always said it, and people can actually read the political landscape very well, right? If Obi wins all the votes in the Southeast, how far can he go with that? Then you're actually throwing a different number about the population of Igbos in Nigeria, that all of them will vote. So, and I've always asked this question: does it mean that the Igbos in Kano State will deliver Kano State, the Igbos in Ondo State will deliver Ondo State, in Ekiti State will deliver Ekiti State, in Lagos State they will win Lagos State? So that's how you have to look at the numbers. So if you are talking about Igbos living all over the country in several places, people of Igbo extraction living in all those neighborhoods in all those states, are you telling us that each of those Igbos in each of these states will win the state for Peter Obi? As I just told you now, in Kaduna State, all the Igbos will just suddenly win Kaduna State for Peter Obi. All the Igbos in Kano State will win Kano State. All the Igbos in Bauchi will win Bauchi State. All the Igbos in all the states, they will win the state for Peter Obi. That's how you have to reason the numbers, and that's how you have to calculate the numbers. Don't pick and cherry pick the numbers that
the way Tinubu is attacking the Southeast enigmatic. It surprises me. I'm not sure if you saw that clip that we played, but his son hold on, Obodo. His son Sheyi Makinde, he has gone into the Southeast and he has gathered all of the opinion shapers in that space and is romancing them. So we're talking about Odumeje. We're talking about Yul Edochie. We're talking about Kanayo, something or the other, White Money, all of the names that are contemporaneous in that space. He seems to be gathering them. And then, of course, if he gets them, he gets their spaces of influence.
One man, Tinubu is playing. Mr. Gomez he said something yesterday when I just had a brief replay of what you guys did over the week. He said some few things, and then it was more or less like to echo what Kayama was saying, that when it gets to right, when jungle go mature. Look, one man, I've said it here before, right? Politics is about business, it's about investment, it's about your future, it's about what is in it for me. When it gets closer, right? No businessman who was his worth or who is invested in the political landscape of Nigeria will invest in a non-profit in an unprofitable venture. At the end of the day, right? They will look at where the pendulum will swing, and then they will pitch their tent with that pendulum, because they are thinking about their business empires. They are thinking about what is going to be the policy. When you look at Dangote, Dantata, and all these Elumelu, all of them, right? They are either they either play the game of PDP or APC, right? They always at the end of the day they will go with the highest bidder. The highest bidder in the
Do you agree on that system?
Hold on, bro. The party that will actually win, that has the clear possibility of winning the election. And there are certain things that I told you that we may not really say here because of certain things. Sheyi Tinubu is fronting, is looking towards meeting the big influencers in political landscape and the big political the big wigs, while his son is going through the youths, most of the youths, the entrepreneurs and the billionaires or stuff like that. His wife is cutting the women and every other thing. So and then his daughter is meeting the market women, the business women, the artisans and stuff like that. So they are playing like a four-pronged game of a political machinery now. So when you look at E-Money and all these guys you are seeing, there's one guy among them that was he went with Sheyi to Kano.
But hold on one second, enigmatic. So what is in it for E-Money, Odumeje, etc.? Because the one thing that we know about the Southeast is that they are very particular about clan matters. And they are, but by association with Tinubu, they are signaling that they are going outside their. This is a closely fought election, and the whole of the clan, they are backing Peter Obi. But by this association with Tinubu, they are signaling that they are going outside of the clan. So what emboldens them to because of course they know that the clips are all over social media. So what emboldens how they are positioning themselves?
Okay. Beyond the optics, right? Because some people will probably want to argue the fact that it's just mere camaraderie, it's just optics, they are just meeting and stuff like that, which is fair enough, right? That is debatable. But at the end of the day, you have to look at the nitty-gritty of politics itself. And then it goes beyond what you are saying today. It says more about relationships that have been built over the years. There's one man that is called General Bajowa. I don't know if you know him. General Bajowa is like the godfather of E-Money. Go and find out. General Bajowa is like godfather to E-Money and to a lot of young Igbo billionaires, all those billionaires that you see in Lagos. They have association with all these big men. What business does E-Money does? He has a vast investment in importing, shipping, and stuff like that. So, and this speaks to the volume of what politics is at the end of the day. In the US over here, you see a lot of businessmen, coordinating behind the scene for their Democratic, guys and those in the Republican. And at the end of the day, they will tilt towards who is likely to be in White House or in Congress. That is what you are seeing right now. So when you are talking about this clanship stuff now, of course there will be that is a fact. But within that clan, do not forget one man that will still have PDP and APC and AMPP, right? Within this clan. So it is not all the clans that will be voting for a single political party. If you've seen the clan all this for the past 23 years, they've been voting for PDP. But now that PDP is having issues, they will have to find a way, especially those I'm not talking about the clans that does not have substance. Clans that have substance now. Cubana, the Cubana, the real Cubana, right? That one that had a frenzy last year. His elder brother is running for an office in Anambra State. Is running through ABGA to House of Rep. So, clan or no clan, are you telling me that one will be tilting towards Peter Obi or towards the political party of his brother? And
he has no vote. He has no vote.
Okay, he has no vote. That's all you guys say. This one does not have vote. This one has only one vote. This one does not matter. Look, hold on. Politics is about every vote. Every vote counts. Soludo vote does not count. The Hedera vote does not count. Kubana does not have vote. This one does not have vote. And do you know what number? It is about numbers. First of all, you guys do not have the number. Then every other thing is no vote.
Talk about Lagos.
What is Lagos? You mean Obi will win Lagos? Is that what you want to say, that Obi is going to win Lagos? Because that is probably your theory.
You remember you said something we said something about Igbos. When I said Igbos across the country, millions. What I'm saying, let me tell you what I'm saying. The Igbos, they got a population in Lagos, which you know very well. But there are also Yorubas. Excuse me, there are also Yorubas that are voting, that will vote for B. There are a lot of Yorubas that will vote for B.
Does it mean Obi is going to take Lagos? That's the question. That's the question. Does it mean
I don't know for now. I don't know for now.
Do you think Tinubu is going to take Anambra State?
Obi will win many places in Lagos.
Do you think Obi will win? Do you think Tinubu will win Anambra State?
Tinubu, let me just tell you, when they talk of Tinubu, Lagos is not
Tinubu will
Tinubu.
win Anambra State? Yes, or is
The
it
only
yes or
people, Igbos that make Lagos like Tinubu. Tinubu is not
is
Lagos.
Tinubu gonna win Lagos State? Forget about the abstract. Is
Yes,
Tinubu
Tinubu
gonna win
bring me. When I
Anambra
was born
State?
in Lagos, Tinubu brought my parents in Lagos.
Hold on, Obodo, hold on. He has put a question to you. Address that question.
Do you
But
think Tinubu will win Anambra State?
Anambra is not Lagos, my brother.
But
You
that's
understand?
not okay. Do you think Atiku
Do
will
you
win
want to answer the
Anambra State?
question, or do you want
No,
us to
I
move
have
on?
said it. Anambra is not Lagos because in Anambra you don't have
Let me help him out.
you don't have
No,
such
you are
population.
not being
No,
realistic.
no.
You are not being
In
Am I?
Anambra, you don't
I
have
don't even
the
notice anybody.
population you have in
Sorry,
Lagos.
too many voices. Des, we were coming
No,
to you earlier.
what I'm
You
trying
didn't
to
turn
say,
up.
what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say, if you talk about Anambra, you don't have to compare Anambra with Lagos. When we are talking of Lagos, Lagos was a federal
no man's
territory, you
land,
know.
right? Igbo's people's land.
Lagos is a zone where you can find all the tribes in Nigeria. Are you getting me? It's not like in Anambra. Well, I mean, in Anambra. But I am trying to let you know, as far as Lagos is concerned, we don't know now. But I knew within me for many years, within me, that there are a lot of places Obi will beat Tinubu. And
But you
I have been
actually answered
saying,
the question. So, do you think Atiku will win Lagos?
no. Atiku, you know,
But Obi
you know,
will think
Atiku, we're not
win
talking of Atiku. Atiku
but
win Lagos. You cannot compare
you
Atiku.
win.
All right, Obodo. I'm not sure where you're headed. If you want to have a conversation with Enigmatic, have that conversation. Otherwise, let him continue with his monologue. He was describing something. He's asking you questions, and you're.
But what he's saying, I don't understand what he's saying.
No, then give him the chance to expand on it.
Things, you know, he narrates something in a way that he provoked somebody. That's not because sometimes it does
No,
not
you don't have to be provoked. He's not using abusive language. He's just stating the facts. Hold on. Can you hold on?
You don't even know the Igbos.
Obodo, you've been here before. You know the rules. When I say hold on, then just.
You don't know about the Igbos.
Can you hold on?
Okay. No problem.
Just hold on. Look, you don't know what he knows because he's schooled in the East, so he knows a bit about the Igbos.
He doesn't know anything.
Okay, let me just
Hold
mute you then.
on.
Let me just mute you.
I don't know anything about the Igbos, but you want to tell me
don't go down that route. Don't go down that route.
Make sense
No, hold on, Enigmatic. Don't go down that route because it'll only turn into a fight. But Obodo, engage with him on the intellect of what he's saying rather than sentimentality. You know, because he's asking you pointed questions and you can give him pointed answers. But so sorry, Enigmatic, you were narrating then why the because those are seniors in the Southeast. You know, those are outside of politics, those are the influence in the Southeast, especially people like Odumeje and E-Money. It's only Obi Kobana that is missing for all of the, and they were all joshing along as putting videos out with Sheyi Tinubu whilst Peter Obi is in contention. So that is a real thing.
Yes, one man.
Let me tell you, Enigmatic.
Politics.
Sorry, who's that?
It's Desmond.
Yeah, use a headphone or something because I'm hearing myself. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Like this.
Okay.
But engage him at the intellectual level or not sentiment. I know you don't do sentiments anyway.
I don't do sentiments now.
Yeah.
So all these videos you're seeing, I mean, they're all celebrities, right? They're gonna post anything that is gonna trend. It's just basic. But the fact is, I don't see any of them coming out to endorse Tinubu. I really don't see it. They're gonna
is that not the endorsement already?
No, it's not an endorsement. How's it an endorsement?
No, hold on. E-Money parting with Sheyi Tinubu, you legit Odumeje parting with Sheyi Tinubu, with everybody wearing party insignias and whatnot. That's not an endorsement.
I mean, some of these people you're talking have actually come out and said that they are gonna support obedient Obi. So I don't see any meaning to it. They're just having fun. They're just like trying to, boost social whatever, But apart from that, I don't really see them because some of them has actually come out and said Obi is their candidate and all that. So I really don't see it.
All right. I'm not. I'm sure Enigmatic sees this differently, but Enigmatic, 130 to 140 people watching us live. Thank you, but less than. I don't know. The like numbers is just despairing. So please encourage them to click on like as we continue to hear from you. Enigmatic, less than 40 people clicking on like.
Yes, well, this is this is an analytical platform, political punditry and stuff like that. So, and I know when you are watching, probably if you don't even like the voices you are hearing, or you don't like the anchor man, understand the fact that this is just mere politics, and this is actually what we are speaking to. We are speaking to the expansive view of understanding politics for what it is. Okay, it's not about hatred. It's not about political, bigotry. It's not about having, issues. We may be talking about Atiku here. Doesn't mean we hate Atiku. Atiku is a Nigerian like every other Nigerian. Obi is a Nigerian like every other Nigerian. Same as Bat and Ashua and then Shore and all of them, right? If what you're hearing is not actually what you want to hear about your candidate, it doesn't mean it's a platform that is basically dedicated to speak about your candidate. There are certain platforms for that they are basically dedicated for certain candidates. This is not a platform like that. So if you are not pushing the button because you don't like what is being said about Atiku or about Obi or about Bat, you are not being objective, and you're not being realistic. You are just speaking politics. After February 25th, everything will be over with, and then the old status quo will remain, right? So, but we have to speak to the fact, and we have to speak to the nitty-gritty of political, reality moment of politics.
All right. Just tell them to click on like anybody. But go
So,
back to the politics. I think that's what people want to hear your thoughts about more.
yes.
I cannot, but I feel that these people they've brought out their political calculus, and they've done the if Odumege thought Peter Obi was going to be president, why would he fraternize with Tinubu when he knows that the punishment will be thick and heavy after February?
One, do not forget that in the southeast, right now, a lot of people are kind of cynical, and they are, I believe they are scared for their lives for even coming out to express their opinions about what they want to do in terms of political preference. Nobody, like I say it again, politics at the highest level, of the real politicking, those people who play politics, who does politics, and who are actually invested in politics. They will not. No businessman want to invest in an unprofitable business, on charitable, on or a business that we go down the drain, right? So know what they are doing. These guys, they may be young, but they have investment all over the country, especially in Lagos State. And then, like I said, it's all about relationship. It's all about what you've been able to do with certain people over the years. Obi may be from Anambra State or from Southeast Nigeria. If they do not have relationship with Obi, do you think they're just gonna turn 360 degree overnight because some people want him to be president, or people are yearning for a Southeast president, and then they will invest their hard-earned currencies on him when they know that he's gonna lose eventually? And then when I tell you, uh, most of these folks, like Joey Zaza now, the kind of business he does. He's a big player in the oil and gas industry. And then last time when Sheyi was in Kano State, he was in Kano with him. And a couple of them were in Kano, and they couldn't even show their face. He was the only one that was kind of bold enough to show his face, because they are scared of what the the repercussion will be from the southeast. Even a whole governor, if a whole governor can be threatened, if they can invoke Obubuaku on the whole governor, what do you think about all these folks? So it's almost less than 100 days to the election. Things will unfold at the appropriate time. When things get closer, when things get clearer, you see a lot of them pitching their tents. except people who actually and we've said this countless times, there's no way you will be a political king watcher and you think Obi has a chance. He doesn't. Like somebody saying Obi will win, we have 15 million. What was the total political count in 2019 election? And Obi will win, we just have 15 million.
Now that would be more votes than Buhari used to become president.
Can you imagine that one man?
It's the wild, but it's quite concerning. Does it not concern you? Because you know what that tells me. Sorry, enigmatic. That tells me. The concern that I have when I hear people say things like that. I have concerns about violence, because these are not just casual words that are being said. These are opinions that are fervently held by these people. So come the inevitable in February, they will not concede any when they are telling you that they are going to get 15 million votes. More than made Buhari president. So, I mean, where do you even begin with that? Where do you begin? It's unbelievable.
One man.
It's like
people are behind it. Well, if you see what people are doing behind the scene, that we personally, that I'm actually private to now, people from the Southeast, but they can't really come out to do, because when you look at Ashwaju, for instance, you are seeing Ashwaju for who he is, or these folks are just hearing about him because of this presidential race now. Ashwaju has been in a lot of people's lives for so many years. He doesn't care if you're out. He has business, he has business partners, associates, political partners, political associates all over the country. So, for instance, like this is Des now, right? If I've been having a good relationship with Des for the past maybe 5 years, we've been having good life, good businesses, and all those kind of stuff. And all of a sudden, I want to run for an office, and Des, is showing interest in my ambition. And then because I'm from the Southwest, he's from the Southeast, and all of a sudden, a couple of Southeast people are taking offense because he's showing interest in my aspiration, but they don't really know our stories, right? Over the years, he will be laughing at them like, what are these people actually saying, or what are they talking about? That is what is happening in Ashwaju's campaign. Ashwaju has not even spent. They've not even started spending money at all. There are so many people surrounding him. People he has impacted their lives, that are coming out with their own finances to support him. They will not start spending the real money until maybe sometime later in December or sometime in January. And that's why you don't see all these bloggers surrounding them, because they have their own team, they have their own machinery. Regardless, irrespective of the well-coordinated campaign of Callum, now you see the guy is focused with his ideas, with his campaign. He's going everywhere. He's campaigned twice more than even Atiku and Obi and even Sowore, the young ones. And then look at his age. So when you are talking about presidency, campaigns, politics, and every other gamut of what has to do with electioneering and even his own standard, this guy is beating all of them hands down. What they are doing every day is trying to find a way to say, okay, what has he said today? What is the news we can use to pull him down today? But the guy is going. Look at what Sheyi is doing now. Sheyi is doing his own part. His wife, when Tinubu is going to be in Southwest campaigning, he's trying to
the wife is in Katsina campaigning there. But do you know who is campaigning with him? With her, rather. Do you know who's campaigning with her?
I believe the First Lady and Shetima's wife, all the women leaders.
Yes, including Zara and Hanan Buhari. And they are saying Buhari does not endorse this guy.
No,
what does he have to do?
At a point, they said Fashola wasn't in the picture, but they don't even know if Fashola is like the central midfielder of the whole campaign team. But there are things that are not really clear to a lot of I would say political Lilliputians, on this platform and generally, and they can
I don't think that's I think it's more the case that what you have seen is a glut of new people coming into the political space in Nigeria. Really, a lot of it out of optimism for Peter Obi, but they don't know the machinations of politics. They don't know the backstory of Nigeria's politics. They don't know how elections are won and lost in Nigeria. All they see is just those headlines, those glistening lights of P2B, P2B. And because they see that light shine so bright all over wherever they look, they feel then it's a slam dunk that P2B. It's naivety.
No,
Naivety.
One man,
Yeah.
optimism.
Yeah.
Optimism doesn't define
people,
political strategy. What defines politics and its strategy is what you are seeing right now, right? While they are chasing the shadows, they are facing their own campaign. You know, the media, they have their own they have almost everything. Okay, look at my brother now that was talking about, we're talking about real politics. He's talking about Ashwaju is not going to win Southeast. One man, a year-old boy or a year-old kid will understand the fact that Ashwaju is not playing to the strength of winning anything from the Southeast or APC. Buhari did not win any state in 2015. He never won up until even in 2019. He had his lowest political capitals in the Southeast. In Anambra alone, go and check. It's debatable, but I think he had less than 40,000 votes in Anambra State. The highest he had in the Southeast was probably in Imo State, maybe 140,000. Total, he had like maybe 400,000 votes. In the whole of the federation, the whole of the vote that he garnered in both 2015 and 2019, those votes were lesser than a local government vote in Kano State. And then when we are talking about the guy is playing why do you think he keeps going to the areas that he knows he will clinch the numbers? When you are thinking of Ashwaju, do not think Ashwaju will be dragging Southeast with you guys. All he needs from Southeast is just the constitutional votes, and they will make a solid game.
But is he not in a position, the way it's shaping, is it not looking like he may be able to drag Southeast? Because if we're going by the numbers that turned out in Ebonyi, and we are going by all of these influencers that are signaling in his direction, is this not telling us that even the Southeast is up for grabs? All of the state governors belong to his party. So what stops him from taking the Southeast? What stops Tinubu from taking the Goland? Yeah.
For the sake of being conservative, you know what I'm saying? Just say, okay, I want to be conservative. I don't want to be like them that they will think Obi will win Lagos State, but Atiku does not have a chance in Lagos. But Atiku will not win Anambra State, or Atiku will not win a state in Southeast, or Asiwaju will not win a state in Southeast. But all of a sudden, by a wand of abracadabra, Obi will go to Southwest and clinch a state. And you want to take that
enigmatic. Kind of. Do you believe that Obi will win at least 25% in Lagos?
If like I've said it here, the brightest chance Obi has in the whole of Southwest is Lagos State because of the Igbo population, and that does not guarantee. Hold on, that does not guarantee the fact that if he makes 25% in Lagos State. I said he should start celebrating his Christmas.
Okay, now so when one man was making a presentation about all this Ebonyi State crowd, then you don't expect us not to make presentation about the crowd that came out in Ibadan.
No, the Ebonyi, right?
Ibadan wasn't a crowd, by the way. It was a gathering. It was a gathering. It wasn't a crowd.
Let's give them the crowd. Okay, yes, you have the crowd. Take it. Yeah. But I'm being conservative, right? I'm being conservative. I don't want to say. You know what conservative means in Ebonyi and Imo State. I'm not saying Asiwaju is gonna win those states, but that's probably those are the flashy areas for him in Southeast. If he has maybe 25% in other states in Southeast, I can be sure that he will have more than 20. He will score more than 25% in those two states by virtue of the incumbent governors. So I believe that answers your question. And then Obi will have
but why would you concede 25% to? Because you know that Lagos is the base for Tinubu, and they're okay. Is that 25%? Are you attributing it to Southeasterners in Lagos? Because I cannot see him getting any single vote outside of a Southeastern vote. They cannot afford to give a vote away. So
Oh
no, the APC space, they cannot afford to give a vote away. So
No,
why
One
would
man.
what I think,
I don't see Peter Obi getting
One man.
25% in
One
Lagos.
man. One
what I
man.
think,
At best 11%. Yeah.
I say for the sake of being conservative, right?
No, that's generous. You are being generous. Oh, yeah, you're on the now.
One man.
If I want to really come out with a cold fact, like I said, being conservative means having 25% in Lagos State is an early Christmas for him. You know what that means already. So it means if he makes 25%, which is absolutely beyond
Enigmatic.
even possibility, because
Would
the
you
way
enigmatic?
they are trying to run this Lagos election now,
The fact
right?
is one man.
The
One man.
Lagos are voting for
One
Obi
man.
also.
One man.
You know that?
All right, enigmatic. Let's interject.
Yes,
I
go
think
ahead.
it's quite go ahead. Des.
One man. You know when you're saying that Lagos is basically up for grab for P2B, and I wish
Up for
enigmatic.
grabs to
No,
win. To
forget
win, you
that.
mean?
Yes, forget that.
Enigmatic. If we can still bet on that on 25%, though. I know they fear
Don't
that.
worry. Are you trying to recover your money? Are you?
Yes. Let me tell you this now. Let me tell you this, right? Let me tell you this.
What?
You know, the same the same oracle, right? The same Ifa Okpele, the same oracle that that defines the purpose of Obi, of Ashiwaju and Atiku not having a significant vote, certain significant votes in the southeast will be the same that will play out. In Lagos State, I understand the fact that the second highest population in Lagos, I think the Igbos or the Hausas? Which ones? Which one is it? I think the Igbos, right? The Southeast people. Because do not forget, we have a couple of folks. We have a couple of regions.
Stop talking southeast. Igbo is Igbo. When you talk south,
Okay.
you always mistake. Oh,
You say what? What did you
you're
say?
not the way you describe it. You always talk Igbo southeast. Is the only southeast you have Igbo? There are Igbos in every. What are you talking, man?
No, it's
What are you
permutating
saying,
something
man?
now. It's permutating something.
My
They have
man,
Igbos.
just calm down.
Igbos from Delta State. They live in Lagos.
All right, Obodo, you have to relax. You know,
Relax, man.
not
One
hold on
man.
now.
One man.
Hold on.
One man.
Hold on,
One man.
hold on,
I'm a
Obodo.
cool guy. I'm a cool guy.
No, hold on. Every commentary about the Southeast or the Igbo space is not an attack. We're just discussing politics. That's all. You know the enigmatic is cool in the Southeast. Everybody knows. I play all my introduction musics are from the Southeast. Nobody is anti. It's just the cold facts of politics. That's just it. The cold facts of politics. So let the conversation run. Nobody is anti-Southeast. Sorry, Warpace, mute yourself for a moment. So you're back to your enigmatic. So understand where the conversation is, Obodo. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the the percentage of Igbo people that lives in Lagos, at least. And that's why I say I'm being conservative about that 25%, that if he makes 25%, because do not forget this election is a referendum for natural Lagosians, for Yoruba people in Lagos, and for Lagos itself to deliver, massively for Asiwaju in Lagos State. The son of the soil will play a big role. And then there is this silent bickering that is going on in Lagos now about some people, especially the Igbos, claiming to own Lagos State. So they really want to show, they really want to play the real politics. So when I say 25%, I believe you should be grateful for 25%. Who can think politics without sentiment? If you say APC will make 25% in one state in Southeast, I will take it. If I will take it and run, because that means you already secured a constitutional vote, one of the constitutional or compliance in one of the states. So imagine if you have all the states in Southeast and you make 25% round. So if Obi makes 25% round in Southeast, that's a big win for him. But that's what I'm talking about. So you have to look at the bigger picture. So not about some certain messages. So look at the messages itself. Look at the content and the perspective in which and the context in which the message is being.
Enigmatic. How many percent of Igbos do you think are in Lagos?
Well, I believe that I would say more than
Oh my God.
I can't really put a figure to it, but I
Okay.
know they're probably the second
No,
highest.
no. Are you saying what percentage of the Lagos population is Igbo? Is that the question?
Yeah.
I think so, yes.
I'm not sure that it's both man, woman, and child. I'm not sure it's up to 15%.
Okay.
Come
Well,
on, you can ask Gomez. He knows. I think he said about 40-something% last time.
No, it was
It
that
cannot
funny
be
guy
it
that said
cannot be
that. Yeah,
14 something, because don't forget
they're not up to 15%.
we have
See, people attribute other tribe to Igbo, mostly like other tribe in the south is like Calabar and Akwa Ibom are the second largest after Igbo. So they added to Igbo to make it more crowded in Lagos. If you remove Calabar, I don't think
and those
Igbos are up
people,
to.
let me tell you,
Eh?
those Calabar people, those people that are not Yoruba are gonna vote massive. At least I would say 90% of them are gonna vote for
But we're
Peter.
not talking about voting, we're talking about the percentage now. So what I'm
talking
trying to
about the
land my point is that
percentage in
if you
Lagos.
remove those
Now,
Calabar and
no, you
Akwa
don't
Ibom,
have to remove them. No, don't remove them. Now, let's say Yoruba people are gonna vote for Tinubu, right? How many percent of Yoruba are in Lagos? That's what you're gonna say. If they're like 50% or 60%, now the rest of the 40 are mixed tribe. Maybe Igbos have like 20, and the rest 20% is for other mixed tribes. And now those mixed tribe are not necessarily gonna vote for Tinubu. They're gonna vote massively for P2B. That's just what I'm trying to let you know. So when one man is saying that P2B is not gonna get 11, I know he's just laughing in his mind, but it's okay. You can see
No,
what
I
you.
don't see him getting 11% because there are
There's
no
like,
free votes. No free votes.
I was telling you, I just, I said it that 25% is me being conservative about the percentage, right, of his outcome. That is being conservative, which I'm not. I believe if he makes that, that will be significant for him. So, and then we've actually gone back and forth about this on this platform. That there's the I can say the flashpoints for will be I think there are maybe like 3 different states. When you pick Lagos State, when you pick Edo State, and then maybe we talk about Benue at a point. But by the time we narrow everything down, right, to the indices and the variables of election day, election day realities, we understand that it does not have any chance beyond that southeast. That's just the basic thing. It's still going to be Atiku and APC at the end of the day. And Atiku should have really given him a very big run for his money. He's having issues with several dissenting voices in his political party.
Well,
So
exactly. I think 2019 is point election for the Igbos. You know, I say that because if Igbo don't win election for Igbos, if you don't win election, don't you think the agitation will get louder? I think we get louder. Don't you think that?
No.
I don't.
It's saying if they don't win the elections, their agitations will get louder. Is that what you meant,
Yeah.
Charles? Yes.
You mean the Southeast people?
The Southeasterners, yes.
Let me explain what will happen. Let me just explain to you, right? Now, the Southeast, unfortunately, they've successfully boxed themselves into a corner now, irreparable corner. Let me put it that way, because do not forget the fact that before this electionary cycle now, right? It was their victim were the Fulani and Hausas for the past 7 years. There was nothing tell me one derogatory word they never defined the Hausas and Fulanis with, because of Buhari, to the point of calling Buhari a clone. And now they've shifted that to the Southwest people. Regardless of that, Buhari is still the president. Regardless of all this campaign of calumny and this coordinated attack, if Tinubu eventually becomes the president, then you have to imagine the kind of pushback they will receive from both they are more or less personal non gratas to the Northerners. Then want to constitute themselves to another personal non grata to the Southwest people. Then where do they remain? So they have to go to the.
But the thing though is if they decide if they lose if and when Peter Obi loses in 20 or does not even win, because we can't say he's losing because there was never any chance realistically of him winning. If Peter Obi does not win in 2023 and the Southeasterners decide then to pivot back to Nnamdi Kanu, I'm not sure that Tinubu can handle them in the manner that Buhari did, because it's not that cold. The association with the Igbos and the Yorubas is deeper and closer, and they can be a big problem for him if they decide to.
Two things will happen. One man, let me tell you. Of course, Ashwaji will handle the situation differently. One, he will look at the possibility of using this carrot and stick approach.
Aswaju, always Aswaju.
No, we're talking about Tinubu now. So what should they be referring to him as Buhari?
Okay, referring to him. I like another person to talk about Obi. Only
when we talk about Obi,
only a thief you want to vote.
Okay, good. You are still on that train. When we talk about Obi, you cry. We are talking about Ashwaju, you are still whining. Not actually.
You are an educated man. You are an educated man. At the same time, you see through. I don't understand you, man.
Question. Man, I'm providing answers to a question. Will you let me land?
You are a tribal bigot.
Okay. No problem.
What makes
no problem? But let me quickly address that, and then you can have your floor, Obodo. I'm not taking to that pedestrian talks. So one man. So
what's gonna make Tinubu different from Buhari?
That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to explain it. Because let me explain that if you don't agree with that, it's debatable. That's the essence of this platform, right?
No. I wanted to say something before you continue with that. Okay. What's gonna make him different from the approach that Buhari did it when he was basically one of the mastermind in the Tollgate massacre? What is gonna make him different?
Okay, would you let me speak now, and then give me the floor and let me explain this. Number one, on this platform, we've agreed that this is an elite platform. Then having this kind of pedestrian narrative about being a massacre of a certain the NSAS or whatever, right? We have to go by certain evidence or proofs. Number one, it's not the CNC. He does not have the power to control the police, let alone control the military, right? The power resides in the office of the CNC. The CNC is Buhari. So Buhari will have to make a call to the chief of staff, to the chief of army staff to do all those things. So this is, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know about you and others, this man is still a private citizen until he becomes the CNC.
So you're saying that you want to tell me like you believe that Tinubu in his toll gate that he puts, that he takes money from, don't know anything like that order, he wouldn't know about it. Is that what you're honestly telling me?
Once again, right? Once again, I am highly educated to understand the fact that I will not subscribe to any illogical fallacy. So to me, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't make any sense. Under the Constitution, he's a private citizen. He does not have the power to do that. So if you want to arrogate that power to him, and vote for him and let him become the CNC, period. So I believe I've taken care of that. Then how is it different, and what will he do differently? One is it's never been he has a different nature, different from Buhari. Buhari is coming from a military background, while he's coming from a corporate background. And then that is 1A. 1B, Tinubu, right? He will, like, the stick and carrot approach I'm trying to tell you is why, to me, Buhari has not done well by virtue of his appointments, not just to the Southeast people alone, but almost every region except his own people. We know he's been a nepotistic leader. He's been pandering to his own people, major appointments. For instance, in the military in the Nigerian security structure, there's no single Igbo man there. If I'm not wrong, I think there are 18 of them. I don't think there's only one person from Southeast. There's only one from Southwest, one from Southwest, one from South, the man from Edo State, the chief of army staff, and then 0 from Southeast. So first of all, in the areas of appointment,
from Delta State, Igbo speaking Delta.
Hold on, bro. So from the point of appointment, Asiwaju will be different. Asiwaju is trying to ensure that the next Senate president, if and when he becomes president, will be a man from the Southeast. You already know that. So it behoves the Southeast people now to play the right politics, to vote somebody from APC who can become the Senate president. So it's all on them now. If they can't do that, then maybe somebody from Southeast, South will take that slot. And then in the areas
it's almost a certainty though that a Southeasterner will be the Senate president, because you can't have a president from the Southwest, a vice president from the Northeast, and then have a Senate president from the South. I mean, that's not the ethnic configuration.
They have to win a senatorial seat. They have to have somebody who is a ranking senator. Who are the ranking senators in Southeast?
Ojikalu now, they are priming Ojikalu for.
They may probably not vote for him. What if they don't vote for Ojikalu?
It will make his way in. Don't worry about that. Is it not Nigeria?
So now you can see that in the areas of appointment, Asiwaju will be different.
Omai will win.
Omai cannot be Senate president. He's a first-time senator. You cannot be Senate president.
Is that the rule? Is that the rule?
Yes, you cannot. The highest he can have is maybe the position Ojuzo holds now.
What of Saraki? Saraki became the Senate president the first, I think his first year.
No, that was his second term, sir. That was his
second term.
Yes, sir. You can never be the first year. You have to be, because people, they won't even take it. It's part of the. So now that is where we are talking about the politicking now. Is the Southeast people going to vote this guy, or they're going to hate on him because he's supporting Asiwaju and vote him down? Then what do you want Asiwaju to do in that regard? So in the areas of ministerial appointment, each of the Southeast states, of course, by the constitutional provision, we have a minister. Then what portfolios or which offices will they hold? That will be different. So when it comes to appointment, he will be different, right? And then that will probably make them closer. And then the other part of it is, if they can see that this man is being fair in his appointment, in the way he's dealing with Southeast folks, then they can talk about the agitation, the IPOB or whatever. How can we tamp that down? And then if they see, on the other hand, certain projects, right? Certain project going on in Southeast, or probably some prominent Southeast, sons and daughters being a part of the government, not in terms of appointment now, right? But in terms of having to have conversation and to have these optics, so that they can talk to Nnamdi Kanu, they can talk to a lot of people, and he's having good conversation and good interaction and good understanding with the Southeast governors. Then they can probably open up some businesses in the Southeast. So the way he will handle that will be quite different because at the end of the day, this man is not coming to I don't think he's coming to run an administration at the end of the day, because Southeast, either you like it or not, the issues of agitation is running down the economy of that place, and not just only the place, by extension, Nigeria as a whole. So these are the differences.
I think Tinubu necessarily what I suspect Tinubu might do is to negotiate with the Southeast and put 2 or 3 big projects there to assuage them. But I think that's what he might do. But I don't think he will. I don't think he'll try and beat them down the way Buhari tried to do.
No, I wouldn't. If he does that, I'll be. It's not even in his character.
And it's not in his character. It's in negotiating.
Enigmatic. I want to tell you a mistake that Tinubu did, because we are here saying all sorts of things, but you're not really getting the point. I've lived in Lagos, right, for like 3 years. The main mistake Tinubu did, I will tell you, is doing the NSAS, right? That a lot of people, Yoruba, wherever, so many people from different tribes gathered at that target, and after the whole thing, and them knowing that this is Tinubu's target, you
cannot say it's Lagos target. Lagos, that's where you guys are getting it wrong. That is Lagos.
Like I said, I have lived in Lagos for 3 years. That is what
you lived in Lagos for 2 years. But what about people from the southwest that live in Lagos all their life?
I tell you, this is what people in Lagos perceive that target as. If you ask any Lagos
Tinubu's tollgate, Obasanjo built it. What do you mean Tinubu's tollgate?
I'm telling you what they perceive it as.
I don't know. Why would it? You know the tollgate is a federal project.
Yeah, you are talking to a certain
narrative.
Yes, this is what I
listen to me. Can you listen to me first?
Yeah, go on.
You can say who built it is this person. I'm telling you what Lagosians perceive it as.
No. You can't say Lagosians.
No,
I'm
a Lagosian now.
Okay,
I'm a Lagosian too.
Now, when that thing, because I've known a lot of people in Lagos, so that's what they say. So now, when that thing happened, and they are saying Tinubu, governor, whatever, they have ordered this. This was in the news. It was out there. Everybody was saying it. For Tinubu not to come out and condemn the killing of his own people, the Yoruba people.
You're back there. You're back to that one again.
You're
back there.
For him not to come out to condemn the killing of his own people, that makes him the villain for the Yoruba in Lagos.
No,
that is why.
Are you speaking for the Yorubas?
Look, this conversation, I'm trying as much as possible not to take it to that, gutter space, quote and unquote, because I've said it, right? There's nothing they've not said. Tell me what on earth that they probably not said about this man. The only thing, and then when you ask the question, what is actually this? Tell me only one sin that, but when I say it now, they will say, I mention Igbos. What is the sin that this man has committed against Igbo people? Because he has never influenced anything in the South.
Getting it wrong, enigmatic.
Hold on. He has never influenced any of the governors. He does not control what happens in Southeast. He has never, for 23 years or 24 years, they were voting for one.
But you're always talking about Southeast.
The
problem in Southeast also, there's a problem also in the Southwest.
Enigmatic,
but
hold on, Obodo. Do you even understand the conversation? Do you understand it? Hold on. Let me address Obodo. Obodo, do you understand?
I'm sorry to disturb.
No.
He's always talking about Southeast. The same problem is that also in Southwest.
Hold on, Obodo. Let me talk to you for a moment. Do you understand what Enigmatic is saying, Obodo?
My brother, I understood his technicalities. It's always
Tell me. All right. So
about east. Okay, for example, when you talk about,
but we're talking about politics now, and the Southeast is a large. Hold on. We are talking about politics, and the Southeast is a large part of Nigeria, and one of the front runners in this political cycle is a leading Southeasterner. So how is it possible for us to talk about Nigerian politics and not talk about the Southeast?
No, but when you talk about Nnamdi Kanu now, you heard when you talk about if Tinubu, could get into power, then he can easily talk about this agitation and Nnamdi. But why can't you know? Does he not know that in Yoruba, the same Yoruba, there are people?
Leave Yoruba alone. That's why I'm asking if you
want to talk of people.
Let me have a conversation. can you calm down? Let me have a conversation with
I don't
you.
like the way you talk
No,
to
it doesn't matter because
people.
you've
I
chosen
don't like
to.
coming here one
No,
time.
no. You listen with prejudice, is what I suspect, and
Yes,
you think
because
you
each
are
time
listening with prejudice.
he doesn't talk about Southwest. They have the same. There are
He's
people in
talking about
Southwest.
Tinubu and Lagos. Is that not Southwest? He's talking about Tinubu and Lagos.
No, I don't
All
know.
right, back to your enigmatic. I'm not sure that Obodo is fully on board with us, but back to
Anyway,
enigmatic. Yeah.
you're making
Yeah.
this tribal enigmatic.
No, I'm
When
not
you're
making it tribal. What I'm saying there is, right? What I'm saying there, hold on. Because if we actually have to say it, right, we cannot shy away from the fact that if we just have to say it, because the only candidate, quote and unquote, who should have probably riled up the people from the Southeast should be Atiku, because Atiku played them for 23 years. They've been voting for only one political party, PDP, right? PDP played them in the last primary election. They gave their ticket to a Fulani man, after another Fulani man. I don't see where the kind of coordinated attack that is being, that is being mounted on this same Ashwaju. I'm not seeing that on Atiku. Atiku should be their focus. What is Ashwaju's sin to the Southeast?
enigmatic,
I want to know.
what
Because
you said,
everything is about him.
enigmatic, listen.
So when you say Tinubu's toll gate, how is toll gate in Lagos Tinubu's toll gate?
enigmatic,
How did Tinubu kill people in
enigmatic,
how do you arrogate the CNC power to an individual
enigmatic,
who is a private
listen.
citizen?
If
How do you do that?
assuming Playton or whoever that lives in Lagos is gonna tell you how they perceive it anyway, but that's not where I'm going. Where I'm going is when you say that what did Igbos do to Tinubu? Igbos has not even been the one attacking Tinubu. Who made that? When you're talking about the Igbos are the one pushing this man, it gets me worried because now it's being tribal. Who made the song of Miloko? Was it Igbo? Emiloko Papa Noel? They shout
No. You are deviating it from
no
the intellectual space that the conversation was.
No, one man. He said Igbos have insulted this man so much. I'm like, what did the Igbos say? Do you get? You're now making it like the Igbos are the ones pursuing this man and insulting him up and right.
Okay. Hold on. Who is pursuing Tinubu the most in the political cycle we're in? The ethnic space. Which
the
ethnic
popular
space is?
That's why I said
No, I'm saying the ethnic space.
No,
we know that's from the Edos. But my question is, my question to you though, Des, who is pursuing Tinubu the most? Which ethnic space is pursuing Tinubu the most in this electoral cycle?
All tribes.
All right, okay. All right,
but
back to you. Yes, I'm glad. You are laughing too now because we all know. We all know now. So, but
Hey, Matthew, I think can I say something?
Yeah, go on,
Charles. The reason why the Igbos hate Tinubu brought Buhari, that's the reason why they're angry. I think
Tinubu did what? He did what?
Brought Buhari in. That's the reason why they're angry.
He brought Buhari in. Well, that's one of the reasons. But
so that's why they hate Buhari
too. I think they just see Tinubu as an obstacle to their ambition. I think that's just what it is.
Because one man, if I will be hating on anyone, right, I should be hating on Atiku if I'm from the Southeast. Atiku took your ticket. Tinubu is not part of your political party. He has never been a part of PDP. He has never influenced any political decision in Southeast. Southeast have voted for their shambolic leaders in Southeast for all these years that have not been able to do anything.
Tinubu is sick. He's sick. He cannot rule a country like Nigeria.
Okay, he's sick. We heard that. That's a good news.
He's sick. He's traveling all over the country non-stop.
Yeah, breaking news. Those that are not sick, they can't even do what he's doing. Breaking news. So, but what I'm saying, if there's anyone at all who they should be mad at, they should be mad at Atiku. Atiku played them. He took them to the cleaners. The whole of them, 23 years, we were serving PDP without nothing.
Enigmatic, I've asked you this again. What did the Igbos do that you're saying that we are mad? What did the Igbos do? It's a simple question. Give us
Oh, no,
example.
no, no, no. Okay, let's drop this ego something. Let's not make it ethnic. Let Enigmatic just express himself. If he
Can you give
uses
us
on towards language,
example?
hold on. If he uses on towards language, I'll go after him. But let him have the freedom to have full expression. Give us full expression, Enigmatic. But leave this ego. And if he wants to reference the ego in the course of his narrative, he jolly well can. Back to you, Enigmatic.
Okay. For the sake of clarity, one man, if I want to refer to the Hausa Fulani people, it's either the Hausa Fulani people or people from the north. If I want to refer to the people from the southwest, it's either they are people from the southwest or the Yorubas. If I want to refer to people from Ijo, is Igbo. Igbo is a part of Nigeria from the southeast of Nigeria. What is the offense there? I just want to know. Because when you call Igbo, does it mean I'm mentioning something that is sacrilegious or what?
Igbos is not only
Oh no!
Southeast.
Don't make me have to remove you. You have to stop this. Go on, Enigmatic, please. Obodo, please let the conversation flow. Sorry, Enigmatic, carry on.
Is the one that is bringing this
No, leave that ethnic space. You were painting us your understanding of how these frontline influencers are parlaying with Seyi Tinubu, and you were trying to explain to us that they've read the tea leaves and they've seen the future. So what did they glean in that future? E-money, X-money, Kobe Kobana, and the rest of the usual suspects.
One man, politics is about interest. Interest comes before some kind of delirious passion for a certain candidate. Because even when you look at the UK that you reside in or the US over here, you have to look at when you look at the donors, right? Approaching certain candidates, they will ask the donor, what is it? Okay, for the fossil fuel lobbyists, they will tell you, are you going to vote when the vote comes to the floor on this? If you say no, they are not giving you their money. It means you don't have their vote. They are not endorsing you. So when it comes to politics, they have to understand the fact that they have to go away, depart from that passion and that hallucination and look at the realistic, currency of politics is interest. All these folks, right, in the days to come.
Sorry, Enigmatic. Babati, your thing is not connecting properly. So maybe if you want to come in, reconnect. Well, carry on.
Yeah, in coming days, you will see a lot of these are businessmen, young men. They've been thriving in Lagos. They've been living in Lagos. You can only see them. Probably you hear e-money. Do you know the Hausa people that e-money rose? Are you aware e-money is very close to the custom boss Ahmed? That Ahmed is very close to a lot of top northern folks. He's close to a lot of top Yoruba businessmen. I just mentioned General Bajowa now. If you want to go and Google who General Bajowa is, and when you are close to that kind of people, it goes beyond political passion, because whatever somebody like that believes in, you have to key into it, or you lose his patronage when it comes to that. So, for instance, you will not see Dangote endorse somebody like Peter Obi because there will be nothing for him in Peter Obi's ambition. You won't see all of them, those top billionaires, endorse somebody like that because there will be nothing for them. We are talking of policy ideas. We are talking of subvention. We are talking of several things. So when it comes to politics, it's about interest. It's like a business that will not pay you. You don't invest in it. A candidate that is likely not going to win an election, nobody who understand the raw language of political financing, we come out to invest in that kind of political. This is not a fishing expedition. This is something real. This is realistic politics. So why do you think Atiku, go and check Atiku's history in the past. Atiku is a big dog in the political landscape. But because of the situation that is going on in his political party, a lot of billionaires are not keen to the idea of Atiku being the president, because they can see their political future, they can see their business future, they can see policies that will come when when their investment is yielding. What is yielding in the investment? What is yielding in the investment? Imagine if somebody like Dangote, you can just picture Dangote queuing behind Peter Obi, and Obi does not win the election, and Atiku or Tinubu wins the election. They will crumble. They will crumble.
They will be punished now. They'll be and they know they will be punished. You know, people like Dangote, Elomelu, who's that guy of Glow? They cannot afford to get it. They have only one job. And they only do a job once every 4 years, and that is to back the winner. So once they backed the winner, that's their job done, and then their offices can do the labor work. But then when 4 years come again, they must back the winner. Otherwise, imagine a president that is hostile to Dangote. That's the end of him now. It's finished. It will be suicidal. So,
do you know the kind of leverage Dangote will bring to the table? Do you know how many billionaires or how many mentees of Dangote himself that would have keyed into the idea because they go to where Dangote goes. When they see the body language of Dangote that is tilting towards Atiku, they move toward that direction. When he sees he moves towards Atiku, Ashwaju, they move toward that direction. When they see he move towards Peter Obi, they move toward that direction. That is the language of politics. That is what you are seeing now. This guy has been in this political system for a long time. He's been investing in people, in human beings, in their businesses, in their well-being. He has sponsored politicians himself with his own financial, with his own personal. How many people on this platform can bring out 500 million, $1 billion to sponsor candidates?
One man, has Dangote endorsed anybody before?
He's not endorsed anybody, but you know, whoever.
Can we just focus on the facts, please? Please.
No, he doesn't endorse though, but his money endorses now. His money endorses.
But it doesn't come out and say I've given money to anybody. Let's stop assumption here.
It's not assumption, there's
no. Enigmatic.
Do you think that Dangote
when I say something about toll gates, you are the one that said Tinubu doesn't have the force. It's Buhari. Fine and good.
That is a fact now. Don't you see
yes,
the
that is the fact. I agree with you.
But the fact is different from fallacy, my brother. You can see the constitution. Tinubu does not hold, he does not have any power to direct even a police commissioner.
I agree with that.
He's just a simple citizen like you and I.
Sorry. I agree with you with that, right? But the fact of Dangote doing this, that has never happened. We have never seen Dangote endorse anybody. So let's leave that.
Hold on. Firstly, I want to say something, but before I say that, 150 to 160 people are watching concurrently, so a decent viewership. But if you look at the screens, then you see that the like button is not reflecting that. So reflect that in the like button. But Des, do you concede, or are you of the thought that Dangote backs his preferred candidates with money? Do you think he does that?
Of course,
right. Right. And do you think Dangote is backing Peter Obi with money?
I don't know.
No. I didn't ask if you knew. I asked if you thought. Do you think?
I mean, he might as well. I don't know.
Because... but do you think? What are your thoughts? Because I don't think he will back Peter Obi with money for the simple reason that he doesn't throw money in the bin.
I don't know, one man. What I would say is he's gonna probably, if he's gonna do it like a smart businessman, he's gonna go 3 ways. Do you get? Because he doesn't know who's gonna win. There's no certainty in anything. He's gonna go 3 ways. But enigmatic, when you're saying something about Igbos dragging this man, I want to state it to a fact that Igbos are not even the one dragging Tinubu. If you watch all the social whatever,
let's forget that. Let's move on from that. I don't want because I don't want Obodo to start. Let's move away from that.
If you go to watch, what's it called? Niger Watch. He's from Edo. He drags Tinubu more than anybody. If you go to what's it called? Adiola, he drags Tinubu.
Who populates Edo Watch? Is it not Igbo people?
Edo people populate more than Igbos. No, no,
like people like CM and Machiavelli and
no.
Pansat.
Edo populate more. One man.
Pansat is
that
an
is
Edo
just a
man.
pedestal
The
to enable
the
them
fact
Uh,
is that
to
the
do
person
what they
that
have
owns
to
the
do. This is
platform,
just a platform for them.
the
So look,
fact is that the person that owns the platform is Edo. So he might as well do what he wants to do with his platform. If you even Roof Ford or Konkwo, Roof Ford that is Igbo doesn't even drag Tinubu. So let's stick to the fact of who's dragging who. Igbos are simply stating what everybody is stating, that this man is not well, this man cannot lead us. That is what they are saying.
okay,
So
which is fair. Which is, if you think he cannot lead you, and we've said it countless time here.
yeah,
Tinubu is not the only candidate, because it seems like they are making it a campaign of a man. No, there are 18 candidates. Showore is there. Adiwale is there. There are 3 candidates from the southeast. Obi, the guy from Abga, and then there's one other one, right? So there are 17 other candidates outside of APC's candidate. So when we speak to the fact that, okay, Tinubu is sick, we don't want him to rule us. Who has told anybody on this platform that go and vote for Tinubu? Tinubu must rule you. Nobody. We know people who are saying that either you vote for our OB or we're gonna do something to you. Nobody. APC is not doing that. PDP, they are not doing that. They are just basically using the power of persuasion and then persistence. It's either you listen or you move on. So they are not dragging anybody, and that's why I say he knows where he knows where the numbers are, and he knows where to knock the doors. That's why you do not see APC, investing too much of their energy and their time where the vote will not come from. It's like it's like you are planting on the dry land. So they know Southeast already. They know the history. For 23 years, they've been voting for a single political party. They just turned around now because of Peter Obi, who moved 6 months ago from PDP. If Peter Obi were to be in PDP, they will all be in PDP. And all this noise about Atiku being this and that will not be here. So what I'm saying is, if there should be anybody who will be having these backlashes, it should be Atiku. Because Atiku
do you know
should be in this race.
if Peter Obi wasn't in this game, probably I would tell you most Igbos would probably be going for either they are being more active in the Biafrans agitation, or they will push towards Shore. That's most people are gonna.
No, they didn't do that in the last round.
How for you, guys?
Last round,
Are you whining? How many votes?
Last round was different. This time,
why is it different? Were they not Igbo? How is it different?
Well,
they didn't vote for Showore in the last round when Peter Obi was not a factor.
In the system anyway. The push for IPOB would have been more. Let me not go to
No, they'll vote for Atiku over Tinubu. That was
forget that they will vote for Atiku. That's a fact, because they've always voted for PDP. They change their route now from PDP to, and that's why some people refer to Labour Party as PDP.
Do you know why it won't be the same? Because there is this feeling that when they were doing the primaries that it should be the Igbo turn, but when they take it away from them, it's not going to be.
Nobody took it away. That's what you are not getting there. Nobody took it away from you guys. There are eight of you, eight Igbo aspirants
gentlemen
on the ticket.
You're talking about political people, right? But the outside people, the ordinary people, are not going to see the way you're seeing it. Outside people will be like, well, it should have been our turn, since they no one give us PDP that we have been supporting.
Nobody give anything, my guy, for politics. You work for it. You have 8 candidates. All of them cannot raise
enigmatic. I'm not saying what I say is I'm not talking about political people.
All right, hold on. We've not heard from Babati. Babati, you're usually quiet. What are you making then of this back and forth between enigmatic and
No, I think this political permutation. I've always said. We always said that our friends from the East are very smart when it comes to economics, but for some reason, politically, I don't think they've done a good job in learning not how politics is played globally, but understanding the Nigerian political space and how to tailor that knowledge into politics. So, like, I would say if Obi finishes second or third, if you go back to Biafra, nobody will take you serious anymore because they would have seen that you have no courage of a conviction then, going back and forth. So I'll say if Obi wins, come second or third, hand on that and build on that political capital for the next time. That would be the best route to take. But if you go back to Biafra agitation, that would be a waste of time, and that would not turn out well. So it's them doing a better job in the political space and understanding how other cultures within Nigeria function in terms of politics and voting, and just learning that process. You need Fulanis to vote for you at the end of the day. You need people from the east to vote for you. You need people to vote for you in the north and in the west. So how do you get their votes? That is the thing you need to get better at doing. But coming online and abusing people and doing all those things, you can't bully people into voting for you. Those things will not work. So learn and the landscape. How does people vote? Those things is very important. Those are the things that I think they need to do better.
All right. Hold on, Charles. So, gentlemen, hold on. Yeah, you can go. No. Okay, go on. I wanted to pause with your permission. Let me pause the conversation for a moment because I want to report back to the platform because we have this platform where we all gather and we do all manners of things, and I feel as though the platform has a social responsibility of some sort rather than just us talking all the time. So if you look at your screen, you see that this buy the coffee thing that I'm always pushing. Usually, I just want to use the money to go and buy Cavassier and whatnot, and Jack Daniels and whatever, but really to buy, but that's a joke. But what I've done is I've tried to commit a percentage of the buy the coffee thing that people have been doing. And this is why I brought you an engineer. So I hope you're listening because you're one of the people that do this, and are you as well. So I've tried to commit a percentage of the buy the coffee thing to use it to have social impact. So I'm going to play you a couple of clips in a moment just to show you the social impact that we've tried to gear the buy the coffee towards. So I sent a whole bunch of money, not my personal money, from this buy the coffee thing. I sent a whole bunch of money. You all know Folly that comes on this platform. So he's the one acting on our behalf in Nigeria. So I sent a whole bunch of money to him to use that money. And I hope you're listening, engineer, because I think this is some of the things that you are interested in. I sent a whole bunch of money to him to target people that the money can impact on, not to help them as a charity, but to support them in whatever endeavor that they are embarked upon. So let me play you a couple of clips because Folly has been feeding back. So let me just play. It's barely a minute, but watch this.
Yeah, bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹ ṣé òmìnira àwọn ilé ọlọ́run máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ wọn ní kẹ́kùn ní 50,000 ẹ̀yìn ní wàhálà ìlú nígbà nínú ẹ̀ nígbà tí owó yẹn máa lọ sókè ní lágbára ọlọ́run. And the purpose of the show is this: they want to grow your business more than this. But this is the sacrifice. Okay? Before I will come back to this. Okay? So follow on that. Ẹ ṣé gan ni ọlọ́run máa ràn yín lọ́wọ́ ẹ máa rí náà máa rí lò.
Okay, so that's the first one. So you also Folly. I mean, everybody recognizes Folly. So that's Folly right there. So that's the first one. So that was a young lady. She's missing an arm, by the way, but Folly will come on at some point to talk us through all of that. So that's a young lady. You can see what she does. She's selling bolly at the roadside. But so we persuaded Folly to go and try and impact on her with 50,000 naira, only on the one proviso that that 50,000 should be injected as much as possible into her business. So hopefully with the bolly business, 50,000 naira would level her up. At least will take her a level up from where she is. So that's the bolly woman. We've tried to impact on her with 50,000 naira, but engineer, there is more. And there's another young man. It's I think it's a barber, and we also impacted him the same amount. So here is the young man This is all from the Buy the Coffee thing.
Mr. Wale, láti US.
Láti US. Hello, Mr. Wale láti US. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín o. Ẹ ṣé o. Fún ìrànlọ́wọ́ tẹ́ ṣe fún wa. Ọlọ́run máa bless yín o. Ẹ máa lọ síwájú o. Ọkàn yẹn máa balẹ̀ sí mi o. God bless you, sir. Thank you. God bless you, sir. Ẹ ṣé gan.
So I'm not quite sure why Foley told him from the US, but we've sent a total of 150,000 naira, and so he's going to impact on them 50,000, 50,000, 50,000. So that's the first two that he has done, and only really to see if we can level them up from where they are to a level up, even if it's only just one digit up in the social strata. And then that's some of the impact. So that's part of the social responsibility that the platform has decided to take on. And if it reports back that one or two of them are they're showing progression, we might well just even impact them even more to level them even higher. So engineer.
Thank you, Woman, and good morning, everyone. Well, it's a welcome idea. And the platform is to unite we all Nigerians and to make us understand that we love each other. I know regardless how we have feelings towards our leaders. Well, it's something that we need to always still remember where we come from. There are people in need in that country that they need help, they need support. So it's something that let's endeavor, if there's anything we can do to support everyone back home in Nigeria, let's just do it. The platform, Wama will definitely be putting the buy coffee thing. And I could remember some time ago, I discussed the issue of if we can have a charity here, but we are planning to go ahead, but it didn't go through. But,
no, I don't want to take on that responsibility, but all of this sort of parachute impact, is something that, but I'm not asking anybody, but I'm just saying, just as a feedback, So
yeah, it's good, man. It's good. Yeah. It's something that is very helpful. It's very helpful. It's something that all of us need to sit down and discuss it and think about it. You understand? It's not all the time we'll come here discuss about all these leaders that have been looting money for all this while. And that's why most of the time you see, I just keep quiet. I don't talk. When I see us as young people, vibrant, we're fighting ourselves over these people that they've been in power, looting that money for decades. My prayer all the time, I keep saying it, one day youth should open their own their own party so everyone can join that party and see how it goes. And one man, thank you for organizing this. And I don't mind, one man, if you can send me an account. I'm ready to be contributing towards that.
No. It's not an ongoing thing. It's just a one-off parachute impact. That's all. I don't want to take on the responsibility of taking on responsibility.
It's not the issue of taking the responsibility. It's a welcome idea.
Yes, but I'll be doing that periodically and reporting back. But I'll do it discretionarily as well. But it's just really it's just part of the social responsibilities that I feel. Because we are all we are all somewhat lucky to be advantaged in the way we are. So sometimes we just have to look back. Sometimes we just have to look back.
Also, I will suggest sometimes if you have in the platform, if you can bring up this idea and see what everyone can do to support all these people.
Yeah, but who will take responsibility for it? Because I can't take responsibility. I don't like to, like all the coffee thing now, they feel they are buying me coffee. So then at my discretion, I do what I want with it. But then I've decided to do this and share it with, I discussed it with Alexander Kashe, and then I discussed it with Foley, and they were what on board, and then we decided to go with it.
It's a welcome idea. Let's see how it goes, and let's just put it in practice.
All right, brilliant.
I'm always ready.
And it's all thanks to people like Ayo, yourself, of course, Kulata, who has done it in the past, all those buy the coffee spaces. But let's abandon that. Let's get back to because Foley reported back, and I thought, I have to bring it to the attention of the platform, just so you know that what we are doing, all this noise that you're making every night, it is actually a purpose in some instances, and that is it right there. So I imagine that somebody selling Bolly, hopefully 50,000, at least our inventory will go up, and then she can profit of that and grow and grow. So that. But
yes, but let me just conclude real quick. Well, what I was going to say is that if you're from the southeast, you need to start prepping yourselves for what would we believe? What would be our place in a Tinubu administration? You need to have plan B and C's. If Atiku wins, what would be our place in an Atiku administration? You cannot put your head in one basket, as I am seeing that they're all going all in on Obi. That would be a terrible mistake, because you don't want to feel like
what would be the Southeast plan B under an Atiku? Because Atiku, of course, from the north, he's vice from the south. So under Atiku's administration, the Southeast will only really look to the Senate, but that's not even guaranteed.
Yeah. So I remember I was listening earlier, you're talking about them voting for somebody to become that president, because at least support somebody in the APC or in the PDP or APC, where you have somebody that will be from your side running for office, and also engage Atiku during the debates, during the discussions. What would he do to the south, for the Southeast? Don't just put all your eggs in Obi, because if he loses and you don't treat everybody else right, it might be a Buhari 2.0. I'm not saying it's fair, but that is the reality of Nigeria. So just you need to play your politics better. That would be the best bet for me, my own advice. But don't just go all in on Obi. But if you decided to do that and Obi finishes second or third, then in the next 4 years, find somebody else. Maybe it's going to be Obi or a new emerging younger individual to support in the next 4 years with the help of Obi if he's not running again. Then, but you cannot.
Do you think he should run again if he falls just at the final hurdle in this instance? Do you think he should run again, or do you think he should groom in the manner that you are saying?
I mean, that I would say get somebody younger, but that depends on if, let's say, Obi finishes second now. I would say he should run again. Now he has a chance. If he finishes third, then he should groom somebody. But that depends on how his people welcome that person that he wants to bring in to, for the future. That would be the best bet. But they have to do a better job of playing that politics. I think that's where they're getting this wrong. They're a little bit off on that part. You need somebody, look at the way somebody from the north sees politics, not the way you think that they should see it. I think that's the error they keep making from the side of the country. So just look at politics from their own perspective. Look at how their culture and religion factors in the way they reason over there. Then tailor your message to fit that narrative. Not that because you're losing yourself necessarily, but just understand where they're coming from. But I would say if Obi does very well, and I believe he's going to do very well, you have to abandon.
Define very well. What would be your standard of measure? What would be a well done from you towards Peter Obi in terms of
Beautiful. I'm going to ignore his votes in the Southeast and South. If he wins a couple of states, if he wins like 10 to 11 states, that would be
wins outrightly.
Like let's say he gets like the 5 states in the Southeast, right? Gets 2 states. He gets 2 states in the South, right? That is about seven, right?
Yeah.
And he pulls like a respectable show in the Southwest. He gets to 25%. So I'm saying that win in terms of getting that 25%.
Yeah, right. Okay.
But he now wins surprisingly 2 or 3 states in the central, not central, and he wins 1 state in the core north. If you can get like 8, 9, 10 area, then now we're talking. Then you have a formidable force in the next 4 years. Then, but you cannot afford to then go back to talking about Biafra again, because now you have.
But should he go again though? If he does that, if he puts up a respectable performance, right, should he go again, or should he be a kingmaker?
Oh, that depends on the landscape, man. Because at that point now, will he go back to the PDP to go and run because now he has political capital? Because that would be, let's say for instance now Tinubu wins, right? Then Tinubu is the incumbent. and Obi wants to run again, and it goes back to the PDP. So then we're having a two-party system all over again. Now it's all South affair now. So it depends on the political landscape in the next 4 years. That will determine if he does. But I think that if he wins about 8 to 10 states, then he has to run again. That would, because now he has the momentum. But that is provided his own people don't go back to the Biafra narrative. Let's say they release Nnamdi Kanu now.
Do you not think it will hemorrhage if it doesn't win? Do you think he'll be able to hold his base together if it doesn't win?
That's why I said the landscape. What will be the impact of Nnamdi Kanu if he's released? Because he's very persistent as well. He has influence as well. Will he see beyond?
Sorry, Babati. Do you think his backers, his supporters at the moment, do you think they are supporting him just for this singular project? Or do you think he'll be able to hold a sizable amount of them in the crossover after February?
That's because I have friends like that. They were like they're like supporters of Nnamdi Kanu that have moved into the obedient space. And my worry is that even if Obi finishes strong, if they release Nnamdi Kanu and it continues that rhetoric, that I don't think Obi is strong enough to hold them for 4 years. That is a concern that I have. So they have to do a better job of convincing people that presidency is more valuable than just fighting for Biafra at this time. But once again, it depends on the political landscape on how it unfolds in the next 4 years. But they should focus more on the presidency because they will have a shot at that time. That would be my own advice. But the Nnamdi Kanu part is a path to destruction, and it's not going to end well for anybody. So hopefully when it comes out, they can tame him to tone it down a little bit and support his brother or somebody else that they bring out. But Nnamdi Kanu coming out, I worry that he might draw attention away from Obi again, and we'll be back to square one. But it's a concern that I have, and I share that sentiment with you, woman.
Yes. Babati, do you think that for Obi to be able to retain a good proportion of this mass that he has gathered in this at this moment in time, for him to be able to retain a good proportion of them, do you think he has to pivot the tonality of his campaigning from the undercurrent of ethnicity and try and place it in an ideological space? Because if they are following him in terms of his ideological tilt, he has a better chance of holding on to them rather than if they are following him for vague and spurious and ambiguous reasons. That is just a change. Is a clansman. Does he have to have a stronger footing for that backing in order to be able to retain it in the crossover?
Now, that's a very good question because now you're talking about now building a political base, building an ideology. That will happen if he stays in Labour, right? Now he has 4 years to do that. Let's give the man credit for what he has done in the past 6 months. He has people behind him, and he's done a marvelous job. Not to where I think he should be, but he's done enough for the short time that he has. Now we're speaking of 4 years from now. Now he has to build the political base, but that means he's going to stay in Labour. Then I don't see if he wants to go that route, one man, then he cannot go back to the PDP. If he stays in Labour and he builds the thing you speak of, build it beyond the Igbo kind of narrative, where you mix it about the people, the poor people, the working class. And guess what, one man? Labour movement structure itself gives him that opportunity to do that because Labour itself as a party speaks that narrative already, right? It's a Labour party, it's for the workers. So if you tap into that movement that is already there, so speak to government workers, social, those kind of environments. So that party is suited enough for that narrative to move him away from that tribal, sentiment. So I think if he does a better job tapping into the manifesto of Labour and understanding the political landscape of Nigeria and speaking to people directly, those workers that are suffering under the government, I think he has a chance. But will his own people let him do that? Because you know how they do them sometimes. Once they start to pivot away from that narrative, they call them a sellout. They start giving them labels and
no. He has to be able to have the elegance to maneuver them,
right?
Because I don't think the narrative that Peter Obi's crest of the wave of popularity. I don't think the narrative that propels him at the moment, I don't think is strong enough to carry him through.
That would be strong enough if they see the impact it's having in other regions. So let's say Obi starts to move into the southwest, the north central, and for some reason it starts to resonate with them, and it's getting this support in large numbers. His own people will see that, oh guys, look at this guy. They love him in those areas. He's one of us. So it depends on how he does in other part of the country that will make people stick around with him. But once again, I worry that if Nnamdi Kanu comes out, that narrative might draw people back into that fold. I don't believe in that movement. It's not going to end well. It's just because you have a golden chance right now for someone that has that chance, that has the party that they can build upon, is for the working class people. And that would be the perfect opportunity for them to explore.
Because we don't yet have a party for the working class in Nigeria.
Yeah, but Labour Party itself is by default the working class party.
Yes, no, and that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with you that this is the opportunity.
Yeah,
the window is there.
So you have the platform, it's already there. Just expand on it. Let people understand what you mean by a working class party. Then make sure you talk to your own people, like, guys, let's expand beyond our base. Let's speak to people. And I'm telling you, they have 4 years to prepare. If they play this card right, they have a chance. He has a chance.
Well, where do you anticipate Peter Obi ending in this cycle, Babati?
I see, believe it or not, one man, I've done my own calculation, and I keep going back and forth. Because, before, people were dismissing my suspicion of the disarray in the PDP. And you can see that even the PDP, they're kind of scared of Wike now. Like, they're even begging him now, like, hey, dude. Because I'm telling you,
yes, they are begging, yes.
Yeah, because, I kept saying that Obi might come second. Because PDP is bleeding from left and right. They are bleeding to Kokaso, they are bleeding to APC, they are bleeding to Labour. So, if he plays his card right, I would say second or third, but it will be very close, one man. It will not be as far as people think. I think he has a shot to come second or third. That is if
you mean it'll be close for second, or close for winning. Yeah.
No, not close to winning. Whoever wins is going to win that, right? But I think, but that was more like, let's say the first person gets about 10 million, and the second person gets about 7 million. We might get like 6.5 or 5 million. It would be like a close third. Very decent, respectable third, not like all bashing and like show wearing numbers. No, that's not going to happen. It's something very significant where he has a political base to say, you know what, we have a foundation here. Let's expand our base. So it depends on how he plays it, and I also want to listen to how he speaks post-election when he loses. The famous consensus.
That will go a long way as to how his supporters will react. So that will be the most crucial of speeches when he loses.
That concession piece is very important because not only will you dampen the tension within your own political space, you will also build for the future. Like, listen, I know we lost, but we've built something special here. The typical BS now. We've built something special here. Then you encourage people to come together, and then you build on that. So I want to see how we manage that and how his people react. So that would be for to watch. And also, let's pay attention to that Wike issue as well. As Wike come out to tell us who is going to vote for and his G5 yet, because I think we're going to that very soon. Has he come out to endorse anybody, or man?
No, not yet. But his body language is also curious. Like the logistic support that I said is going to offer.
What if some way somehow? Let me just put it out there. What if some way somehow Wike says, me and my G5, G6, we're going to support Obi? How does that change the landscape of things if he does that?
Well, then Peter Obi suddenly becomes a real threat, doesn't he?
Yeah, but So what if you say, okay, you know what? Let me go with this guy. What do you think he's going to finish? Second, very close second, or distant second? One man.
I think he would not win, not because he would not get the popular vote. He may well win at the elections, but they would not give him the victory. I don't think the Nigerian political elite space. I don't think they have the space for Peter Obi just yet.
The business class.
Yes,
that is
it's not one of them, so they won't let him
yeah.
have it.
Because
Yeah.
I was telling someone, I said, listen, pay attention to anywhere in the world where you have elections. Pay very close attention to the business class. They pretty much determine who wins because that affects their bottom line. They don't gamble with that. No business class goes into an election gambling because some people love somebody. They look at the sure banker who is going to win and reserve my business and my interest. That's the way they vote. So far, I've not seen any major corporation supporting Obi. That's my
because but see, if you look at this way, I'm looking at it from an ease of mind sort of thing. If Peter Obi wins the presidency, Buhari would not rest assured that nobody is going to come after him.
Right.
Abubakar Malami would not rest assured that nobody is going to come after him. And even the INEC chairman, who rigged massively in 2019, he's not rest assured that nobody is going to come after him. So all of the power brokerage spaces that subsist at the moment, that wields the power of decision, they cannot have the confidence that Peter Obi is not going to come after them. And they cannot afford to take that chance. But they can be assured that Tinubu would not come after them. They know he won't. And they can be assured that Atiku would not come after. Well, they can't even be assured of Atiku, but they certainly have more they can't afford to let Peter Obi win. That's just, and they won't let him.
Because if Peter Obi wins, he will be a populist president and he wants to be the will of the people.
Yes.
Not all these people up. So that is very true. But Wike, do you think Wike will not want Atiku to win in that because he might come after him?
Yeah, no. Wike cannot afford Atiku victory. He will have to leave Nigeria. If Atiku wins, Wike will go in exile.
So I think there's no point to look forward to any kind of reconciliation in the PDP then. I think that bridge is already burnt. But so it depends on who Wike now supports. Maybe Tinubu or Obi. So that's why I gave Obi a close up chance of coming second, and he has.
You can reasonably conclude that where Wike might come, because Wike will only take his support to who he feels will protect him post-election, and that would then mean who he feels with some degree of certainty is going to be the president.
Right.
So the question is, does Wike think Peter Obi is likely to be the president?
I mean, does he think? I don't think he does as an experienced political. I don't think he does.
So then his support will be wasted if he gives it to Peter Obi, and he will leave himself vulnerable.
But I think that's why he's waiting to see the landscape, to see if anything changes, anything major happens. So I think that's why he's waiting. I don't know how long he has to wait or the deadline that he has to give his own support. But I think that's why he's playing. I think that PDP thing is already done. Atiku played his hand. I think Atiku went too far with that nonsense, and it's going to backfire.
Well, why did he leave it that long? Look at Atiku. He has been nursing this. He tried in 2007, which was his best and most golden opportunity.
Right.
It's the arrogance of that man that is his downfall. It was his arrogance with
what man? This is what baffles me. As an experienced politician, why will he do that with Wike? We all saw that this coming now. We all saw this coming. Why would he then play? I mean,
his ego is bigger than his ambition, is what I think the issue with Atiku is. His ego is, and that's not the making of a good leader, by the way.
Yeah,
a good leader makes a consensual decision, and then he overarches it with a.
Do you remember them? They were sending governors from the southwest to go and meet Wike. You said nothing. The man was on TV like complaining. You said nothing. You just kept ignoring the warning red flags for over 3 or 4 months.
And it's too late. Would you say it's too late now? Yeah, that ship has sailed.
Yeah, once he gave money to Sanwo-Olu for the governorship, I'm like, oh shit, this is over. Once he gave money for that governorship, he gave him maybe $500,000 or how much did he give the guy? 400 million naira or something. I'm like, wow. This is pretty much over. So he might declare for Tinubu, and once he declares for Tinubu, I will say Tinubu comes first, Obi comes second, and somehow Atiku, because Atiku is bleeding votes. Every time I'm reading Nigerian dailies, some people have decamped from PDP to APC. I mean, I'm like, guy, how are you even keeping this together? What's going on here? So he's just losing votes.
Do you read defeat in his body language article?
That is the reason why I was asking. Remember, I kept asking that, is this guy even running for office? Remember one man, I kept asking the way, because it was too relaxed for somebody running for office. There was no, that urgency was not there. So I don't even know what the plan is. Like, I don't get it. So to me, he's in, because Southeast, even South is kind of, to me now, is in doubt, to be honest with you. I think Obi has a chance in the South even more than Atiku. Southwest, there's no, that's the Tinubu zone.
If I said to you, Babati, that Tinubu might or even will defeat Peter Obi in some states in the Southeast, what would you say?
I would say 1.5. I would say maybe Imo or Ebonyi. Or, I would say it will get what it needs, the 25%, not win accurately. That would be very difficult. But I think it will get
okay. You know why I'm saying that? Because we are now at the final furlong of the electioneering. So we're as a hop, skip, and a jump from the vote casting, from the balloting.
Right.
But we're not seeing any senior person. Let me show you this clip. It's only a couple of seconds, but in this clip, I know you are too elitist to know people as smelly as these people, but you will see Odumeje there, who is one of the most, is the most popular pastor in the Southeast. You will see Yul Edochie there, who is their #1 actor in the Southeast. And then you will see E-Money, who is one of those, their most prominent 419 guy. But let me play you the clip, and then you'll see. And okay, so in that clip, Babati, you saw E-Money, you saw Odumeje, you saw Yul Edochie, you saw Kanayo, whatever his name is. So those are the contemporaneous influencers in the Southeast. So those are the go-to names, and with each of those individual names, a vast swathe of followership. But
Right.
who is romancing them? Seyi Tinubu.
Yeah, so that's why, I kept
Seyi
talking about.
Tinubu. So I'm thinking, is even the Southeast up for grabs?
Right. I mean, well, I would not be surprised if that happens one man. To be honest with you, I would not be surprised, because I've always had concern that, like, even if you don't have strong surrogates in other part of the country, even within the Southeast itself, you don't have enough strong surrogates that I can call credible enough, or have that political pool for you to even win elections. So that's always been my concern with Obi. That I've not seen that yet in the North. But even looking back on his own front, it doesn't have the people that actually move the needle. I mean, it can have popular people, but not people that actually move the needle, like just on that. I'm sure they're very influential people down there. So that is off. I would say I will give Tinubu maybe 1 or 2 states, but it will get the required that 25%. I think at least you can get it on 2 states in the Southeast. You can pull that through, and even in the South, I see Tinubu win.
If Peter Obi takes the Southeast as is the anticipation, who do you think will come second?
In the Southeast?
In the Southeast.
Now, PDP, that's their baby. That's a PDP zone. But based on the way they've treated the Southeasterners, maybe it might backfire where they go against their. Because I know since for the past 22 years, the East have always voted for the PDP, right? I mean, not entirely, but mostly they've always voted for PDP. So I would say Labour, APC, then PDP is in trouble in that area. They're not there. That would be very close. That would be very close. That would be very close.
If you were to call the elections now, and you know they say 24 hours is a lifetime in politics, but if you were to call the elections now, who would you call it for? By what margin? Give me a rundown of 1 to 3.
So I would say, APC, because I see Tinubu winning about 14 to 15 states, then getting the required number in about 18 states based on my calculations, and that would put him first. I think he can get about 55% of the votes, of the total vote. I think he can pull that through. Then, man, PDP is kind of they are. I don't know what's going on with them right now. Something is not right in that.
You have to remember that PDP is the largest political party in Africa.
Was.
Well, it still is, at least until otherwise.
No. Was when PDP was PDP. I remember back then when PDP was PDP. PDP back then, once you win the primaries, you won the election. That was how strong they were. Even APC is just a copycat. When PDP was PDP, once you win their primaries, you were guaranteed winning the election. That was how strong they were. They are a shell of that right now. They are not that like so they're not. They're just that's the lie. I'm not buying that. So PDP will come second, Atiku, and Obi comes a close third, and Kwankwaso, if he's still in the race, comes a distant fourth in the race. That's
do you see him to the finishing line, Kwankwaso? Do you see him holding on to the
for his own political future? I think he has to. I don't think he's gonna.
It's too deep for him to now.
It's too, even if it's to save face, I think it will. Maybe that would to help Tinubu. Like, okay, I will stay in the race just to bleed Atiku. Because one man, to be honest with you, if this was a APC PDP election, Atiku would win that easily. If it was Atiku versus Tinubu, Atiku will have beaten Tinubu easily, because the man is losing vote to Obi and is also losing vote to Kwankwaso. So sadly for Atiku, he's got too much going right. I don't know what happened, but it's just that party is just, and the way PDP is moving right now, I don't think they can even win in the next 2 or 3 cycles again. The way the party is right now, because if we can leave that party and it goes left, because if we can. Okay, do you see Wike supporting Tinubu, then still remaining in the PDP? Do you see that happening? Where he supports?
No, I do, and I think should I think I understand. I have my theory. I won't say
no. Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
I have my theory about Wike's plan. I think Wike is going to gift the presidency to APC. So that because if APC wins the presidency, then that's the end for Atiku. He no longer has a future in politics, and I think he'll just move back to Dubai or Abu Dhabi. They call him the Waziri of Abu Dhabi, so he'll move back to Abu Dhabi, and then of course Wike then seizes. It will take complete full charge of that party, and then he will clear out all of this IU. And then he'll rebuild that party again. Okay. So I think that is his plan. That's what I think is.
Let me make this more interesting. Let's say Tinubu wins, right? Yeah. And of course, he's going to run for second time. And let's say Wike now has control of the PDP. Who do you think PDP is going to present against Tinubu?
Well, he has to be a southerner because
himself.
Yes, himself. Do you not see the size of his ego?
That's what I think is going to happen. It's going to be himself. Like,
yes, I think that's his plan. That's his plan. That's his plan. But I think definitely is going to weigh his support ultimately with APC, doesn't really care about Tinubu, but then it serves two purposes. One, he gives him the immunity that he would need from being persecuted, and then it also helps him flush out these renegades in the party, which he thinks belongs to him, and then he feels that he will rebuild that party and then launch at Tinubu in the next round.
So he's playing the Tinubu game where he was
supposed yes, now.
Then go against that person.
Well, you know that's politics now, isn't it? He's playing the Tinubu game, you know.
Because if you can pull these two, then clearly the party will not then belong to UK. Nobody would.
No, it will be the Lord of the Manor. Lord of the Manor. Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So,
is that not a strategy? Because that seems to be the direction of travel that is embarked upon.
Yeah. So, but then what happens when that means if that happens, then wow, then Labour and Obi they might have that work cut out for them then.
No, I don't think people like Wike, I don't think they give any regard to Labour. Yeah, I don't think senior politics gives any real regard to Labour Party or Peter Obi.
But that's the thing, like, you know, is Obi willing to put in the work to build? Because
Obi has to go back into that essay that Soludo wrote. Right. That's where his future is. Yeah, you know, he has to go and build his own base. Otherwise,
just jumping on a movement to just use them to get somewhere, that will not work for it. So he needs to take his time. You have the people, you have the structure, the labor structure, build on that to go against these people. But he has to do the dirty work for 4 years. So is he willing to do that if he believes in Nigeria? But that's a very interesting take, you know, Wiki maintaining the PDP structure, then running against Tinubu in the next 4 years. That would be an interesting battle to watch.
But PDP will shrink because it will have to hemorrhage so many of them. A lot of people will go, and the new PDP will be shaped around this G5 that is already incubating.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Then he has to then play his own. When it comes time to run for office, if he is the candidate, he has to then find a way to bring people from the APC, because PDP has one advantage over other parties. Most of these new parties, even including APCs, their members came from PDP. They are strong. They are mostly former PDP members. So you can still use that the same way Saraki was once in APC and came back. Yeah, so you can get that. So people like Saraki. So what happened to that guy, anyways?
It's the one I feel. So, you know, if you ask me who my favorite politician is in Nigeria,
man, when it was going against Buhari, people like but now we miss that guy. I'm like
it's so sharp and so smooth. You know,
that guy was just blocking everything. He was blocking everything against Buhari. It was our guy in the house until this idiot Lawan. Thank God that guy lost. Lawan, the rubber stamp senator, lost. I mean, it's just. I mixed him in the Senate. I mixed that the guy from Osun State, that senator from Osun, Shola, whatever. What's his name? What's his name? Yeah, that's a very brilliant senator. That's a
I miss this man from my state too. He's not been speaking.
That's one of my favorites. I just love his elegance, Abaribe. You know, he's just so
forget his grammar, but he was a stand-up guy. Patrick Obago in the house was a stand-up. I mean, he spoke his mind. And that guy, what's the name of that Fulani guy that barely speaks English, but it's very funny.
The one that has the countless wives.
Yeah. It's always like No. The guy makes good points, but he finds it very hard to communicate in English. But he has a good heart. You can tell.
You say the economy is doing like this, and we have some characters, man. But what you were saying earlier, Babati, if it permutates as I'm theorizing for Wike, and then he ends up seizing that party and hemorrhaging all the renegades, all the disgruntled, like somebody like Babache Lawal, he will cross over to PDP. Somebody like Dogara, he will cross over to PDP. And a lot of people that they feel, okay, Tinubu is there, nobody is going to come after us. So they will then play the politics of their conscience and go and seize. There'll be a lot of carpet crossing. Yes, I say that.
Okay, let's even make this more interesting, woman. What if that happens, right? Then it gets close to the election, and Wike says, I want to run. And the the people from the north in the PDP says,
this is it.
It's our turn. It's our turn. Then what happens? Like, what happens to him then? Like, they're like, wait a minute, you were complaining that it was supposed to be your turn last time. We have to move there now. We cannot have you as the fair bladder. So they might even break the whole thing up, and it goes back to shambles once again. So
no, it will do. It will do. Remember, it reminds me of a quote for George Bush. I heard it first from him. I'm sure it's not original to him. It says, "Fool me once, more fool me. More fool you, fool me twice, more fool me." They are going to play him again, Wiki. They are going to play him again. They will play him again. Yeah,
just use him to build the party, and when it comes to like,
and then they will tackle him again.
No, Atiku will not come back. No, Atiku will not come back.
No, they will do what Atiku did to him again.
Reversal. Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you.
They're going to use it to just build the party, because if
go on. No, I wanted to ask you, all these second ballots that seems to be agitating people's minds, do you see that? Do you see second ballot in this election? Do you see a rerun?
Yeah, rerun. Initially I was thinking a rerun will happen, but that was based on we having a stronger PDP. That will have pushed that narrative, but with the way they are going, I want it to happen, because that would give people like Obi a chance. That would, because if that ever happens, one man, where we have a rerun, then that means PDP lost, because that means people left PDP to vote for Obi. That would be the only way you have a rerun, because if you just Atiku, Obi and Tinubu going at it like together, I think Tinubu wins outrightly. But if any rerun happens, that means PDP messed up so bad in the last 2 months that people are forced to go and vote for Labour Party. That would be, so in my mind, if you have rerun, I'm seeing Labour and APC. That would be my own rerun. I don't see PDP making it to the reruns. I'm sorry. I don't see it. I don't see it.
You don't see it?
No, PDP is not going to make it to a rerun.
All right. Do you think you've been seduced? Anyway, let me not say that.
No. It's just that. You look at the landscape. Just you ask yourself the question. Let's do this real quick. Look at south west, right? PDP will get, maybe in 2 states they will get their 25%. Right? Maybe in Oyo State, Oyo and Osun, right? The one that you just won now. Mm-hmm. They might win close margin in Osun, then get that 25% in Oyo and Ogun. They have a strong PDP. They can get their own numbers. So that would be pretty much it. Southeast, I don't see them doing well. Southwest, I think is a battle. Tinubu will win 1 state. Obi might win 3 states. Then you'll only get 2 states. In the east, you're going to lose about Borno and a couple of states. So you're only getting 3 states there. In the west, it's a battle with Kwankwaso, Tinubu. So you maybe getting 1 or 2 states. In the central, you have a strong Obi presence, and you have Obi. So where is their vote coming from is what I don't get. So if Obi plays his game right, he has a chance of pushing through to getting that. So it's not really being induced. It's just looking at the landscape, because I don't see where PDP's vote is coming from, one man. To be honest with you, if you just look at it, forget South for a second. Look at the North. I don't see it. I don't see where Atiku is going to get the numbers from to even win.
With Peter Obi, it's a single story narrative, isn't it? It's a single story narrative. I think it was Chimamanda that actually came up with that phraseology. So it's a single story narrative. We keep abandoning this structured narrative. They don't. The Labour Party, it doesn't have the structure, the accoutrement to fight a presidential campaign, and even if Peter Obi's popularity reaches to all of these spaces that a lot of people tell us that they reach, they don't have the structure to defend that popularity.
So you're saying that even if Obi wins, that they will not give it to him. They will find a way to derail that. Is that
either by rigging or coercion? I've never really bought into the Obi thing. It's just because it doesn't cohere. It doesn't gel. I don't see.
The reason I give it a chance is more like a never say never thing. Like it's a fresh of breath. It's a fresh of breath here, right? A breath of fresh air, right? That to see something new than your typical APC PDP narrative. So that's where I'm coming from. But if he does really well, it's build political capital. It's build political capital for the future. So but for some reason, I'm really Atiku has been a disappointment so far. Have you seen any major campaign of Atiku so far? Has he gone anywhere to go and campaign?
No, I actually covered one in the afternoon, but I see surrender. I see surrender in his posture. I see surrender.
Compare him to Obi and Tinubu the way they are moving. You can tell something. The man is just he looks defeated to me. He looks like
yes. I think I agree. I see surrender in his body language.
It's like just doing it for the emotions. Like let me just go to. I think that PDP move was a big mistake.
But you are not following Atiku's campaign. He's been campaigning, and the campaign venue has been very, large and big, and what do you mean that? What do you mean that you don't see Atiku's campaign?
I'm saying the level of urgency and intensity. If you compare it to Tinubu now, the man just goes like, I'm like, do you even sleep? You can. He's very like on it. Atiku is just too relaxed. I'm saying that, like that's his approach to campaigning is just not too. It's not too intense enough for me to even take it.
No, it's Wike that is drawing him back. Wike is hemorrhaging that party every day. Every day that Wike is in the news, every day that Wike is commissioning projects.
Why
I
know, but why has he not solved that problem? Why did he wait until he go to this point?
Ego now, stupidity now.
And how's that working? That's my point. So he's screwing him up badly now. So that's why like it comes across as like, come on, you are campaigning up and down, and your party is in disarray. So it makes him look somehow like unserious, unorganized. And for someone that has that years of experience as a politician, to let this happen is surprising to me that you let this thing go this far. So that's why I'm like, I don't think it's something.
Does it not? No, they're actually saying it now because one of the headlines that we're contending is Udom Emmanuel saying if they have to prostrate, they will prostrate to Wike. This is what he's saying. Where is it?
No.
Yes. He said
behind closed doors. One man, not even in public. Not all this begging.
No, it has to be done publicly. It has to be done publicly.
No, prostration will not.
Not the prostration, but the language of it. Yeah.
No, they have to yield to Wike groups what they are asking for. If they don't yield to them, there's not going to be deal. They're serious. Those guys are serious. And if you can see, the people from the Southwest are even more loyal to Wike than people from other side of the South.
Wike is even none of these South governors will.
None of them with him. Yeah,
and Wike will lead because they all had an agreement with Wike to work for Wike. They went behind him to deliver their states for Atiku. So even this Udom that is speaking, go and check the delegate votes. He delivered all the delegate votes to Atiku. So all of them, TK is mad. I mean, I say TK. Wike is
no. He didn't surrender. He went all the way through. He was in contest too, and all the delegates from his own state delivered their vote for him. Udom did not step down for Atiku.
It was
question. How did people from the Southeast vote in the primaries for the PDP? I think this is very important. How did they vote?
That is what I was saying it earlier. Look, how many of them?
They voted for Atiku now.
Wow. They all voted for Atiku. That's why that is the problem.
That is the problem right there.
Except the governor of Abia State and what's the other one? Those two governors from the east that are that in that integrity weakest group. Those are the ones that deliver their vote.
A week, I think a week before then, they've settled. A week before the stuff, you have to get the delegates number and everything. You have to know those who is who. So they were saying on you from Nego, that's money or no nothing. And the guy was not ready to part with Shishi. And then they have to go with people who can part with their Shishi.
So do you think that they went for Atiku hoping that it would pick them for VP from the Southeast?
Yeah, it's our appointment now, but there's another thing that we have to recognize there. Look, Atiku has been coming with them for a long time. They have a long time and well-established relationship with Atiku, in that presidential contest than Wike. So, but Wike, for the fact that when Atiku left, he was the one financing, so he was able to connect with other party leaders around the country and in the east.
Most Wike's votes came from the north.
Most Wike votes came from the north. Yes.
So, and like I said earlier, Babati, this election and most of these things, they are more like relationships, right? Atiku has had a very strong relationship with most of the political leaders in the Southeast, the PDP political leaders in the Southeast. So it was easy for him to actually, get their patronage. And then the problem that most people had with them was, we all knew, Ashwaju had some issues, right? With Kayode Fayemi and this guy from Ogun State, Amosun. But look at
Amosun was part of Buhari's former partners, the CPC.
Exactly. See how all of them they came together, they coalesced around Tinubu, and they found a way to make it work. So out of during the PDP's primary, right, there was Anyim. I think there were probably like 5 or 6 of them. None of them stepped down for one. None of them stepped down for each other. And then at the end of the day, that has equally even divided their vote, right? So now they did not. What were you looking at when Wike was moving up and down, trying to seek for delegates, while Atiku was doing that in the Southeast? And that was probably the calculation that our guy saw before he took off to Labour Party, because he knew there was no way for him at all. And then his second option was supposed to be the VP, the running mate, and that was it was clear Atiku wouldn't give it to him.
Oh, so that was not even offered at all.
No, he had no. There was nothing for him, so he had to move, because remember, it's not really. The thing is that he's not really popular with even his folks in the Southeast, and that's what you are seeing now. He's not popular with them.
So Obi might not even win outright the Southeast. That's what you're saying.
Well, I don't even want to go there again, because
no, you can say it if you feel it now. Say
I want to know seriously, because
my thing is, right, and I said to be conservative. I know he would, of course, that Ebonyi State and then Imo State, that would be a big contention for Peter Obi, because look, these incumbent governors, they are not playing. If you want to play with incumbent governors, and these are not incumbent governors that will just relax and look at things work. Like, look at what Umar is doing in Ebonyi already. Do you think the recent appointment of how many hundreds, 500 or 1,000 PAs or whatever, do you think they are just there for nothing? No, they are there for the purpose of election. Uzodinma there because these people behind the scene, right? They have a target for all of them. All these governors, the governors, they have their candidates. So, and this is what we are speaking to, the expansive view of politics. Because if you have had a political run before, if you've seen politics at its barest form, right, you understand how it is done. A governor will want to ensure that he secures all the political seats in his state for his surrogates when he leaves office, especially when you are leaving. Then somebody like Umai wants to go to the Senate. He wants to have he want to curry the favor of Asiwaju and APC at large, right? So they have a lot they have a lot at stake. So Peter Obi, and that's what this guy actually told them, Soludo, that they were men. Go back to that message. Look at what Soludo wrote in the message. If you are a political king washer, you will know that even these Southeast that they are thumping their chests about, they better be careful, because
life, that was my concern. That
things gonna play, because when you look at Southeast now, right? How many political parties do we have? We have APC, PDP, AMPP. I mean, ADGA, right? So when you look at the combination of all these, let's assume they are good. They are going on the presidential race to Peter Obi. But what do you think Umar and Uzodinma to do? Fold their hands, even if Obi will win in their state, they will have to drag it at least to like 40% or thereabout. And that's why I say I'm being conservative to actually give him those states, and then 25%.
Enigmatic.
It goes beyond that.
Enigmatic.
Yes, sir.
Let me tell you, Obi will clean Southeast. It's going to be a clean sweep for him. Let me tell you, go and look at the past historical fact to this effect. Anytime that an Igbo man is on the race for a national position like this, that they believe that could give them that position, they will go out en masse for that Igbo man. Nothing is going to change this time. They will vote for him. He will beat every other candidate. Look, let us just give him that place.
No, Baba, the language is the language of caution from what I'm saying, and that's why I say, the way they will say it, right? Okay, for instance, let me give you this scenario.
Yeah.
Of course, like as I've always said it, I'm not even expecting if my daddy is running, I will tell him, bro, are you stupid to be dragging that Southeast with these folks? Just negotiate your 25%, like Buhari did. They hated you more than Buhari, right? Buhari got 25% and he moved on. So how do you think you're gonna get something beyond that? So anything beyond 25% for Ashwaju and APC in Southeast, right, is a big Christmas for them. Just like I said about Peter Obi in Lagos. So that does not erase the fact that the two incumbent governors in Southeast, we try to do some damage, but did not the damage to the extent of losing, to the extent of winning the state against Peter Obi. We all know that it's going to be a bloody red state for Southeast.
Okay, what if like Obasana, he wins Southeast? How will he then do in the South then? With we supporting Obi in South. If we can support if we can support Tinubu
without Wike's support, right? I've said it here. The only flash point for Peter Obi outside of Southeast is Edo State. It's Edo State, and that does not mean he's gonna win Edo State. And that was the point of my bet with Des. So the only flashpoint out of Southeast to be conservative, to conservatively give him 100% in Southeast is Edo State. So that does not actually guarantee the fact that he's going to win Edo State, because Edo State, PDP and APC controls Edo State, and at the end of the day, they're going to share the vote. So PDP will probably win Edo State in the presidential level, but the APC will probably come second, or be probably third. So that's how probably it's going to come out the result. But you want to talk about Akwa Ibom State, Cross River State, River State,
right?
You think Obi will win those?
Because I'm going somewhere with this, because one man was asking me earlier about PDP, and I said I was concerned about them.
No.
If
PDP will carry Akwa Ibom State flat down. They will, if not because of Wike's issue, PDP will carry a River State. But Wike, we have to decide who he tilts towards during the presidential.
How many states will they get in the South then?
That's PDP. I'll give PDP Edo State. I'll give them Akwa Ibom State, I'll probably want to give them Cross River State because Ayade is a.
Why would you give them Edo State with Adams Oshiomhole, Tony Kabaka, and all of this? The biggest influencers in Edo State, they are APC men.
It doesn't work like that. One man, Oshiomhole good is a force in Edo politics. Oshiomhole will win his senatorial race clean, but do not forget the fact that Edo State and APC and APC, right? They control this state. So if I give PDP Edo State, it's going to be probably maybe like margin of 5%, differential of maybe 5%, maybe 550 to 55.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I agree with you.
I'm gonna give it.
I don't think PDP is in Edo. Hold on, enigmatic. I don't think PDP is in Edo State. That's just my own personal view, of course. I don't think PDP is in Edo State at all. I think Edo State will be a tussle between Tinubu and Peter Obi, but Tinubu will comfortably beat him because all of the influence in that space outside of the governor, and that governor, by the way, it was a protest vote. It wasn't a popularity vote. So all of the influence spaces in Edo State, as far as I can see, they are all APC men. But then, of course, that's just
all the political bigwigs in Edo State, they are in those two political camps, PDP and APC. Take what's his name, the governor now, Obaseki out of the equation now. Come rain, come sunshine, Edo State is going to be APC and PDP because look, the political gladiators who are running for different offices, Senate, House of Rep, House of Assembly, they are from those political parties. So at the end of the day, the incumbent party, governor's incumbent power, we tilt it a little bit towards PDP by extension, Atiku's favor.
Enigmatic is right. So you push it into enigmatic. He's right.
Wait, enigmatic. What about people that say Edo South, which is Benin, the three local governments, is shared? Is going to be shared between PDP, APC, and Labour Party. Then,
no.
Wait, that Benin, wherever Benin city is, then the Ishan area, the Midwell Edo that has the Tony Aneni and co, that will be PDP. Then Edo North will be APC. So does that mean PDP will be splitting votes with Labour Party? So won't that give the edge to APC?
No, this is how you look at it, right? When it comes to, because I've seen this kind of situation before in, I think in Ondo State at the time when Labour Party came. So they won at the gubernatorial race, but they lost most of the other races. And then when you look at the 2015 election or 2019, when even Akeredolu, an incumbent governor, he lost 2 senatorial seats. He lost several House of Rep seats because Ondo State is APC and PDP because he messed up at a point. So he tilted towards PDP. So in Edo State now, of course, Edo Nobi Lagos brought in Obaseki because of protest vote. But Obaseki is not in good terms with most of the political leaders in his party. The Dan Obi, I think they have a faction. And then, but what you should look at is who are those contesting for several offices. In Oshomole's senatorial zone, Oshomole is running for Senate, and there are 2 other senatorial zones. I believe APC and PDP, they have candidates in those senatorial zones, same as House of Assembly, same as House of Reps. So it trickles down like that. So when you are bringing Obi into the narrative now, Obi is probably going that Benin side, right? That is where the noise will come from. At the end of the day, it will come back to the normal status quo of PDP and APC. Then who knows how to maybe just like what happened in Osun State, who knows how to spend money more and that's where I put it tilt it towards Obaseki now being the incumbent governor. He wants to do his own trick and everything. I will give it to PDP.
No. Let me ask you.
Sorry, but let me add this. What Igmati is saying is true because the political big weight in Benin is between PDP and APC. And don't forget, people that are in APC, they have we were once PDP member that moved, and they are still semi-PDP, right? Then Labour does not really have any political big boys. Now, at those South, Oshoma will win it. Not that he will win it with landslide. He's going to win it with a fraction of a margin. There's still strong PDP hold there. Don't forget the vice deputy governor is from there, and other big the Ogbesi and other they are there. Other big political PDP strong men. But he will win, but not with a landslide. So PDP will drag that space. Then those Central, which is Daneni, Danobi, and the Agbasi Kaeni, the Francisine, the KBC, those people is PDP. You don't go there. It's PDP. Now, those Central now that have the majority of 65% vote in those states is strongly controlled by PDP. Forget Obaseki and APC. Kabaka is nobody in those Central. When Oshomole was there, that's when he had voice. Now Oshomole is out. He has no voice. The PDP people there. Don't forget Esama is one of the biggest in Ovia. You have other bigger political PDP strong people. So at the end of the day, PDP will it's going to be between APC and PDP. They're going to share that vote. And PDP will get a majority, but not
so is Labour Party not going to get anything? You guys are not factoring Labour Party here.
I was just told you about Benin politics. Forget
but whether Benin politics or not, Labour Party will still get something.
They're going to get a protest vote, which will not amount to anything at the end of the day when you go to the world, to the police unit. You understand? So that has that's what's going to be. And don't forget, it's not going to be a fair election. All the party have whatever they want to do to win the election. So whatever tricks or whatever they're going to do, it's going to be on.
What is the essence of a protest vote? The essence of a protest vote is for a victory. But does that mean a protest vote of obese people will win?
The obedience don't think like you and I. Obedience think they are going to win. So they are bullying people.
Well, that time, not tonight. No. Don't wrap it.
Are you? But you are not. You. Let me just leave it.
I'm not an obedient. You guys know better by now.
Guys, wait.
That's not. They are not thinking politics. They are thinking. They are hallucinating. That's just.
Wait.
That's not politics.
I have a concern about PDP because oftentimes on this platform, when we mention APC and Tinubu, most pundits and people even on here will say, "Oh, it will win Southwest, right? APC, you give them Southwest." If they mention Obi, they will say, Labour, they will win. I mean, I'm saying most, not all. They will say they will win Southeast, right? Labour. Nobody ever says PDP is going to win a zone. I've never had anybody on this platform or anywhere else say give PDP a particular zone.
You know why?
Why?
You know why? Because PDP, I would have said PDP will clean. When you understand that, clean South and Southeast, but for Peter Obi and for Atiku's, situation now with his renegades in his party,
right?
That has zero.
So they're in trouble then. If they're not winning anywhere, they're in trouble, right?
I will give PDP Adamawa.
No, give me a zone. No, give me a zone. Where you say, okay, this zone.
There's no complete zone.
That's a problem. That is a problem.
Because they are zone. Don't forget they have southeast in the bucket day and night for 23 years. So now that southeast is gone to Peter Obi. So the south, Wike has taken over the whole of Rivers State. And those states is a toss-up for PDP and APC. In Cross River State, they have an incumbent APC governor who is running for a Senate, and all his men in his cabinet, they are running for one office or the other. And that was the reason I say I'm going to make it a toss-up too. But Akwa Ibom State, I give it 100% to Atiku and PDP.
Is that for homeboy something?
No, Akwa Ibom is just like.
No, did you say Adamawa or Akwa Ibom?
Akwa Ibom is going to be 100% PDP. Atiku will floor anybody in Akwa Ibom.
So PDP does not have any major zones. They are going to battle for the North Central, where everybody is fighting for. They're barely going to win anything in the Southeast. In the
North Central, they will take Benue State in North Central.
And where else? Nowhere else.
They will take North. They will take
They may take Plateau.
Look. Let me tell you.
They're in trouble, man. Come on, the way I said they're in trouble. PDP is in trouble.
The PDP is strong in Kwara. They are strong in Kogi. They are strong in what are the other states in that?
Kogi is an APC state.
It was rigged now. One man, you know that guy last. PDP is strong. PDP is strong.
We can only hear you shaving.
One man, sorry, quickly. So,
yeah.
I'm not sure.
PDP is not strong in Kwara. No, I disagree with you on that.
PDP is done in Kwara.
Yes.
Baba, you read the back of you are reading PDP in Kwara care.
Anego is thinking 2015.
Yeah. Even
is it because of the last election that was rigged for APC? That is the one you are taking as
let's forget 2019. If you follow the survey that was done by was it Peter Side like a week ago when they came to channels, you know, they chose like 4 states in some regions. In North Central, they decided to go to Kwara. In Kwara, from the survey he did, the present governor is leading with a big margin. So I tell you, that state is going to be controlled by APC. Forget about it. Forget Saraki or no Saraki. So that is just, they are living on past glory. As of today, he's in charge. So forget. Kwara is where it belongs to APC.
Hold on. When
I tell you that.
Hold on.
That was old glory. Not now. I can tell you that.
Hold on, one at a time. Let's hear from Ajani Koko. Land that point, and then you counter him, Ayo.
In Kwara, for the reason of tribe that we have Yoruba in majority in Kwara, people will vote for Tinubu. I want to agree with that for reason of tribal politics. So in Kogi, in Kogi, Yorubas are not in majority there. It's the Igbira that are the majority, though they are closer to Yoruba. But PDP is stronger there than APC. The election there was rigged.
Baba,
we saw it.
Are
you still going back to 2019
to attack voters, and they rigged that election in favor of Kilenso, in favor of criminal governor there.
Yeah, Bello. Actually, what Adeko is saying is true. They have to use a helicopter. You were shooting aside from the sky.
Do you know how how many times they molested that lady that is contesting for senator? What's the name?
Natasha.
Forget
Natasha.
They killed.
What about Dino? Did you see
one of Dino's relatives? They killed one.
Don't you remember the way they stole Dino election there?
Yes, and gave it to
Smart
at DME.
It's a PDP state.
Baba, but remember one thing. Once you need to Nigerian politics is like, I don't know if you are reading it wrong. Nigerian politics.
I don't know why Ajani Koko will call it PDP state when Yahya Bello almost won close to 70%. 66% to 31%. What kind of PDP state is that? Kowole, Baba.
Baba, look. Let me give you the scenario in Osun State. In Osun State now, right?
No, we are not talking of Osun.
I just want to give you something real quick. In Osun State, if Adedansa, right? If Adedansa remains in office without the tribunal's consequences, don't be surprised that in the next 4 years, you will probably see most of the big wigs in APC move to PDP, and then the remaining. You will just basically see maybe the casket of APC in, and then when they go to the 2 cycle of elections will be a doomsday election for APC. That is the way it is in most Nigerian states, especially when you have somebody when Yahya Bello will deliver APC easily.
What easily? 90%. Easily.
Anybody.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Hold on, Ajanle Koko. What Kulata is saying, and I'm hopeful that he has checked the facts.
I'm checking now.
What Kulata is saying is that he won by 70%.
66.51% to 31%. Abba.
Yeah, so
that's
that
a
neither
massive
suggests
margin.
that neither suggests rigging, nor does it suggest it's a PDP state, and almost certain that he will deliver it again because he needs immunity.
Well, okay, when you talk about rigging, that which I will not go against, rigging is still possible, and it's still going to be. We're still going to have them rig this coming election, but for what we saw in the last election, it wasn't clean. It wasn't win on a clean slate. It was rigged openly.
You can't rig this wide margin now. This is too wide a margin.
Now, is it because you are just supporting who
No.
We saw this thing the way it happened last time.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. What we saw was electoral violence, but which was not to say that necessarily rigging. But if there was rigging, would it be by the margins that Kulata is telling us? Would you rig by 70 to 30?
I mean, one man. What are you talking about? 70.
When it's not Uganda.
How does that matter?
It does matter.
It matters.
It doesn't matter. We saw what rigging can be. There can be rig on the margin note or in any way. We saw the rigging openly. We saw the way they kill people.
Hold on, Ayo. Ajale Koko, when they rig, there has to be some semblance of truth to that rigging, because otherwise it would not be sustainable. So if the popular will is a PDP, and then they say APC won by 70 to 30 or something like that, that is unrealistic. They could say 55-45, but with that wide margin, it doesn't suggest it's a PDP state.
We are telling you that criminal rigged the election. We are talking of criminals that are trying to win by all who told you that they reason like you, the way you are reasoning? Who told you
they reason now?
This guy is a criminal. You think Bayagelo care for anything? Do you know how many people that were killed? Do you know how many people that were burnt alive?
But that's electoral violence now. That's separate from
it. It is part of that was the way they effect that rigging. They kill people, they use helicopter, and look, Yaya Bello is an ardent criminal.
Yeah, no, that we all agree with that.
You are thinking in the Western way. Okay, we are talking of people that doesn't care. They want to win the election and they want to kill how many that is possible for them to kill and just have their way. And even if possible to falsify it to 90%. They just want to win the election by all means. And that's what they did.
And one more thing, Ajale Koko. When I'm even looking at this concept, the areas that are favorable to PDP, they're the Yoruba areas, Yagba West and Yagba East, where PDP, they had a slight margin. And those are going to be Tinubu votes.
Okay, I'm not worried. We don't need to contest this. This is, but,
sorry, I forgot to add this other guy in Benin, Pastor Izayamu, that Pastor Izayamu of APC. You know that guy is very strong.
Yes, you didn't even mention the former deputy.
Oh God, it took all the states to vote against Pastor Izayamu.
All right, Robis, let me just ask you a quick question. Now you are there. Who controls, and apologies for the way I pronounce it, but who controls Oriomon local government area? Oriomon,
that is Oriomon is not actually Oriomon right now. They have two political bigwigs there. Izayamu is there, and they have PDP, the Asamuta there too. So
because whoever controls Oreomo, that person wins.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah,
that person wins.
Yeah, that's why I said I forgot to call Pastor Zeyam. Pastor Zeyam, he took Edo State, whole Edo State to vote against him, and out of almost 1 million votes that came out, I think he have to beat him with just 80,000 votes. That guy have never lost.
It was a very close election.
Yes, now that guy has never lost election.
The last election, Edo. Let me see. I haven't pulled the total. Obaseki got 319,043. Then Yamu got 253,173.
How many thousand votes is that? 80.
I mean, the gap small though. It's like close to
that guy is
70.
very strong.
It's like 70,000 votes. The gap between them. So if Labour Party can steal 100,000 PDP votes, APC will win.
So that guy have never lost election.
That was PDP versus APC.
PDP versus APC, yes.
Okay, he was the one that tussled with Oshomole. He contested against Oshomole. That Oshomole lost the first time they went to court.
Yeah, exactly.
Then he contested against Obaseki. Obaseki lost. That's the first time Obaseki came in. It was war.
They switched parties.
The switch party. He got a switch party. That guy is political. The guy has his own real force, and he's in APC. That guy, forget that guy.
He was on his way. He was on his way to winning the last election, if not because of the stuff that happened.
What about that Kabaka? What about that Tony Kabaka guy?
No, I don't have voice now.
Oh no, he's declared for APC. Tony Kabaka.
Tony Kabaka is just a political talk now. He's just
no, he's an influencer in that space. It's more than just a random talk.
He's been with APC all this while. When that Okoroko man was the governor. What's the name of that?
Oshomole. Yeah.
Yeah, Jiro Oshomole Kabaka made his name. He was like MC Olumo. They gave him the transport union chairman. That's why he makes money. One of them came in. One person came in. Abase cut his wing now. They cut his wing.
That's the way they do normally now. Even in Osun State now, you see the transport union workers now. The ones that are loyal to Ade Dancer, they are trying to control the hands of affair. It's always like that. So when you see some people call Agbero, tell me one state that does not have their own transport union workers. It's just how you are able to tap the best out of them. So they all use them for political stuff, but if you make the best use out of them to contribute to the pulse of the government, then it means you are smart to bring the best out of them. So you can take the thuggery out of it, and then you can use them for IGR generation.
Babasi, what are you making of this? Atiku was in Ondo State campaigning, but then his wife, he took his wife, who I'm sure you know is a Yoruba woman. Right. He took his wife with him, but then in the course of their interaction with the voters in their campaigning, what the wife was trying to do, she was trying very hard to water down Atiku's Fulani-ness and play up her Yoruba-ness. This is what she says. She says, my husband is Fulani, but not a killer, says Atiku's wife. And then she's also saying, look, I'm a full-blood Yoruba woman. There's never been a Yoruba first lady in the country. So she was almost trying to Yoruba-fy Atiku. So is it their understanding then that because of the heavy weight that the country has carried with Buhari, Atiku understands that the country needs a break from his ethnicity, and that again another shackle around his neck, around his heels. Yeah.
First of all, is that a joke? The man hijacked the PDP ticket from the south. I don't know what he's talking about.
He shouldn't even be in this.
Yeah, in the first place. So I don't know.
We shouldn't even be there. We shouldn't even be talking about Atiku now.
Yeah. So once
somebody else.
Oh wait, guys, this is the opportunity to have a Yoruba first lady.
Apparently we have never had one. It's not something that I've noticed. Yeah.
I think we had one. Muitala Mohammed's wife.
In the words of the great Soyinka.
Ajoke, her name is Ajoke, except it's another ethnicity. But
Soyinka said the spouses are just mere political appendages. So that's the way I see them. They hold no political sway to me. So That's not going to work. Nobody's going to be persuaded because she's a Yoruba woman, then we're going to vote for Atiku based on that. I don't, because remember I asked a question about PDP earlier, and you guys didn't give them any chance in Southeast or the Southwest. They are barely going to squeeze out Southside according to Kulata and his numbers, like he always chants at every time. Yeah, they have no chance in the South Central. Maybe they're barely going to win anything in the Central. Good luck with them in the Northwest. Where are they getting the numbers from? So the guy's in trouble. So pivoting to this tribal sentiments, and because your wife is from Yoruba. So let me get this straight. They should vote for your husband because you are Yoruba and he's not that full-blooded Fulani, but they will not abandon Tinubu to vote for him because of you. Yeah, that makes sense.
Exactly.
Yeah,
if they're going to vote for Yoruba, they already have a Yoruba in
they already have Yoruba running.
And they have plenty. Prince Adewale, if they don't like Tinubu, they can vote for Shore, who is a support Yoruba. Is Yoruba from Monday to Tuesday. And then something.
So I don't get what, maybe for women, all these women, whatever. Maybe with the women they can move the needle, but I don't think that is even significant enough to even move the needle. I'm not even going to pay attention to that. But no, there's no, that's not going to work. It's just wasting our time with Titi Atiku. I'm not buying that woman.
All right. Let me. You've been hearing all the talks about how Buhari is not really in support of the Tinubu campaign. I'm sure you've been hearing that they're saying Buhari not really interested. But let me show you this picture. Because Buhari, of course, he flagged out on the rostrum the campaign. Aisha Buhari, you've seen all the pictures, her painting her fingers, or her hand rather, in the colors of Tinubu's moniker. But now look at this now. So what you're seeing on your screen right there is Zara Buhari and Hanan Buhari. But what are they doing? They are not in prayer. They are campaigning heavily for Tinubu. So there it is. Buhari's daughters joined Tinubu Shetima Women Campaign in Katsina. So if Buhari does not support this guy, he can just do the barest minimum just to show willing. But to the extent that he's throwing all of his family into it, does this suggest that he doesn't support, or is this that infamous Northern Takia that we hear about all the time? Babati.
What they call it? Is it plausible deniability?
Well, there it is. Well, this is it. No, I tried my best.
I tried my best, but hey, if I had my wife as the head of the matron of the women's campaign, my kids campaign for him. For some way, somehow, Nigerians have spoken, and that's what he's doing. Come on, you saw the body language during the primaries. The man could barely stomach Tinubu. Come on, we know this is all BS. The man does not want to be there, but some way, somehow, I hope he does not go DEFCON 2 on Tinubu. I hope he does not do something very cynical, because I refuse to believe that Buhari, in his heart of hearts, wants to hand over to Tinubu.
I don't think it does either.
Because even the so-called law that it was passing for elections, all this reform, changing the naira note, all those things, kind of, it smells like that it has something under its sleeves against all these cabals. But I think that they're going to overrun him like they've always done. Buhari has a good heart. It's just that he's not strong enough to withstand the pressure from the cabal around him. He will come up with a policy that is very good, but at the end of the day, they will just override whatever he has to say. But just like everything they've done to him, Tinubu and his gang are going to override him. If they, so all this, I have my kids in his campaign. I'm not buying that. It's just it smells of BS.
Babati, in just conversations with Enigmatic earlier, the same topic, and we were just concluding somewhat that does the APC can the APC rather can they afford a changing government because of all of the atrocities that they've committed? You know them; they are plentiful. So right. Can they afford a changing government? Certainly, Peter Obi is out of the question because it's not part of the inner caucus of the Nigerian political dynamic. So it's a total foreigner to the top tier politics, and they cannot have him there. So he's out of the question. But Atiku is from a different party and is not obliged to them, and forget Fulani or not. So the only person that can really provide them with the getaway years that they need to distance the administration from their atrocities is somebody from within. So I'm saying, whether they like him or not, can the APC afford for Tinubu not to win?
It's a yes or no, because we've seen that happen to. I mean, when APC took over from PDP, they didn't really go after PDP, did they?
Well, they did though. Go and ask Dasuki,
but not to the point
go and ask Stella, what is her name? That is having cancer.
But to your question, I think that APC needs to hold on power more than PDP ever desired or wish, because APC is only one man. Let me be honest with you. APC will only be together as long as they have the presidency. Without the presidency, APC will die within 2 years. Because if you remember, that's what brought them together. That's the foundation of the APC, to rescue power away from good luck. That is the foundation of APC. So if there's no presidency, I don't see APC staying together. So you're right in some ways that yes, they need that presidency to cover up their atrocities. So, but will Buhari lose sleepless night if Tinubu win? If Atiku wins? No. Buhari will be okay. What is he going to do? Go after Buhari's administration? I don't think Atiku will do that.
Will Abubakar Malami sleep easy if Atiku wins? Abubakar Malami?
Yes. No. If Peter Obi wins, then he will leave the country.
No, they won't allow Peter Obi anywhere.
You add. If Atiku wins, you can play ball with him. I mean, I think Atiku is still flexible with that. But if Peter Obi, let's say whoever wins now,
they will leave the planet. They will leave the planet. That's shuttle that Elon Musk is building to Mars.
Everybody's going to jail with it. So
everybody, including the cleaners, everybody is going to jail.
Everybody's getting locked up when I do it. So I think it depends on who wins. But I don't think that.
Oh man, if Obi wins, nothing will happen. They even will be more even amenable than Atiku. Don't be surprised.
No. Showore we are talking about. If Showore wins, Igboro Adaru.
We just come and take his permanent citizenship here and stay here for life.
That cabbage that was.
If Showore win, Nigeria will not develop because he will busy party corruption and forget. The country.
They say that all this. What's that famous quote? Those people that are activists don't make good leaders. I think that's where that.
Yes, true.
We saw that with Mandela.
Yeah, it does not.
That Castro, Mugabe, all of them freedom fighters that became president or leader, they failed. When it comes to
because they become the very thing that they were fighting against in the first place. They become parents at the end of the day, because in their mind they have one problem that I've noticed throughout the history. They believe that they are the only one that have the solution that nobody else knows. So if you listen to Showore, that's the way he thinks, that he's the only one that knows the best way to go for Nigeria. He's been there for so long. So if you have that kind of mindset we couple with power, that's a very dangerous combination, one man. That kind of mindset with power.
An activist is an authoritarian, but from the left wing. That's all it is.
Right.
They're still authoritarian, but they are just left leaning.
Yeah. So if you combine that with power, man, so everybody, even on your FIFA that was messing with him the other day, that one is going to work. You lock him up, messing with the future person. I don't think that will make. But to your question, I think APC needs to keep power. Not necessarily because of corruption or to those, just to keep the party alive. They need to win. That is the only thing that keeps that party alive. Presidency. Without that, they will be done in 2 years.
All right, Peter Obi is in Atlanta. Are you going to see him? And why is he always on the plane?
No. Wasn't he here like a few months ago?
Well, it's there today again. You know, I think the dollar was not complete last time.
Is Kate going? Kate is in 8 year, right?
I'm in ATL.
Are you going?
No, what am I going to do? I have to go and tell him that he should be in Northwest and Northeast campaigning.
No, but you were almost going to go the last time it was here. Now I remember you and.
I was almost going. I had an unfortunate accident at home, so I couldn't go.
Oh,
but if he's doing something now, maybe I'll just go. But I won't ask him any questions.
Go and be one man's correspondent.
No, they'll kill me if they know me with one man. If they know me with one man, they'll kill me.
Like this guy. No, but the man barely has 100 days. What is he doing? I don't.
It's clearly canvassing for funds, I suspect.
Well, okay. Was he also? I know somebody speaking in that UK house or whatever they call it. Something.
Have you seen his schedule? Have you seen his calendar?
Oh, what is on it?
Obi.
What is on
I've
it?
seen it now. They've missed all the days.
3 weeks of we could just.
No. Go ahead. No, please go ahead, please. What is on it? What is on his calendar?
Yeah, his schedules. Most of the states that he was supposed to have gone to campaign, he has missed almost like more than 70% of those because I think there are no funds or stuff like that.
So the man is just wasting our time then.
No, honestly, that's my conclusion now. I don't think he's going for presidency. I don't take it seriously anymore. Because if you're going for presidency at this point in time, you should be campaigning hard where you're weak. So I should either see him in the Southwest or I should see him somewhere in the North.
Not Central. Yeah, so I don't see that. Oh wow, that's a red flag.
If you ask any obedient, according to them, they won North Central. I don't even know where that's coming
forget
from.
all that, man. But where you are, Kolata, I'm only saying forget all that because you know the obedience, they seem to be in some fairy tale space. But in the reality,
do you know North Central states? Can you tell me states in North Central? I just want to push it to you because the idea of North Central is Benue State.
Yes. No, where I wanted to go to with Kolata Enigmatic was that he's saying that he's given up on that Obi space, and I'm really surprised that he even entertains the possibility of it in the first instance.
We should at least give it a chance. It's a fair play.
It's also ludicrous. But where I was wanting to take you to Kolata is, what's the next best? Because I think any thinking person knows that Peter Obi is not going to be the next best. But what's the next best thing for him? What will you consider an achievement for him? March 2023.
If he wins anything more than 3 million votes, that's an achievement. That's a
how many states?
Hold on. Let me. Sorry, Babate. I want to push Kolata on that space. If he wins 3 million votes, what does that mean? What does he make of it, or what does that make of him, or what does that mean?
Basically, what can he do with 3 million votes?
Yes, what can he do with it?
The best he can do, the best he can do with the 3 million votes is to take them to PDP. But if he's going to take them to PDP, he has Wike waiting for him there. So he still has a battle ahead of him. Regardless. So if he takes it to PDP, he can take advantage of PDP structures if he's able to succeed in the PDP primary. If he's not going to take it to PDP, he's just going to come back to Labour again and lose again in the next election. And people
is that not a retrograde step back to PDP? He can't go back to PDP because there's too many sharks there. Wike is not going to. Will Wike even let him back?
But does he want to be president though?
No. Should he nurse that ambition post February, or should he be a kingmaker?
It should be. If I were him, I will be a kingmaker, or I will go and join Celebrity Apprentice, so people can know me internationally. But if I were him, I'll just be a kingmaker and be making.
One man, for you to be a kingmaker, you must have a substance. You must have had a precedent of being making surrogates. He does not have that.
Yeah, but he doesn't have that. Enigmatic. He doesn't have that. What he has is his charisma and his ability to communicate.
Yeah, but that substitutes now. That substitutes.
It substitutes. He's kind. Whether you like it or not, he has a following. So can he sustain that following post-election? That's up in the air. But he has the substance to continue maintaining his followership because he's kind of like that empathic leader. So he may be known as the president we never had. You know the way Yorubas refer to Awolowo as the best president we never had. Peter Obi may become the Igbo version of the best president we never had. So it may still maintain that following, but what do you now do with the following? Because the best you can do with the following is either to give, because if they beat him this time, then APC and PDP are further entrenched in the system. So he has to wield that as following and either sell it to APC or sell it to PDP. The natural place, I think, the smart move for him is to sell this to PDP.
Is that what you think?
That's what has to happen. What else can happen? There are only two choices.
Not really. I think the best place for him to take is his gathering, his followership is back into that Soludo essay. And that's where Peter Obi's future is, in that Soludo essay.
That's almost like that's a retrogressive step. Because Abga doesn't have any ambitions beyond Anambra and a few states in the southeast. They can barely get outside of Anambra. So, no, he shouldn't go that Soludo route.
Was that not what Tinubu did with the ACD and what?
Yeah, but Peter Obi is no Tinubu now. Peter Obi is no Tinubu.
Yes, but Tinubu is a template now. Soludo is a Tinubu now.
Soludo is a Tinubu. Soludo has the cerebral capacity. I don't know if he has the cunningness, but he has the cerebral capacity. Obi has neither. And I mean, how is he going to take Southwest and some North Central voters to Abga? I mean, come on.
No, he's going to hemorrhage those. He's going to hemorrhage those.
Then he shouldn't hemorrhage those. He should reform PDP. If I were him, I would try and reform PDP, kind of like have a new PDP, some sort of rebranding, and we'll call PDP the party of the youth. Then he now has to battle with Wike, or if he can't battle with Wike, then he should do some sort of unity government with Wike where he can play, where he can have a hand in Wike's government or Wike's potential government. That's the best he can do.
Who wants to go and battle Wike?
He can't battle Wike. That's what I'm saying. It's either he battles Wike or he gives in to Wike.
Who is that?
Peter Obi.
You mean to go back to PDP?
Yes.
I mean, how can he do that?
Why can't he do that? Why can't he do that? If he wants to be president, you can never be president with Labour Party now. Does he want to be another show? Right?
No, the fact that Labour Party is what it is today does not mean that Labour Party cannot win presidency tomorrow.
It can't now.
No.
Where's the money?
No, look. He cannot go to PDP. If he should do that, that will make him a very unstable leader.
But it's already unstable and he's not being punished for it.
And that is how he will never win election. If he has to go back to PDP, there is no way, there is no guarantee that he will get a ticket in PDP.
There's no guarantee, I know that, but he's damned if he does, he's damned if he doesn't. In Labour Party, he will never be president. Going back to PDP, there's no guarantee.
Hold on. Labour Party can align with other party.
Which one?
Labour Party.
That's the Soludo plan. Yeah.
Align with what? Align with Abga. And then what?
It could align with Abga, it could align with Kwankwoso, they could align with some other party as well.
Won't we have the same perennial problem of who's going to be the top between him and Kwankwoso?
At this moment, with the popularity he has now and the leadership he has established in in Labour, he has to stay there to develop that party and use that party to develop it, and then use the party to repackage him next time and launch him for an effective presidential campaign.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Labour is not a natural space. It's not a natural habitat for Obi.
Hold on. He have to learn from Buhari. Buhari stick with CPC. He contested election under CPC 3 times. He never won until he aligned with Tinubu, and that was what gave him the presidency. Look, to be a political leader in a very big country like Nigeria, you have to pay some sacrifice. You have to go through some experiences. And that is what he's going through now. So he have to show leadership, and he have to show leadership with a stable. People want to see that their leader is stable, forthright, and reliable.
Let me
And that
address
is
this.
why you have to stay with that party that God has blessed him to be the leader on a platter of gold.
Let me address
On
this.
a platter of gold.
The next big party that will be able to give APC competition is a combination of PDP, NNPP, and Labour Party. Those three combined will prevent.
They are not going to combine. PDP feels that they are too
But
big.
see now, let me land
let me
now.
tell
Let me land.
Hold on.
Land.
Go on, Ajay. Go on now.
Essentially, these three parties were the same before. They split. They just going to have a reunion, and they will be formidable enough to take on APC. Because, I mean, NNMP, Kwakwanso came out of PDP, Obi came out of PDP. There is just PDP going back to being PDP, the big PDP, the big camp. And then they rebrand it. That's the best they can do.
There can't be PDP again. PDP is dead.
It just needs to be rebranded.
Is fractionalized now on different party line, and they can come back together again. Because why? You see leadership. Who is going to step down for who?
They will figure that out.
That is the problem now. And then with this wicked problem, if Atiku should lose the next election, if Atiku loses the next election, that will further, bring serious calamity on PDP. Because you will see some in that party that are any government in power will switch away from that party to APC. Tinubu will dangle carrots to a lot of them because they know Tinubu, they've been coming a long way too. They've been friends, and they want to be part of the new administration that can protect them. So you will see some of them will move away from there to APC, and that will further compound their problem. That will strengthen APC the more, and then who will remain in PDP? So for Obi to say he want to go back
is
there,
the same risk if Labour and NNPP alone join. They are more formidable if they go back and repackage PDP. They are more formidable that way.
Who is going to be the leader? Who is going to be the leader?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Emmy, your device is not connecting properly. So if you want to come back, leave and then come back in again. Your device is not connecting. Sorry, Ajale Koko, carry on.
Who is going to be the person in the lead? Who is going to be the most formidable leader that others will submit to in that party? There won't be any person like that of Atiku again. Who
Atiku
has
is
been
gone, then
yes.
Then we will have. I mean, you will have Kwakwanso, Obi, and Wike. Those are the three people. So one of them will have to wrestle each other down, and then you'll have two. Then one person will play Tinubu, another person will play Buhari. So one person needs to sacrifice his ambition for the first person to go, and then the other person will go.
Well, but for Obi, as far as I'm concerned, for Obi, I will advise him, do whatever you can do to kill PDP. If you can kill the PDP, you don't have to go back there, because going back there, to people like me and some others, they will say, oh, no, look at this. This is a party that you people and your supporter have described as a worst party, as bad party, and then you are going back there. If you just so that
now.
means that
isn't it the same supporters shouting articulated 4 years ago? Kò matter now.
Kí ni kò matter? Ṣé ìwọ máa reckon pẹ̀lú irú àwọn supporter àti leader bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn?
Me, I'm not reckoning with them. I'm not reckoning with them right now because they're not consistent. I say I'm not reckoning with them now because they're not consistent.
Well, how do you think that people from other parts of the country will reckon with them when they are jumping from pillar to pole like that? And that will mean that man has changed. We have moved from about 3 or 4 parties at different times. It started with PDP, From PDP, it went to ABGA. From ABGA, it went back to PDP. From PDP, it went to Labour. Then Labour is going back to PDP again. So which next? Which party next again? If he just portray himself as a very unreliable, because you will see people say, okay, let's support him this time. So if he fail again, so that means he have to move to another party again. Who does that? He has to be stable. He has to show consistency that, look, I'm a stable leader. I remain here. I will build it. Whatever it takes, let us go through the pains together. If we fail today, does not mean we will fail forever. And let us just stable in one place and play the game.
That's the principal thing to do. Well, that's not the opportunistic thing to do. That's just the principal thing to do.
No. Sorry. It's not even. It's the option really. What Adanleko was narrating earlier. If Peter Obi, if he takes what he gathers in February to have his own mass, and then he merges that mass with somebody like Kwakwanso, who already has a mass, and the ABGA space that has some level of control, because there's an ideological space for a third element within the Nigerian, so they can pull together to form a potent force. Can they not?
They can. It's not like
all the better than going to PDP to be battling Wike and taking beatings from him.
But they can. But the thing is, a PDP in the future, Wike is not going to be a governor. For all you know, Wike might as well be in the position of Odili at that point in time. We don't know. But I feel for them to be formidable enough, they need people in government. They need people that control states. The combination of NNP, I mean, if they go with ABGA, they only have one governor, potentially one governor, which is Anambra governor. That's not enough. It's going to be formidable, but they're going to lose again because APC will be way, way stronger under Tinubu presidency. Tinubu is a sharp politician now. He's going to destroy any sort of opposition. So they need every single. It's almost like if you can combine the 19 parties the 18 parties you have, make them one to go and battle APC if Tinubu wins. Because Tinubu is a politician, Buhari is not a politician. You know the devious things Tinubu has capability of doing. He will do it. So why will a coalition not just get every single bloc to be able to fight APC? Because a Tinubu APC is going to be a political machine. It's not going to be like Buhari that will be doing one kind. It's a Tinubu we're talking about. So they need every single
Tinubu will
thing.
create a presidential successive plan in APC. And that will completely obliterate any opposition.
We're talking about Tinubu.
I'm not sure that is right, and I'm not hopeful that should be right. We need opposition. We need
opposition, but Tinubu will destroy whatever opposition. That's why I said you need every single party.
He will try. It doesn't mean that they can destroy everybody.
There will be opposition now, man. Is there no opposition in Lagos State? Look at what they are doing. Look, Jando and Funkaki.
They're a joke, Joe. They're a joke of opposition. For God's sake.
There will be opposition like that. They will not just be.
That's a joke.
That's what.
I mean, you guys, you know what Tinubu is capable of doing.
You are looking at it that because if one party wins today, and because the person leading the party is a politician, he have all the intrigues and everything. And that means that he can be there forever, or the politics that he will play can subdue others forever. No, it doesn't happen like that. Anything can change anytime, as long as the other parties are stable and focused and play a very, strong opposition against them. Things might change at any time. They can't be there forever. It doesn't mean that. Look, PDP. During their time, were saying they're going to rule for 60 years. Where are they today?
Yeah, because look,
they had
a Jonathan. We're talking about a Tinubu. They had a Jonathan. This guy is a politician.
Tinubu is dilapidating every day with health too.
His brain is still intact.
The way he is today doesn't mean that is the way it's going to be in the next 5 years or 3 years. So don't let us
Tinubu
just.
will be stronger if he becomes
He'll
the
be
president.
stronger.
Yeah, he'll be stronger. Because we saw that with Buhari. Buhari was further gone than Tinubu before he became
No,
president.
Buhari gene is different. Though. Buhari is a very military, the military man.
Although
Buhari was a military man.
Buhari
gene.
Buhari
Buhari the Mukini. Buhari gene is different.
Ajidewe is what he's using. The man is using Ajidewe is what he's using.
Baba, go and check Tinubu. Go and check Buhari.
Buhari is a very lucky man. So Allah can do Buhari bẹ́ẹ̀ni wípé.
Oh yeah, kò ti lọ tipẹ́ now.
Oh yeah, kò ti lọ tipẹ́. Allah can bless man.
He's again
Buhari ta lọ reboot ní Sudan.
Allah can fi position yẹn be blessed there. This position will keep you alive and strong.
Stop doing that dance stuff. Come on now, you know better. So don't
It's true. But honestly, if Tinubu gets in, the politics is going to go nuclear. Don't you guys think so? I mean, am I just being paranoid?
Nuclear as in what? Nuclear
as in it's going to. I mean, first of all, almost all these politicians owe this guy one favor or the other. Like he's mixed with all of them,
right?
Including the likes of the Dinos, the ridiculous ones, and he will play a lot of ball. So I'm sure he will try and get a lot of PDP governors, especially the South. The way he's kind of like putting his eyes on Delta State and all this South places. He wants to go to Bielsa. He will try and convert the South to APC. And if he gets the South, they already have the North, especially the Northwest and a lot of the Northeast. What else is there left? The Southeast, they probably won't care. So anyway, that's what I think, yeah.
So that means that they have.
Do you think Tinubu is a Yoruba project? Because I don't think he can sustain fully just as a renegade. But I see Tinubu somewhat as a Yoruba project. And if you look at his rally, in Lagos State, very much that was I think the Oni was even there. Is Tinubu a Yoruba project?
Oni was not there. Oni was
not. Was he not?
No,
I thought I saw him.
But
he has the backing of Oni though.
Oni was at the inauguration of Adeleke. Maybe you are confused.
All right, maybe that was maybe that. But I suspect that he has the backing of the Oni because that's his job.
Yes.
Of course now.
Oni is backing him.
He installed the Oni there now.
Oni now Tinubu's boy now. You don't
know. He installed your need there now, so anything he says goes.
Please stop calling me.
But Ambode was there though. Ambode was there.
Look at
please. Stop. Nobody's voice is your name.
I didn't call this boy. Please don't. And you forget that Babati is a prince, so he doesn't like royalty.
Sorry about that, but the appointment letter is there now, so.
Tinubu got on it there. Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows that the appointment letter is there.
They even gave him money because apparently when he got there, he was broke.
Forget that one. Is your
let's not go there.
He was not broke.
Let's not go there. I know some stories, but let me just.
Give us an exclusive. Give us an
exclusive. Broke like that.
Let's not go there. I know very authentic stories.
Although I also heard that he was broke. It was running some property, something, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was real estate. It was broke.
No, he was dead broke when he got there.
Let me ask, are you even Yoruba at this point? Let me question you.
I want Yoruba die 100%.
Are you sure you're full-blooded Yoruba?
Full-blooded Osun State 100%, both sides.
We need to check the way you are talking about the Oni. I'm not sure that you are a fool.
Before he entered Palace,
leave that one.
But when he entered, he got born again, and there was money.
make it got born again. Okay. But with no disrespect, this is what we are saying. They should separate the government from the tradition. When government start appointing whoever becomes anybody in the important role like that, it will become a subject of something. which is not good. Like I feel like the Allah for you are going to pass through process. They choose their descendants by themselves, not coming appointing. It's not
How
good.
many cabins even go to Igbale now? Even if they put how many of them even dare go to Igbale?
That is your duty. That's your duty. You have to summon the rest people and talk about this thing so that there is
they don't on Lufamo on FIFA them, but
I don't hear Yoruba now.
They are all Muslim. You might someone say, hey, if I die now, you should bury me in Muslim. I'm like,
no, that is supposed to be more concerned to you. Since you are close to the palace, you have to take that matter up very well.
It's a joke now. One man, it's a joke.
I know. You know, we did a couple of weeks ago some Oba in Yoruba land, a senior one at that was suggesting that the Yoruba space they should abandon our belief system and take on to all this Arabian stuff.
And it's a king.
It's a sin. I can't recall his name. Maybe I can remember. It's Olu
something.
That's another broke king. But let me not talk. Let me not talk about that.
Okay, jẹ́ pé Kùlátà ló mọ gbogbo àwọn tó broke, àwọn tó broke. Kí ló ṣe jẹ́ sí wọn?
Báńkà only.
Olóṣè tax paper wọn.
What I don't understand, such important position. I thought the people that get there, the people that they have it in their bloodline, they are not entitled, but they are descendant of that throne. Why is it that I don't understand why the Western region is different? They just bring somebody from nowhere.
It's bloodline.
No, it's bloodline. You know, there are usually several ruling families that have association with the throne. So yeah, that's how we do. Okay. But go on, Baba.
Before they used to raise princes in the palace, so they would train them how to behave, and that's the way it used to be before. But now that we have all this modern way where people, imagine somebody that has not been raised to understand what it takes to be a king, living abroad or living away from these traditions. They just say, "Oh, you are now the king now," with no proper training. So that's the part of the culture that we have let down. Normally, when they know, if I would just say, okay, the next 20, 30 years, so this is the person that might be the king. So they've already been training you in the ways of the king, the way you behave, the way you talk, the tradition. So you already, the way you carry yourself, that's the way it's always been. But all this just picking somebody last minute. And normally, if I always pick, normally everybody, to back day you have rights to the throne. Is picking the best of the best. So if I always pick, okay, everybody, so he's choosing the best of the best for the right time. But people have induced those people with money that they don't even go through the right. Even if they pick you last minute, okay, without that proper training. Once you are picked to be the king, there's supposed to be a training process, the way you carry yourself. Traditional, they go to the history, then you have people that will give you that training, course of history, where we come from, your great-grandparents, who they are. So they will give you like a crash course for that throne. They'll give you like a quick crash course and a reminder if you have any question about the throne. So you are well versed in how to behave. Then you're supposed to go to Igbale for 40 days, meet with don't let me go there. You're supposed to do some things, but they are refusing to do all those things now. And they are imagining you're a born again on your Fife. What the hell is that?
Yeah, that is funny.
Let
me quickly add this to you. Let me quickly add this.
Okay, add that, and then we'll move back to the politics of it.
You see the Oba Benin. People think when he becomes Oba, that's when he learn how to rule. No, when he's a prince, all they teach him is how to become a good ruler.
Right.
Then when he becomes an Oba, know the funniest thing. When he becomes the Oba, they said according to the palace, if he's smart, it will take him like minimum 5 years to learn the intrigues of the palace, the deities, things he's going to do. And it takes on that 15 years to master those deities. So that's why the Oba is always busy. And every day he has activity he's engaged on. So I believe some of these Obas in the Western region, they don't have anything to do. That's why they can jump into the camera every day, go out for parties. Because if they get things that's getting them busy, they won't have time. Like now, since June, the Oba Benin hardly go out because he has deities he has to appease, he has things, he has ceremony he has to perform. every day in the palace. Some take 7 days, some take 21 days. So which time you see people Oba being list, you see people on the waiting list to see the Oba, from VIP, president, ambassadors. He will not see them because those rituals is more important until he finish them. So I think this the Yorubas Oba, they should have things they engage them on to get them busy.
No,
And
let me add.
I think
please.
the Oni is busy
let
now.
me add. Oman is very important. Let me add, please.
Yeah,
because when we're little, each ruling house, they have a duty to their children. When you are born, they have events that is supposed to take you to. If you are born in that house, so they will show you. Okay, this is at the culture of the ruling house. All the other you must go. You must attend. They have events that they plan for the kids. So they give you some training, basic history. Then once you are getting older, then they're exposing you to things. Now, if your parents are very scared, we don't want them to be doing all this stuff that they might take you away. But you have access to those things by being from these royal houses. It's there. For some reason, it's not being followed anymore. But it's there. But that one should be done by the ruling houses for their family members that have that line to the throne. That's the way that was the way it was before. So they will give you your regular or don't say all those okay, let me leave that one on the side. You're supposed to be taking some extra stuff every year. I know they have all these things planned already now. So but for some reason now we're not doing born again, it's just sad.
It's unbelievable. I say, it's been a long while since I heard that one. Look at that, unbelievable. So sorry, Kulata. I was just asking you, if Tinubu is a Yoruba project or a standalone candidate, and I'm asking, setting aside people like Pa Adebanjo, who are renegade voices, and Bode George and all, who are just renegade voices that have a personal gripe with Tinubu. But is Tinubu actually, because I was looking at the presentation at his rally in Lagos State, and all of the great and the good, they essentially the Yoruba space, they all turned up. So is Tinubu really a Yoruba project? Is that what it really is at its the core of its essence?
I think he's managed to redefine himself to be a Nigerian project. The reason being, it still has its core Yoruba base, don't get me wrong. But when you see him hanging out, you see him hanging out more often with the Gandujes, all these Northerners. So it's kind of like almost, I say almost, not exactly the same. Almost kind of like put himself in the Abiola category, meaning moving away. Awolowo made a mistake. He stuck too much with Yoruba. So I think he's learned from that experience, adopted some of what MKO did. So it's more now like a Nigerian candidate. If anything at all, is more like a Muslim candidate. So even though the guy is not a core Muslim by any stretch, but he is not coming across as a Yoruba project, even though we know he still kept his Yoruba connection, everything is still intact. I feel when he gets in office, of course, he's going to have a lot of soft spot and preference for the Southwest. No doubt about that. But he's been able to package himself more as a Nigerian project now, more of a Nigerian Muslim project. That's how I see the way he's been able to reinvent himself. Because it's not the same Tinubu that was saying that Nigeria is a failed project or something. He said something, I mean, I'm not quoting him correctly, but he said something in similar vein.
You mean in the late 90s thereabout when it was?
In the late 90s, exactly. That's not the same Tinubu now. The Tinubu now is a Tinubu that they're killing Yoruba people in the forest. They'll keep quiet. They won't say anything. So that's not the Yoruba project. If that's a Yoruba project, that person will be screaming bloody murder that, hey, this is the Southwest, that. No, it's like measuring what he says. Even when they killed Fashion Roti's daughter, it was carefully calibrated, even dealing with that. So I think he's been able to wrestle himself out of that Yoruba identity, even though everybody knows it's Yoruba. That's how I see it.
Do you think he will? Do you think his presidency will have a Yoruba accent, even if it's a slight one?
His presidency will have a Yoruba. I mean, look. His presidency will have a lot of key Yoruba people in key positions because first things, he has to deal with people he trusts, and these associations is having they're relatively new associations. Even if they've been acquainted with each other since Yaradua days. Those are not the people he has deep, meaningful connections with. When I say deep, meaningful, outside of I'm sponsoring your politics or I'm doing stuff, no. Those are not the people that can call him in a room and tell him the truth. A lot of what he's getting are sycophants. So he will have some core positions, trusted positions that are going to be filled by his own ethnic people. And I mean, I can see some of them already lining up, like Fashola, like Wale Edun, like those kind of people will be in his presidency and they'll play a key part because his inner caucus, he will have his political inner caucus, then he will have his truth-telling inner caucus. The kind of way that they have a Baba Eta in Lagos State. That they make all
now, should you be online, Kulata? You sound in bad shape.
Jimmy, no, I've been sick. I've been sick, right. But I'm getting better.
All right. Yeah, I think about what we must say.
You remember when they collected riba from Prince Adewale? It was Adewale for a week. He collected riba from the obedience. It was a bit of for a week. Now? I don't know. Whoever comes with the next round of dollars. Look at that.
Hey, am I worried?
All right.
I'm going obedient this week because it's in Atlanta, so I'll go.
Imagine.
I would love for somebody to track him down and doorstep him, but I will say
no. If you go and ambush him and ask him questions, they will just be gentle with you and say,
where is the where are they using now? That's the same church or a different location now?
I don't know. They just said he's in town. I don't know if there's any event or anything. I wasn't even expecting. I mean, Shebi just came from America. I wasn't expecting Obi to be around again. So
yeah,
I don't know.
It was one of our headlines. Obi.
Sorry, I read in one place they said that Tinubu already is considered to have a debates with Obi on Arise TV. Is it true?
Never. It's never going to happen.
I think I sent it to you, right?
No. He gave condition. He said that
he gave condition.
The man must have a manifesto that they have.
So
they gave Obi a Rodon. I mean, so the conditions he'll never be able to satisfy.
Yeah.
But do you know what Kiyamo said after all those conditions? He says if he meets, they will send an APC spokesperson to go and debate him. That just killed me. In a fight, you want Kiyamo on your side than against you.
But one man in Lagos politics, Obi wouldn't be. He will even make a commissioner's list.
How do you mean?
You can't be a commissioner in Lagos State. the type of
we have Joe Igwe now as a commissioner.
No, Joe is not a commissioner, but the people that are commissioner in Lagos are of better quality than Obi. People like Ben Akabueze. They are more intelligent, they are more prone, they are more civilized, they have corporate record that are significant. Yeah. The only commissioners that I think is like Obi are people like Aregbesola. Those are the kind of commissioners in the class of Obi. That's the truth. Can you compare Ben Akabueze to Obi? You can't.
What is special about Obi? Was
the only person you can compare to Obi are people like Aregbesola.
This Patrick
Obi was a governor. Obi was a chairman of a bank. Obi was
by virtue of having more share. What does it mean to be chairman? Do they interview people to become chairman?
Chairman of a bank doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean
he's the chairman of SEC.
No, that's a political appointment now by Jonathan. Oyema was the the MD. That guy was. You become chairman by virtue of having most shares now, and they when they vote you in, that's all. So, what is the thing there?
I'm just shaking my head now. What you guys can get away on one man's platform. If you try this on another platform, they will hang you.
I swear, Patrick
they will hang
well, Obi has lived a charmed life. He has lived a charmed life. The only thing that I've really seen as an Obi achievement is defeating Soludo in an election. You know, that's the only thing that mystifies me. Because Fidelity Bank is a Southeastern bank, and I didn't even know that he was the major shareholder. So that already explains that. And they said something, an appointment. You know, he's lived a charmed life with the average that he has. He has as Peter Obi overachieved. Kulata, is he an overachiever?
I'm curious about
compared
something.
To
I'm curious about how did Obi make his money?
Is the largest Heinz baked beans. Is the sole
distributor. How did he become? How did he get to that position? Because
they say he came from wealth now.
From people that said they know him that have come to this platform said
they had parents are not really wealthy like that.
They said they had a bakery or something. So that's not wealth.
That's not wealth.
That's not wealth now.
As I know, Google said is by carrying drugs.
I've heard those things, but those are rumors.
Do we have evidence to prove that? We cannot just make that kind of statement.
Those are rumors. Those are rumors. They're business rumors. But I'm curious. I'm just curious.
I want to know how you made the first 1 million or 10 million naira. When? Where? How?
Do you just sell big beans to millions of dollars just like that? Big beans are names.
Well, if you have sold distributorship, and it's not just big beans, by the way, it's Heinz product.
Heinz product and some other product.
Yeah.
It's a big.
So the only one selling ketchups and all these stuff in Nigeria.
Yeah, all West Africa.
Man,
all
that's
West
crazy.
African countries.
And then they abuse Dangote. And they abuse Dangote. The best people are abusing Dangote.
But you have to give it. But you have to give it to him for at least having the foresight to know that he has to go and corner one market, West African market, ketchup, salad cream. What else does Heinz sell?
Big beans.
Big beans. I mean,
big beans, sweet corn, different things. I'm telling you.
I think he did it at a young age.
Kulata, what you are suggesting? Is it that if Peter Obi come from a fairly average, if not even a poor family, and is able to propel himself to where he is now, are you suggesting then that people should not be too dismissive that it's just some dumb guy?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to suggest, because if
I don't think he's from an average family.
He's from a middle class family based on everything that's been described of him. Before, I used to think he came from enormous wealth. But they said
I thought so too. Yeah.
But the people that know him said no, that the mama used to this big bread or something like that. Like, we all had friends that they had bakery here. They're not millionaires now. So for him to turn himself, it's true now. For him to turn himself around, I want to know the story, because he did something impressive. Like, for you to corner that market, how did you have the foresight to even get there? What did you do?
Just say what you really want to say. That he used guru method. Something was fishy somewhere.
I'm not saying that though.
No, just say no. Come on, you don't have to know where we're going with this. Just go there. Stop trying to be clever.
That's not where I'm going. I'm impressed. I would like to learn. I'm impressed.
One man,
he was able to pull that off.
Are you really taking what he's saying? You know what he's doing.
No. I'm actually not far from Kulata in thought, because if Peter Obi comes from either, let's say, a lower middle income family, and he has propelled himself to a multi-million, a wealthy man by any standard you use to measure. So if he did that, then he must have something in him.
He must have something.
Yeah.
And he did it in the UK.
The only
too.
reason he went to CKS because his enterprise.
He's a billionaire. He's not just a millionaire. He's a billionaire.
No, in dollars. Is he a billionaire in dollars?
No,
billionaire
naira.
No, naira.
He's a millionaire in pounds.
Everybody's a billionaire.
Everybody's
a millionaire in pounds. He's a millionaire in pounds.
Yes.
He's a millionaire in pounds.
The only reason he went to that school that Odile went to because his elder brother was a priest then in the monastery.
So he was not intelligent enough to even be able to get admission to that school. Is that what you are saying?
Patrick, relax for me now. Just give him tonight.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
He said the only reason he went to that school. So he could have gotten admission there.
No, that school was for the elite of that day of then. So people that went to that school at that.
That's like the King's College in the East.
Like
that's
College,
KC. So, that's like King's College in the East.
KC. So the priests, children like that.
But guys, no, seriously, guys, you guys think about it. A young man in his 30s made a lot of money doing import-export. He made enough money to the extent that he was able to get majority shares in a bank. And as a young guy in his 30s, he was made the chairman. He became the governor. There must be something about this guy. Even though it may not appear smart like the way we expect it, like, he's not fast talking, he doesn't like, but there must be something about him. He also has some dogged attributes to him. Even within his soft-spokenness, he was able to.
Let me tell you what is in him. He's a prudent manager of resources. That is it. He knows how to prudently manage his money and invest and reinvest it. And that was just the magic behind his wealth. I
think in business he has done better than virtually all the contestants. Let's be objective. He has done better than Atiku. He has done better than Tinubu.
He's a prudent manager of resources.
I mean, out of all the people running, is the only one that has wealth and enterprise. Those other ones just have manufacturing.
Atiku has too.
Atiku now. Atiku stole his own.
No,
no, go to politics.
No, not the customs looting.
Not the customs looting.
No, Yani na
Nigeria every time they lose the letter, why they are not billions? Aye. This time.
So we need to give it to Obi as a business person in his 30s. I mean, what was I doing in my 30s? In his 30s,
you are doing masters. PhD.
I don't even do master. I don't.
Some of us were doing PhD, doing all those kinds of things.
So he did well for himself to be able to achieve what he achieved at a young age. So we need to give it to him. There must be something there. But that something is not translating into governance.
Hold on, Baba.
We don't value that much in Nigeria. That's the problem. We don't value those kind of things, intangibles. We don't value them in people. When we vote for them, that's the problem. Sadly.
Kulata, I wanted to ask you: do you think that Peter Obi's greatest Achilles heel is his voice? Do you think that voice it takes away from it? Because we are describing an impressive man now, but when you hear him, you don't see it. Do you think it's his voice?
The voice is initially off-putting before you get used to it. Like, I mean, the way he talks, that feminine. I mean, maybe that's why Nnamdi Kanu was even calling him gay. So, that voice. Yes. That voice can be off-putting. Then
and it's full of the boyfriends. My God, we do see more. We want Nnamdi Kanu back. We want him back. The entertainment. Oh God.
But Nigerians are already getting used to that voice now. So it's not a put off. When you hear that for the first time, you might like, but we're already getting.
Initially, it will piss you off, but after a while, you get used to it. But it's not just the voice, though. Look, the criticism are valid. When they ask him questions, he goes roundabout way not to answer the question. He just answers nonsense. So
very intelligent, though.
That part is that deliberate that he's answering questions wrongly on purpose or meandering all over the place.
That's his thought process. That's all.
Kolata, let me give you a few paragraphs because Peter Obi is adding substance now to this. This is Peter Obi in an interaction wherever. It says, presidency, Peter Obi speaks on federal borrowing, reveals how it should be spent. So let me just scroll to where the quotation comes from him directly. It says, Obi said, we therefore intend to leapfrog Nigeria from oil to the fourth. Sorry, can somebody mute themselves? We're hearing some. If everybody mute, then yeah. So Obi said, we therefore intend to leapfrog Nigeria from oil to the fourth industrial revolution by expanding physical infrastructure through market-driven reforms that will unleash growth-enabling entrepreneurship and market-creating innovations. We shall pursue a drastic reduction in the cost of governance and corruption, improve ease of doing business to attract foreign direct investment, to jumpstart industrialization, and when borrowing is unavoidable, it will be strictly for production. He carries on just a couple more paragraphs because this is the most eloquent yet that I've ever seen him policy thrust-wise. He went further. It says that the thrust, that is the thrust of the Obi Dati presidency, if hired by Nigerians, will be on agriculture and production-centered growth for food security and export, with more emphasis on exporting finished products instead of commodities and raw materials, the statement explained. So, so he's been saying consumption to production, and this is a more detailed, more nuanced, more pathway narrative around that that philosophy that he seems to have. So he's fleshing it out now in a way that we can grapple with. So
it's fleshing out the details, but it's still a lot of boilerplate stuff. Because when we say we're going to do this market driven, this is boilerplate. I can take it, I can copy and paste it from one document to the other. I mean, that's what we do. I wanted to say that's what we do for a living. There's a lot of boilerplate stuff in there that is just blah. I mean, anybody can say exactly that, but at least it's fleshed it out further away from consumption to production.
No. It's still within consumption to production, I mean, but it's fleshing out the pathway.
It's fleshing out the details. That's what I meant. I mean, some of the things, the specifics that are there is more like I'm out of everything you said. What I could get out of that are specific to me. He wants to borrow for production. That's one part. And I mean, cutting cost and all is boilerplate. Everybody will say that. Then he said he wants to borrow for production. Then he wants finished agriculture for export. So this is export driven. He's not, I'm sure, did he address import substitution too?
Right? No, I don't think it was a detail that, I think it was just an interaction. But where it really got me was from the first opening salvo. It says, we therefore intend to leapfrog Nigeria from oil to the fourth industrial revolution. So he already fully recognizes that oil has a limited shelf life. And he's speaking then to a post-oil economy and to use then the earnings from the remnant of the oil period to propel the country into another phase. Is that wasn't the sort of thinking we used to hear from him before?
Yeah, it's gotten more detailed. I feel maybe his manifesto may be impending because this sounds like something structured. This is not how he talks. So this is more organized thought process that is fleshing out. And when we're talking about fourth industrial revolution, then we're talking about artificial intelligence, robotics, 3D printing, blockchain, I mean, so on and so forth. So
but that's an idea that is open to people on the street of Lagos now. Everybody knows that you move from oil. People, they've been talking about that since I was in secondary school. So
it's like I said, it's also boilerplate stuff. But at least we've passed that just single, we passed that freezing. Now there's more flesh, there's more meat to the bone. So the only thing we need to now talk about is the Ogbeni. how are you going to do this? Because everything he's still saying is, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this, I will do this. It's boilerplate. There's no how there. But I'm glad he's moved from where we were before to another level. So hopefully,
but the how to everything, Kolata, the how to everything is simply pointing resources now. What matters more is an ideological thrust, isn't it, than the how? Because the how is just resources. The how is just money.
Well, the closest to the how that I've heard from him is cutting costs.
Mm.
So if you cut costs, that means we're not expanding. We're not immediately expanding our revenue. We'll just get rid of get rid of the waste, and hopefully the money we make is enough to be able to get all these things. So there's nothing expansive like how I'm going to make money, but there's how I'm going to make money within our existing revenue base. I'm going to cut this, cut that, cut that. That's the anything closest to how. So I think that's up to Nigerians to feel. If a lot of Nigerians think we have money and they think that's enough for us, then you can buy into what he's saying. I think we need to make more money, more than what we currently make. Even if you close all the loopholes, I don't think we make sufficient money. But that's me. But I mean, we need to give it to him. He's starting to expand on his thoughts. So
is he expanding beyond where he thinks, where you is he rather expanding beyond where you thought he was capacitated for? Is it beyond how you did you see this in him, or this level of
this is honestly speaking, this is normal expectation. Every candidate should be able to say this, because this is copy and paste stuff. This is nothing beyond that. So this is the default expectation of every single candidate, and every single candidate can articulate this. I don't know about Tinubu. At least Tinubu can read it in the speech, but every single candidate should be able to articulate this. Atiku says this almost all the time. This is bread and butter.
But Kolata, you know, this is an indication of something too. All his speeches and everything in the past is an indication of whether the club, the Labour Party club, has not void of ideas, and so they are not passing anything to him, or it's either that they are passing and he's not talking about it. I don't want to believe that the crop of the Labour Party are giving him ideas and Obi is still going around with empty thoughts and empty statements. You understand? So people like Patutome, I expect them to have a better quality of output than Obi is passing to the people. So it's either they are giving him and he's not listening, or they are not giving him. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but I think there's a deep chasm between Labour and Obi. I don't think they're on the same. I don't think they're on the same track. I think
the people around him call like Patutome. Okay, that's the only intelligent person I see around him, Patutome.
What about Donyo Okupe? Donyo Okupe
no, that one a doctor. That doctor I cannot even take injection from him.
Stop using Patutome as a business person. Mr. Plantries in Abuja, it's not really that impressive to me. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Patutome is an intelligent person now.
How is he intelligent? How?
Professor Patutome.
Have you read his manifesto? What my member plant trees to Nigeria? It wasn't that planting trees for.
Isn't Patutome the guy that wrecked Volkswagen?
Yeah, that's don't mind that guy.
Okay.
Manifesto. I don't.
You remember that story, Babati, when it was.
Then that means there's no any intelligent person around him again.
Plant trees everywhere.
That means there's no any intelligent person around him again now. That's what it means.
No, I would not concede that Donyo Okupe is not intelligent. Donyo Okupe, he has created the entity that's Peter Obi. I think in terms of political whatever, that's a master stroke right there. He's been his manager all the way through. He managed them all the way out of PDP and managed them into now what he has, this entity that he is now.
Udo saw an opportunity in Obi and he just jumped in there. That's the point.
Yeah, but
the person that really made Obi's article, the person that really produced Obi's article. That's just it. Article and Bojo Yemade. That's all. Those are the two people that really projected into the world, to Nigeria.
No, they brought him into prominence. But but it was Donyo Okupe that unearthed his star quality. Atiku just brought him in as a flunky, you know, but it was doing Okukwe that unearthed the star quality, I would say. Would you not?
Okay. Yeah, but I don't quite agree with
I think
that.
I agree with one man.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okupe gave him political credibility, right?
He managed him throughout his presidential, before the primary. He was the one managing his campaign and everything about him. And he managed him out from there to, what do you call it, Labour Party. And he packaged him, you know.
To what he is now.
To what he is, yeah.
Yeah,
yes,
you have a point.
That's a master stroke, I would say. You know. But Kulata, I wanted to take you to the space still with Tinubu. I'm not sure if you saw the clip that we played earlier. We're actually talking about Tinubu's son this time around. So Sheyi Tinubu, he was meeting with Odumeje, Yul Adache, White Money, etc. So all of the major influencers in the Southeast. So he's because and for all of these names, you can only imagine the vast swathe of followership. So you already know who Edumeje is, and you know how strong his followership is. And then Yul Adache, of course, I think they are premier thespian in that space. And White Money, this now new cusp of 419 type people, hush puppy elements that they all revel in. So, did you see the clip, Kulata?
I think I read something or I saw something somewhere else.
Let me give you a soup song. It's only a minute. Watch this. So now, Kulata, if you look at Tinubu's rally in Ebonyi, which was just overwhelming. And then if you look at the numbers of governors that APC have in the Southeast, and then if you look at all of the seniors in the influence space in the Southeast being gathered by Tinubu's son to be romanced by him, are we right to just conclude to surrender the Southeast to Peter Obi? Is there any possibility that Peter Obi might not even get the totality of the Southeast, if any at all? Because this was what Soludo was telling us, and we are seeing it playing out in technicolor, Kulata.
No.
Now look at the facts now. Don't surrender. Don't use sentiment.
This is just a social event. No. These are these people.
No, so you didn't see the Tinubu cap on top of his head?
I saw the cap now. These are boys that want to make money. So if Tinubu enters, it pays them. But I don't think these guys have a lot of political weight or clout. No, not at all. Tinubu will get his required 25% from Ebonyi and from Imo State. They will attempt it in Abia State. I don't know if they'll be successful this time around. But I think that's pretty much it. Obi is still going to win the Southeast. But it may not be as impressive as everybody thinks he will win it. But he's still going to win it. He's not going to win. In Anambra, yeah, he'll probably get 95% in Anambra. But in other Southeast states, it will win it, but it may win 60% here, 70% there, which is still impressive. But at least Tinubu will have space in Ebonyi and Imo to make his 25%. I think that's as good Tinubu will have it in the Southeast. It will be insane if we are entertaining the thoughts that Tinubu will go and drag Southeast with Obi. No, that's not
let's be insane for a moment, Kulata, because the only space that I will comfortably concede to Obi is Anambra State, and entirely because of our homeboy thing. I think Dave Umahi, he has been categorical in his promise that Ebonyi State will go to APC, and if we go by. He closed down the schools. He told the civil servants to go on the streets, whatever. He did whatever to bring out one of the most impressive rallies we've seen in this cycle so far. So that is to say that he's staying consistent with his promise. So Ebonyi State, if they declare for Tinubu, I don't think anybody can cry over that. And Hope Uzodinma, he was the chairman of the primaries, and I think it's the chairman also of the campaign, something or vice chairman after Buhari or something. So Hope Uzodinma, he will have a say in how Imo sways. And Enugu State, of course, I don't know, but those two states, if they declare both those two states, Ebonyi and Imo State for Tinubu, I would not be caught off guard by that.
I will be shocked. I will be shocked. I probably will never talk about politics anymore if Tinubu wins any southeastern state. That's just going to be a bridge too far. It's going to be way too much. Even though I've seen a lot of southeasterners supporting Tinubu, a lot, but I mean, that's when I'm looking at people I follow that are top southeastern influencer that are Tinubu supporters. Because I follow PDP ones, APC ones, and Labour Party ones, but I still don't think Tinubu will be able to win. The best they can do out of any of those states, which I doubt, is to make 40%. But that's going to be a stretch to even make 40%, because PDP voters are not dead either. There's still some PDP voters there, and for even Tinubu to make 40%, does that mean PDP is going to make like 5%? No. Tinubu should only be able to make his 25% in 2 or 3 states in the southeast. I don't think it goes beyond that. Let's not read too much meaning into all these rallies. Even though the rally was massive, but I know they will have paid people to attend those rallies, and they'll pay people to vote too. Whatever the case is, at least the end justifies the means. But it will be sad for me if Tinubu wins any southeast state. That means I will blame southeasterners for any political misfortune they get if Tinubu is able to win any southeast state. That's just going to be crazy.
All right, and finally on this space, my husband is Fulani but not a killer, says Atiku's wife Titi. So they are trying to water down Atiku's Fulani-ness for reasons of what Buhari has taken us through in that country. So do you what are you making of that? She was inviting that this was in Ondo State, by the way. She was inviting that the vote should come in that direction, because that would then make her the first ever Yoruba first lady. But you are correcting that Murtala Mohammed's wife was. But what are you making of our politics at Atiku's wife?
It's not politics. It's what Bode George said, that PDP has nothing to sell in the Southwest. Because what are they going to offer the Southwest?
Titi now. They're offering that Titi and First Lady.
Titi called. Titi called. Shadini. Some random Titi somewhere. No, is that the best they can offer the Southwest, that will be First Lady? That she should have just kept her mouth shut. It's unfortunate that she also comes from Osun State. Very, very unfortunate. She's just disgracing us. Atiku, that rally was a flop, by the way. Atiku's rally in Ondo.
Yeah, I covered it. I think he only made a 2-minute speech, and then it was unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a flop. Yeah, it was a flop. Atiku is going to struggle because they have nothing to offer the Southwest. What are you going to offer any of the Southwest people? Nothing.
The Senate now. The Senate.
Senate. Who?
Yes.
Who is going to be Senate president?
It has to be a Yoruba. If Atiku wins the presidency, then the Senate president has to be a Yoruba man, because they are telling us Okowa is an Igbo man now.
One man, Yoruba will be the president. Oh, you are talking if Atiku is the president?
No, if Atiku wins, yeah.
Ajale Koko, we don't want to steal all the positions if Tinubu enters.
Although with Buhari, we have Lawan as Senate president and Buhari as president. So all the top 3 positions in the country are 2 Northerners.
Yeah, Atiku, I pity Atiku at times though, because like someone said today, there's no single region that you can give Atiku, not one. In the Northeast, he's not going to win Borno, he's not going to win Yobe. Who knows if he's going to be able to win Gombe too? But you win is Adamawa and probably Taraba and probably Benue. And I don't envy Atiku. I don't envy him at all.
All right. There's been this narrative going around that Buhari doesn't really fully support the Tinubu ticket and is just doing the barest minimum. But they're saying he's just doing the barest minimum. And if you, because it's very difficult to read Buhari's body language because it's always guarded in most instances. So people will always be off the mark if they try to read Buhari's body language. But really what you should read is Buhari's actions. But because Buhari ultimately, he just does as he says, you know. And if he's endorsing this guy, and if he's supporting this guy that his party is going to be returned, and he's on the campaign rostrum. Anyway, where I was taking you to is this photo. So they're saying Buhari is not supporting Tinubu, but he's there on the campaign rostrums. His wife is painting Tinubu's insignia on her body. And now look at this. This is whatever her name is, and Hanan Buhari, and the other one, I forget her name. So there they are now campaigning for Tinubu fervently. Buhari's daughters joined Tinubu Shetima Women Campaign in Katsina. So that's Zara and Hanan right on your screen there. So if Buhari is not supporting Tinubu, then he's certainly showing by action to the contrary, because he couldn't do any more. What more could he do to show that he supports this guy?
I don't know why people don't take Buhari for his word. The guy said he's supporting Tinubu. I think he's going to support Tinubu because every politician, I think they've learned their lesson by the likes of Saraki that jumped into APC from PDP. A lot of people that jump parties, they're on the losing side now. So Buhari probably will not want APC to lose, along with the northern governors. They probably want to keep APC in the party. And yeah, even if Buhari is not supporting Tinubu, Buhari's wife, and of course now the kids, they're definitely supporting Tinubu with their full chest, as people would say. So Tinubu, I don't think he has anything to worry about in terms of support. The main thing Tinubu should worry about are the actual voters, if they've not had enough of APC poverty. If the suffering is not bad enough, I mean, if they will damn the suffering that they've gone through under Buhari and still go vote for APC. And if they do that, then you know Nigeria, I mean, it's only when the rapture comes before we're gonna get saved in this country. Because I don't know what more suffer that people can go through and still want to stand under sun and vote APC.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So thank you, Kolata. And thank you, gentlemen. So we started off a very slow start, but it's pulled together to be another banging session. Always a banging session. Strong viewership, strong conversation, excellent company. We could go on for the next 24 hours. But it concerns me that Kolata's voice is a... So let's let him get to bed. He needs to be in bed. Drink plenty of fluid and all that. So we seek to start to round off to land on Ajanle Koko. Apologies to the people that I did not get to fully. So we kick it off and we see if engineer is still there. So engineer, I suspect is already asleep. Engineer. All right. So thank you, engineer. Thank you for turning up. So thank you, engineer. Let's go on from engineer to Patrick, who's coming laterally. So Patrick, of course, if you come in late, then it's the tail end of it. But let's hear from you. Let your fans hear from you, Patrick.
Okay, we're rounding off, right?
Yeah, we're rounding off, unfortunately. We're coming up to 6 hours.
Yeah, I just had to, my class was very fast today. I just said, let me join this. I was listening on the side. It's been a very wonderful session. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. Please click like and subscribe. I will be available tomorrow. I'm not having classes tomorrow. So, one man, I'm going to join you from the beginning. Thank you. God bless you. Everybody have a nice night.
Sorry, what classes do you take? Is it or you don't have to say if it's too personal, but
No, I'm taking classes in Salesforce. Salesforce. It's an IT class.
All right.
It's a CRM. Yeah, it's a CRM. So Salesforce. Yeah.
How many zeros does that add to your paycheck after you've done it?
Yeah, you can add one extra or 2 0 kind of.
Okay, good.
Yeah, but if you are looking at a career change, that would be a very good place to start. As a developer, yeah, you want to go into IT, maybe development or admin. So Salesforce, you just do development without coding.
So you remotely work with that, do you?
Yeah, sure. A lot of my guys who are Salesforce developer here in Canada, they are working with companies in the US, Australia. So yeah, and some of them are able to even take like 2 contracts at the same time. So it's flexible and it's very good. If you're able to get like 1 contract is enough for you, or even regular job, yeah. But if you can get 2 contracts, why not? So
Salesforce.
Yeah,
and you're taking the classes. Hold on, you're taking the classes online.
Yeah, I'm taking the classes online. I have an institute in India that is running the program. It's 5 months. It's 5 months, and it's just like 1.5 hours. So what I do is try to review prior day work, try to prepare myself before I join the class. That's why I'm usually off early. Yeah.
Do you need a background in IT for that, or?
No. You don't. You get to do everything from scratch, and that's why I say even if you don't like coding, now you tend to develop app, do everything without coding. Just do that, drag and drop, fill forms, all those kind of things. So with the way things are, with the way software development is going now, a lot of platforms are making the waves, and you can, with those platforms, you can just develop your app, whether PC, mobile, and all those stuff without actually coding. So for someone like me with an accounting background, that's one of the ways to really do something in IT, make career change. And if you want to do, maybe be a product manager and you are in from a business background, product management is another good one. But because you need some IT stuff, not necessarily so, but I prefer you get some IT touch to it. And the IT touch that you can really get that is very simple. Is just go on Salesforce.
Salesforce. So that's SALES and then Force.
Then Force, yeah.
Salesforce.
Right, yeah. Oga Patrick, sorry, hold on. Oga Patrick. Oga Patrick. That Salesforce, I think, is about data mining, right?
No, Salesforce is very broad. It has it's a CRM. The Salesforce has its own database. It has a platform. The platform is okay. This is how it is. They have software as a service. They have application, different application, and they have platform as a service. They have platform for developers and for their clients to develop their app, and they have hardware as a service. So they have servers. So these 3 platforms are integrated in the cloud. You understand? And so if you are a company, a client, you are subscribing to Salesforce, and you can use those platforms to develop your software. You can use existing software in Salesforce to manage your customer information, and you can use those app. You understand? Those app, they are standard app that are there. You can use those app to manage your customer information. You can even customize them to your own distance. A lot of companies working on their app that you use, maybe some of your banks, some of those companies, you think you are just working on, you are using Salesforce and you don't know. They probably develop those platform on those app on Salesforce. They are hosting them on Salesforce server, and they're getting support from Salesforce professionals.
Patrick, I think what you're saying, it seems to have ignited some sort of an interest in the comment section. Everybody wanting to know more. Ife is asking how to contact you. Crown is asking to know more. So can you point them in a direction for them to go? And if you're happy to do that, can you point a direction?
Yeah, you can you can Google Salesforce or Google Trailhead, but I don't know. I can give them my number. They can chat. That's no problem.
All right.
I can just leave my number in the comment section for them.
Oh, I think I have your number. Are you happy for me
Okay,
to
you can share my number with them. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're happy for me to do that, because I have a first number, but I don't have Crown's number. But if you're
Okay,
happy
yeah,
for me to do
please
that,
do.
then yeah.
Do.
All right. I'm not putting you on the spot, by the way. I'll text you again just to confirm.
I'll be willing to help. I'm also running free classes on Salesforce for Nigerian guys who are considering career change and everything. A number of my friends who were in the bank, I discovered that some of them, since they left the bank, it's not been easy. They can't go and start their own bank. They can't go, you understand? So they are really not doing so much. And now they are registering for my classes. So I'm running for them free. I'm starting the class in January. So I can talk to you and the rest, yeah.
All right, brilliant. If just I'll try and contact you, but text me and then so I know. Well, thank you for that. You see, this is what you get. This is why I encourage people to always be here. From talking political SHIT to career advice from Patrick. So there it is. So thank you, Patrick. So let's go on from Patrick and let's go to War Peace. War Peace at that time of the day again.
Konnichiwa, everybody. You don't reach the final moment, final hour of the day. First of all, thank you people in the comment section. Click like, share, and thumbs up. Man, don't forget to buy coffee. Like I said, do what I say, not what I do. Do what I'll do my own. Booyaka.
Booyaka. Booyaka. Booyaka.
Booyaka. If it's short of $1 million, then that booyaka, you know, because you're building yourself up. So, but no, carry on.
Yeah. So the top of when they buy booyaka back. You see one man now, they give people for Nigeria, they give them 52,000 booyaka to them to buy Bole and the rest.
No, it's not to buy Boilo. It's to advance their business.
Yeah, I know.
But, and it's not really me giving it. It's people like Ayo, Jafar, Thomas, Kulata, all the people yeah.
Yeah, so see the coffee not be for one my pocket tomorrow.
Well, some of it is, of course, a portion of it goes to social outreach. But carry on.
People not listen now. One man local coffee bill, not one man local, another Tinubu local. So now for everybody. So when I do that part, I will appreciate if you do that part. Massive share. Now I agree with the panelists. I agree with Oga Jale Koko. I agree with Oga Patrick, Oga Kulata, Matic. Ayo, and I don't forget to other than that, but it's okay. You might beat the time. So I don't get much to say.
You know, it's almost borderline bullying what you're doing to Ayo. It's borderline bullying.
He will not stop his trademark. You must always go 2 hours. For one simple question, we will explain. And we will keep saying other than that, you will not finish. Until he's changed, I will change. Anyway, it was a very fine session. I thank everybody that came today. Those who are not mentioned their name, I'll see mention their name tomorrow. I'm gonna come here again tomorrow. I'm gonna this platform and go forward. One man, let me take out my son from here. I will say peace. I'm out.
All right. Do you know what you're having yet? Not yet.
No. Do you know what actually one thing?
Please let us know though, because we are all keen to find out. Yeah.
Let me tell you one man. When my wife just found out that she's pregnant, the first person should tell me to tell. She said, tell one man I'm pregnant.
There you are. There you are. You see? I'm a member of the family now, so I must know. I'm a member of the family.
What piece is the vessel?
Look at that. His baby is barely 6 months old, and his wife is my goodness me.
Look at
that. Is that not even abuse?
Like Colano.
You forget I show you the background that day. That background is with me at home. So other than that, I got to the user.
You can't do that in the UK because having a child is an AK-47 against your wallet here.
Yeah,
it's a machine gun against your wallet.
One man is a lot, and like that we had discussion. I'm at 39. I started having my first child. So now they are coming now. Other than that, I just keep doing it.
You want to pump them out quickly whilst they're still young. So well done.
Yeah, thanks everybody. I will let you know the gender as soon as I get it. And but I suspect it's gonna be boy anyway.
You mean you suspect or you hope?
I hope.
What is you get any boy now?
Yeah, my son. This is most. It's a boy. One just born now. Wait, this is muscle.
Okay.
A boy now. Okay, you know this one from when my woman.
Don't worry, World Peace. This one na son too. So
yeah, email.
What is?
Eh?
Hold, leave the stage for people like me now. We still young.
Or do it Babati style. Just do it 3 in 1. Babati did 3 in 1.
Really?
Yes.
Babati, you must go. That yam, that could yam in Oyo that produce twins.
I have 3 boys now. I'm looking for a girl. I see by 4 by 5. I must get one girl.
Yes. Every man wants a girl anyway. Well, that's what I think. I think everybody wants a.
I don't want girl. I don't get my boys.
You don't want that is girl.
I don't want. They'll give me an attack when she becomes a teenager.
You don't want mommy's girl. If you don't want daddy's girl, I mean, what of mommy?
Kulata, when you start having a girl,
don't worry, you will come and announce to us here. Say, girl, tell us the queen don't come. Don't worry.
I don't too old pass on that one.
He's on the way. Don't worry.
Back to sender. I reject it.
Lágbára.
No, not it.
I reject it.
What peace?
Ìyàwó ẹ̀ náà ni.
What peace?
What you say?
That drink, can you please put it to the private chat? I forgot the name.
Okay, pack me around.
Babati, I don't answer your question. I'll check private
that
chat.
link didn't work there. You just put me one fake link. I don't mind.
Let me quickly put that before one might kick me out.
No, I'm not kicking you out. It's just I just put you in the background.
Something there, what peace? Something there.
Yeah,
now for you. Why you can't hide that kind?
No, I shouldn't hear now.
No, type it in the private chat. I didn't see.
I put that for private chat now.
Look at that, Look at
that.
What man should we deal in guns, business, everything?
Family planning now. We are not doing family planning as well. Where does it stop? We were betting shop not that long ago. Now we are family planning now. Unbelievable. But thank you, Warpace. Warpace, round up your thoughts, and then so I go on to
so I don't really round up my thought. Anyway, I will leave the message in private chat now. You get it, and everybody, peace. I'm out.
All right, brilliant. So that's World Peace. So thank you, World Peace. So from World Peace, let's go on. Let's go on to Thomas, who joins us at the late hour. I wonder what time is it in Lagos, Thomas, and what are you still doing up this late?
Good evening. Good morning. Yeah, it's 5:10. Yeah, in the morning.
Sunny.
No, man, your show is very addictive. My wife said you are going to speak with your friend again. I said, yeah, I must speak with my friends. Yeah.
There you are.
Mama, just thank you for this is just a big family. I just want you to continue to work strong. Forget about the money. I know the money is needed, but people are connecting themselves here, and kudos to you. You really brought us together. I've spoken with many people on this platform. I don't even know. They have a good pedigree and they are respected people. So just kudos to you. What really brought me in is all this 25% of Peter Obi in Lagos. Forget about it. Forget about it. The suppression of the other party in Lagos now, I don't think anybody can get 25% in Lagos. It will be very difficult. I drove from Ajah to Okpebi yesterday, almost 7 hours because of traffic. But on the Third Milan Bridge, APC go and hired small boys. They put the raising placard. It's just, you can't even see any party at all in Lagos. All the poles from Third Milan Bridge to Oworoshoki, there was this design of Tinubu Shetima, the Amzat, I think the deputy governor, APC is just everywhere. APC is just everywhere. So, and what I heard, it may be a surprise to some people. What they said they want to do now is any Igbo community, their PVC will not be released. These people are not joking. This is what I heard from a reliable source. Anybody that register in Alaba, Ladipo, all those people, forget about it. Your PBC will not be released. That is what I heard. It may be true, it may be false, but that is what people are saying. So anybody can make any hero. Just surrender to APC in Lagos. With what I've saw here, I've seen here. No, Funke Akindele poster, you paste it tonight, tomorrow morning, not Yadan, everything is gone. It's just APC, APC, APC all the way in Lagos. So I don't know why Peter Obi will make 25% in Lagos. I doubt it. I doubt it. That is what really brought me.
But posters don't win elections now. Votes win elections. They can suppress the campaigning, but they cannot strong arm people at the polling booths.
But one man, do you heard what I said now, that they will not release PVC in heavy Igbo community? That's another one. And one man, awareness is still
sorry.
campaign.
Sorry. What's the level of this information? Because we have to be a bit reticent in what we put out there. Is this just what you're hearing on the streets? Is this street talk?
It's a street talk. Right. I'm an honest person. I will not lie to you.
So it's street talk. Okay.
It's a street talk. That is what people are hearing. That they you know what I mean. So they're going to suppress every community they know that can vote really against them. And I suspect they can do that, and they have the power to do that. So that is just right. But this 25%, I doubt it. I really doubt it. And the feel is getting crazy. If you are coming for holiday in Nigeria, ready for battle, to get feel, because you will not even enjoy your trip. So that's just two updates
that's what I hear from my mom every time. Anytime I call her, they'll say, "Anq Laterepo." That's all you ever hear. Anq Laterepo.
One man. Do you know what
why don't you just send the driver? But she has to, the driver. But anyway,
I know.
Yeah.
I'm near your house here in Allen Avenue. So what I do now, I don't queue. Immediately I go to the filling station. I went to the out gate. I settle the man there. They will tell me, go and bring your car. I bring my car through the back door. I fill up my car. I get out. So if you are queuing, you are stressing yourself.
My mother would never do that. She's a lawyer.
Yes, it is well. Thank you, Maman. Then kudos to my brother, Enigmatic, my brother. You are bam.